Gitlin is concerned with media frames, but in a broad sense framing can refer to how individuals, groups, or institutions analyze, label, make sense of, and/or make connections among different aspects of social phenomena. Goffman 1974. For instance, sociologists use framing theory to explain how social movement participants define social problems, formulate strategies, and spur calls to action. Benford 1993, Snow et al. 1986, Benford and Snow 2000, Johnston and Noakes 2005, see also Part 3 in McAdam, McCarthy, and Zald 1996. Among journalism and mass communications scholars, framing theory is commonly used to analyze political news coverage, especially coverage of elections and governmental policy, example D'Angelo and Kuipers 2010, Entman 2004, Iyengar 1991, Rees, Gandhi, and Grant 2001. Scholars also use the concept to analyze media treatment of activists and movements, example Ashley and Olson 1998, Boykov 2006a, Disico 2010, Gitlin 1980, Martin 2004, Su 2013. Political communications scholar Robert Entman, 2004, provides a robust account of framing and framing functions. He writes that framing means selecting and highlighting some aspects of events or issues and making connections among them so as to promote a particular interpretation, evaluation, and/or solution. p. 5, see also 1993, p. 52. According to Entman, 2004, media frames perform some or all of these four basic functions. Defining problems. Media frames define effects or conditions as problematic. This is one of the two most important framing functions, because problem definition often virtually predetermines the rest of the frame. p. 6. Identifying causes. In defining problematic effects or conditions, media frames also locate their causes. Conveying moral judgment. In addition to identifying problems and locating their causes, media frames convey moral judgment on those deemed responsible. Endorsing remedies. Finally, media frames suggest or endorse remedies or solutions to effects or conditions defined as problematic. According to Entman, this is the second of the two most important framing functions, because it directly promotes support, or opposition, to public policy, ibid. As Entman observes, all four of these framing functions hold together in a kind of cultural logic, each helping to sustain the others with the connections among them cemented more by custom and convention than by the principles of syllogistic logic. p. 6. To illustrate how these functions work together, consider post 9/11 news coverage of the U.S.-led War on Terror, inaugurated by the administration of President George W. Bush. In mainstream framing of U.S. foreign policy, the threat of international terrorism was defined as a problem that the United States must confront, with or without the support of the international community. Foreign actors such as Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein were framed as the principal instigators or causes of terrorism, even erroneously in the case of Saddam, where U.S. media repeated false claims that Iraq harbored weapons of mass destruction, WMD, and maintained important links to Al-Qaeda, the group presumed responsible for the 9/11 attacks. Rather than asking what might have motivated the attacks, or questioning the Bush administration's claims about Iraq's WMD program and supposed links to Al-Qaeda, instead the mass news media overwhelmingly conveyed negative moral judgment on these actors. Rather than consider options such as international law enforcement or take seriously the reports by the international team sent to investigate the existence of WMD, who reported that no such weapons were found anywhere after extensive searching conclusions backed up by invading forces, the mass news media framed U.S. military intervention targeting foreign terrorist groups and Saddam's regime as ethically appropriate means to address the problem of terrorism. Bennett, Lawrence, and Livingston 2007. Chomsky 2001a, 2003. Entman 2004, Friel and Falk 2004, Gershkopf and Kushner 2005, Nikolov and Hakanen 2006, Rampton and Stover 2003, 2006. Framing theory holds that the mass news media are predisposed to frame news coverage in ways that promote elites' preferred policy options and dominant political interests. Karagi and Roefs 2004, Entman 2004, Gitlin 1980. Thus, it provides a theoretical account of corrupted informational power. As the above example shows, this is especially true in coverage of U.S. foreign policy, where frame construction privileges the state's view of problems, causes, moral judgments, and solutions over other available options. In the lead-up to the March 2003 invasion of Iraq, the global anti-war movement coordinated enormous public protests against the war, indeed, the largest protests in recorded human history, which identified U.S. foreign policy as problematic and advocated peaceful alternatives to the Bush administration's unilateral war plans. Nevertheless, anti-war frames and voices, such as those who urged that the United States follow international law, were virtually absent from mainstream press coverage of the attack, while official, pro-war frames and voices dominated. Chomsky 2003, Friel and Falk 2004, Hayes and Guardino 2010, Rendell and Braille 2003, Whiten 2004. Arguably, anti-war frames failed to gain traction because it is difficult for activists to displace or undermine the strong influence of elite narratives, especially after an invasion begins. As William Dorman, 2006, observes, the only meaningful time to debate the need for war is before one begins. It is too late once it is underway. History is abundantly clear that the myth of war, once a war starts, has a power to overwhelm culture and public discourse, and therefore takes over thought to an extraordinary degree. p. 11. Indeed, social pressure to conform includes claims that to criticize or question is not patriotic. Excluding anti-war voices subtly suppresses peace-seeking activists, groups, and movements because it short-circuits opportunities for these actors to reach wide audiences, recruit new members, or meet other preconditions for action, mobilization, and organization. Gitlin 1980, Boykov 2007. There appears to be wider latitude in framing domestic policy issues, such as immigration, same-sex marriage, and abortion, as well as international concerns such as climate change, reflecting more divergent attitudes among policymakers and elites. However, even in these cases the parameters for debate within coverage are largely predetermined by policymakers' views on which options are politically feasible. Bennett 1990, Shihada and Hoffman 2012. Mainstream press coverage of the recent healthcare debate, for example, framed single-payer and public option healthcare proposals as impractical, and their advocates as naive, childish, or socialist, even though the public option had overwhelming public support and was cheaper than the pharmaceutical industry's proposals. Commenting on the tone of the coverage, press critic Michael Corcoran, 2010, observes, progressive ideas with majority popular support are falsely portrayed as radical, ideological fantasies, while those who oppose them are praised as pragmatic and reasonable. Pragmatic is a curious way to describe letting the public option die. How practical is it to make a bill more expensive and less popular? But this framing has been commonplace throughout the debate. Entman, 2004, distinguishes between frames and schemas, whereas frames refer to interpretations of reality found in media texts, schemas are clusters of ideas and feelings stored in people's memories. Schemas connect with one another in individuals' knowledge networks, and once a schema becomes incorporated into a person's long-term memory, new knowledge and schemas can bring to mind associated feelings, images, and concepts. This occurs through a process called spreading activation, which depends on a kind of semantic priming. According to spreading activation theory, when concepts are activated in memory, related concepts are activated as well. Spreading activation means just that, rather than evoking singular ideas, phrases, or images, a concept can rapidly spread, activating several associated concepts at once. 69 For example, For many U.S. citizens, the phrase September 11 evokes several images related to the 9/11 terrorist attacks, Osama bin Laden, the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings, rescue efforts, and subsequent U.S. military action against Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and Iraq. Moreover, these images are more likely to be evoked than, say, images of baseball games or dinosaurs, Anderson 1983, 1990, Collins and Loftus 1975, Entman 2004, pages 6-9, Lodge, McGraw, and Stroh 1989, Lodge and Stroh 1993. Entman, 2004, argues that the theory of spreading activation gives elites compelling reasons for wanting to impose their own interpretations on news coverage of important political events as early as possible. A dominant frame in the earliest news coverage of an event can activate and spread congruent thoughts and feelings in individuals' knowledge networks, building a new event schema that guides responses to all future reports. P7. Likewise, framing and spreading activation are of interest to activists and dissidents because initial coverage of a cause or movement can set the tone for future coverage. When negative frames and deprecatory themes surface early in news accounts, they become hard to displace. For instance, in Gitlin's 1980 landmark study of mainstream press coverage of Students for a Democratic Society, he observes that the New York Times's first in-depth story on SDS, a March 15, 1965 front-page story by reporter Fred Powledge, derived its information from within the radical student orbit, and conveyed respect and a certain distanced sympathy. It cited the movement's preferred labels, and not those of opponents. It took at face value the radicals' own statements of belief, and it spoke from the perspective of the students, even when it proceeded toward balance. P. 36. This respectful, sympathetic treatment proved to be a fluke, however, as deprecatory themes and framing devices soon cemented themselves in coverage of SDS, in line with the media's overarching pro-war narrative. Ultimately, argues Gitlin, the pro-war orientations of the New York Times and CBS News motivated these news organizations to frame SDS in ways that helped both to build and unmake the new left groups and movements of the 1960s. Even today, the mass media and intellectual culture treat these groups and movements with an air of disdain. The mainstream press frames activists and their concerns around dominant frames and news narratives, which puts challengers who do not share these assumptions at a disadvantage. Gitlin 1980, Ryan 1991, Tedrow 2011. As Ryan, 1991, observes, dominant frames have ideological inertia on their side, i.e., they build on assumptions so taken for granted that mainstream media perceive them as the only logical approach to a situation. Conversely, challengers present unknown information organized around unfamiliar political assumptions. The resulting frames initially seem strange, forced, or unnatural to the mainstream media and its audience. One of the most common forms of distortion involves the rendering of challenger perspectives from within the logic of the dominant perspective. P. 68. For instance, anti-war activists may find it difficult to frame U.S. interventions abroad as motivated by geopolitical concerns, despite overwhelming evidence to support this interpretation. Bloom 2004, Chomsky 1991, 2000, 2003, Johnson 2004, Kinzer 2006, Lafebre 1984, because this characterization directly contradicts mainstream accounts depicting U.S. military attacks on foreign countries as well-meaning attempts at democracy promotion. Dominant frames can also distort media characterizations of activists' range of concerns. According to Gitlin, 1980, the Times and CBS News framed their coverage of SDS around the issue of the Vietnam War, with the result that SDS was narrowly conceptualized as an anti-war group. However, in actual practice SDS was a multi-issue organization, which embraced a broad, radical agenda and worked on many different political projects simultaneously. The group's founding document, the Port Huron Statement, articulated from a radical left perspective several concerns and policy recommendations regarding such issues as the nuclear arms race, The military-industrial complex, racism, colonialism, and the class character of U.S. society, Gitlin 1980, Hayden 1962/2005. The mainstream news media relies on other important frames and narrative devices as well, in particular, a protest paradigm that characterizes coverage of activists, dissidents, protesters, groups, and movements. The protest paradigm focuses, somewhat superficially, on the spectacle of social protest rather than on the concerns or issues that motivate people to engage in activism in the first place. By obscuring the root causes of activism and protest, and by failing to provide media audiences with multiple perspectives and information that might spur people to take action, this paradigm supports the status quo and marginalizes challengers. Ashley and Olson 1988, Boykoff 2007, Boyle, McLeod, and Armstrong 2012, Brasted 2005, Chan and Lee 1984, McLeod and Herdig 1999, McLeod 2007, Rock et al. 2003. The protest paradigm is far from monolithic, especially in online coverage of movements, example DeLuca, Lawson, and Sun 2012, Harlow and Johnson 2011, but research suggests that the more radical a group or movement is, the more closely mainstream coverage of it will resemble the characteristics of the routinized template. Boykoff 2007, McLeod 2007, McLeod and Herdig 1999, Shoemaker 1984. Recycled across decades, social issues, and geographic diversities, its themes and frames include: official perspective. Rather than turn to activists, organizers, and other non-elite sources, mainstream news accounts of activism, protests, and other social movement activities often rely on the views of experts, police, government figures, business leaders, and other official sources to explain protests and underlying issues. Boykoff 2006a, Brasted 2005, Dardis 2006, Gitlin 1980, McLeod and Herdig 1999, Sue 2013. This is because journalists' reliance on accessible, official sources who can provide quotes and information quickly and succinctly gives news stories prestige, increases news production efficiency, and adheres to the rituals of objectivity, observes Douglas McLeod, 2007, p. 186-187, see also McLeod and Herdig 1999. Journalists also turn to official sources as a way to shield themselves from criticism, such as accusations of bias. Gans 1979, Tuckman 1972, 1978. According to sociologist Gay Tuckman, 1972, objectivity refers to routine procedures which may be exemplified as formal attributes, and which protect the professional from mistakes and from his critics. It appears the word objectivity is being used defensively as a strategic ritual, p. 678. Official frames are not merely the product of journalists' normal news-gathering routines, however. After all, governments, corporations, and law enforcement organizations have been using sophisticated public relations techniques for well over a century. Bernays 1928/2005, Carey 1997, Cutlip 1994, 1995, Olasky 1987. It is important to recognize that official sources actively construct and promote frames, and that these have tangible consequences for activists and movements, such as official frames which provide police agencies with autonomy to suppress challengers to the status quo. Boykoff 2006b, 2007, Cunningham and Browning 2004, Gitlin 1980, Noakes 2000. Ineffectiveness. Rather than highlight organizational strength, the mass news media frame activists and movements as disorganized, ineffective, ignorant of issues, and incapable of articulating realistic goals, demands, or messages. News accounts attribute this to several factors, such as intra-organizational conflict, disarray, dissension, and bad or non-existent leadership. Ashley and Olson 1988, Boykoff 2006a, 2007, Disico 2010, Jitlin 1980, Su 2013. For instance, mainstream accounts of the second-wave feminist movement emphasize dissension within its ranks, and coverage of the anti-WTO protests and the Occupy Wall Street movement framed activists as not being united in their goals, demands, or messages. Ashley and Olsen 1988, Skonieczny and Morse 2014, Su 2013. The protest paradigm's focus on actions rather than issues strengthens perceptions that activists are inept. As MacLeod, 2007, observes, the media often fail to adequately explain the meaning and context of protest actions, leading the audience to perceive them as futile, pointless, and even irrational. Journalists may further delegitimize protests by judging them as futile or as failures, ignoring many of the latent functions of protest groups, example spreading information, generating resources, building solidarity among individuals and coalitions among like-minded groups, etc., p. 187. Deviant behavior, language, and appearance. Mainstream media commonly paint activists and dissidents as countercultural deviants, nonconformists, and freaks, by drawing attention to their unusual clothing, personal appearance, piercings, tattoos, etc., diets, sexual orientations and behaviors, races and ethnicities, speech, and ages. Ashley and Olsen 1988, Boykov 2006a, 2006b, 2007, Dardis 2006, Jitlin 1980, Mendez 2011. For example, media coverage of the second-wave feminist movement critiqued women's aberrant appearances and used non-speech quotation marks around words such as women's movement and liberation to denote that these ideas should not be taken seriously. Ashley and Olsen 1988, p. 268. News media often highlight deviant characteristics in order to promote status quo distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate participants within movements, which some activists might view as being part of a divide-and-conquer strategy. Mainstream coverage of the women's movement constructed ordinary, liberal feminists, women who were described as attractive, heterosexual, well-educated, housewives, and/or mothers more positively than it did deviant feminists, i.e., radical women who were described as militants, lesbians, and extreme feminists who hated men. Mendez 2011, see also Ashley and Olsen 1988. In addition, other female sources were often used to discredit these radical feminists. As Caitlin Mendez, 2011, observes, the use of female voices helps to legitimize a rejection of the movement because women themselves do not want it. p. 493, emphasis in original. Violence, lawlessness, and the threat to social order. The mass news media demonize activists and social movements by associating them with criminal behavior, general lawlessness, and acts of violence, and by framing police forces as responsible for restoring and maintaining social order. This theme runs through coverage of anarchists, radicals, and economic issues such as strikes and protests against neoliberal policies and institutions, example the WTO and G20 70, Boykov 2006a, 2006b, 2007, Dardis 2006, Dway 2014, Jitlin 1980, Hertig and MacLeod 1995, Martin 2004, Rock et al. 2003, Su 2013. Whereas mass media sanitizations of state violence help to justify suppressive policies, framing activists as threats to the social order plays an important role in delegitimizing dissent and protest in democratic capitalist societies. Boykov 2006a, 2006b, 2007, Chomsky 1989, 1997, 2001b, Dway 2014, Herman and Chomsky 1988/2002. Public threat/nuisance. Mainstream news accounts often suggest that members of the general public and protesters share fundamentally different interests, by characterizing the latter as anti-American, unpatriotic, and/or harmful to society and the economy. In other words, as public threats or nuisances. This framing strategy assumes that citizens should put their faith in the state and corporations, that protesters have no business trying to bring about change, and that activism and protests cause more trouble than they are worth, especially when these actions disrupt commerce and people's daily lives. Brasted 2005, 2014, Disico 2010, Herdig and MacLeod 1995, MacLeod 2007, Martin 2004. Martin, 2004, writes: the news media disapprove of collective action including strikes, slowdowns, boycotts, and protests with a number of standard canards. It is inflationary, un-American, protectionist, naive, causes bureaucratic red tape, disrupts consumer demand and behavior, foments fear and violence, etc. The frame carries an underlying assumption that economic intervention by citizens should happen only at the individual level. Of course, individual action preempts collective action, which is more democratic and potent. But, politics outside the reigning corporate political structure is largely disdained, if not usually ignored, by the press, pages 10 to 11. The public menace/nuisance frame relies on journalists and their sources making sweeping generalizations about public attitudes. Herdig and MacLeod 1995, MacLeod 2007. As MacLeod, 2007, observes, most protest stories do not contain reports of actual public opinion polls, with the occasional exception for issues like abortion and anti-war protests. It is actually more common for reporters or the sources they quote to make generalizations about public opinion on protest issues or about public reactions to the protesters. P 187. Framing's implications for strategy. According to Gitlin, 1980, although it is difficult to pin down framing's effects, we can speak of the significance of frames as well as their complex political consequences, pages 127 to 8. As we have seen, an important consequence of pro-status quo news framing is that it minimizes the threat posed by challengers. Dominant frames and the protest paradigm are of significant interest to activists, then, because one-sided media constructions of movements and social issues influence public support and opportunities for social political change. At the same time, research on dominant frames and the protest paradigm may be faulted for exhibiting a kind of tunnel vision, insofar as studies focused on mass media's adversarial role tend to obscure other important dimensions of framing, such as how framing theory casts the news media as a site of struggle, how activists and movements cultivate and promote their own frames, and framing contests between activists and their opponents. Gamzin and Meyer 1996, Gamzin and Wolfsfeld 1993, Gitlin 1980, Lakoff 2004, Ryan 1991, Ryan, Karagi, and Meinholder 2001, McAdam 1996b, Zald 1996. As Ryan, 1991, observes, framing is more than a process of interpreting selected events, it is actually the process of creating events, of signifying, from the vast pool of daily occurrences, what is important. Struggles over framing decide which of the day's many happenings will be awarded significance. Today, the media have become critical arenas for this struggle, and social movements have increasingly focused on the media since it plays an influential role in assigning importance to issues facing the public. But gaining attention alone is not what a social movement wants. The real battle is over whose interpretation, whose framing of reality, gets the floor. P 53, emphasis in original. Framing theory throws up a dilemma. On the one hand, protest paradigm studies suggest that activists who seek to gain media attention should expect that the mainstream media will distort or marginalize their viewpoints and messages. On the other hand, activists and the news media arguably need one another. Social movements provide dramatic stories that journalists crave, and the mass media certify protests and movements as important in the public eye. Gamzin and Wolfsfeld 1993, pages 116 to 117, Gitlin 1980, p. 24. Gamzin and Wolfsfeld, 1993, argue as well that social movements need the mass media in order to mobilize people, validate their status as important political actors, and broaden the scope of conflict, p. 116. For these reasons, theorists argue that generally speaking, activists should err on the side of seeking rather than avoiding media attention, Gamson and Wolfsfeld 1993, Gitlin 1980, McAdam 1996b, Ryan 1991. Keenly aware of the pitfalls and possibilities associated with mass media engagement, activists tend to agree. According to McAdam, 1996b. Activists are neither deluded into thinking the media are important nor driven by their egos to court media attention. The simple fact is, most movements lack the conventional political resources possessed by their opponents and thus must seek to offset this power disparity by appeals to other parties. The media come to be seen as the key vehicle for such influence attempts, p. 346. Moreover, capitalist-owned websites such as Facebook and Twitter can be a major unifying tool, and indeed journalists turn to social media in search of newsworthy trends, emerging political concerns, and movement-building stories, as occurred during the Occupy Wall Street and Black Lives Matter movements. Mobilization and cohesion within social movements depend on movement participants constructing, maintaining, and altering a collective identity, i.e., a sense of belonging to the movement, Melucci 1989, p. 34. Framing theorists argue that identity constructions are proffered and affirmed through engagement in collective action itself, as well as through collective action framing processes, Benford and Snow 2000, Hunt, Benford, and Snow 1994, Snow et al. 1986. Not only do framing processes link individuals and groups ideologically, but they proffer, buttress, and embellish identities that range from collaborative to conflictual, according to Hunt, Benford, and Snow, 1994, p. 185. Through intragroup discursive activity, movement participants form collective identities as well as define grievances, social problems, their causes, and strategies for addressing them. Increasingly, social media and other internet-based tools facilitate the formation of these collective identities, Harlow and Guo 2014. Gamson, 1990, writes that a collective action frame has three elements: a. It defines the root of the problem and its solution collectively rather than individually, b. It defines antagonists us and them, and c. It defines an injustice that can be corrected through the challenger's action, p. 155. Benford and Snow, 2000, define collective action frames as action-oriented sets of beliefs and meanings that inspire and legitimate the activities and campaigns of a social movement organization, p. 614. They write, framing denotes an active, processual phenomenon that implies agency and contention at the level of reality construction. It is active in the sense that something is being done, and processual in the sense of a dynamic, evolving process. It entails agency in the sense that what is evolving is the work of social movement organizations or movement activists. And it is contentious in the sense that it involves the generation of interpretive frames that not only differ from existing ones but that may also challenge them. The resultant products of this framing activity are referred to as collective action frames, IBAD. An important part of movement recruitment is frame alignment, which refers to the linkage of individual and SMO social movement organization interpretive orientations, such that some set of individual interests, values, and beliefs and SMO activities, goals, and ideology are congruent and complementary, Snow et al. 1986, p. 464. Activists and movements encourage frame alignment in various ways, such as by trying to appeal to other, sympathetic activists, or by stretching their frames to accommodate diverse views. When collective action frames resonate with or appeal to audiences, i.e., the targets of mobilization, they achieve frame resonance, Benford and Snow 2000, Snow and Benford 1988, Snow et al. 1986. That is to say, Successful frames work because people find them convincing or appealing. Framing theory's main strategic implication for media activism, then, is that activists can work to counter the influence of dominant framing and the protest paradigm by articulating and promoting their own collective action frames in the mass media arena. Gitlin 1980, Ryan 1991, Ryan, Caragi, and Meinholder 2001, Zald 1996. Of course, it's not as if the mass media will unproblematically transmit a faithful interpretation of a group or movement's collective action frame. Thus, there are important considerations involved with these strategic framing processes. Ryan 1991, Smith 2002, Zald 1996. Framing and cultural resonances. To begin, although framing struggles are informational struggles, they are not merely disputes over which side has its facts straight. Indeed, two or more competing frames may all convey true information. Ryan 1991, p. 54-56, 79. Framing struggles can be understood only within the context of a society's culture, its shared beliefs and understandings, symbols, and language, because framing contests are born from cultural breaks and contradictions. Gitlin 1980, Ryan 1991, Zald 1996. These contradictions occur and lead into mobilization when two or more cultural themes that are potentially contradictory are brought into active contradiction by the force of events, or when the realities of behavior are seen to be substantially different than the ideological justifications for the movement, writes Zald, 1996, p. 268. Activists and movements actively construct strategic frames in order to draw attention to cultural contradictions. For example, by recognizing and articulating the contradiction between democratic values and the unequal treatment of women and people of color, activists in the United States since the 1950s have been able to force the issues of racism and sexism onto the public stage. According to Ryan, 1991, every society features cultural resonances in which challengers can base their own frames. Cultural resonances are used to shape generally recognizable plots. Rags to riches, power corrupts. They offer easily recognized social/cultural stereotypes of characters, evil villains, honorable victims, noble heroes and heroines, and they reinforce general social goals, i.e., the underlying or implicit values that shape the way the mainstream media organize their impressions of society. For the United States, these include belief in capitalist democracy, centrism in political thought, and emphasis on individualism. The more a frame draws from the rich web of cultural resonances, the more likely it will be accepted as the obvious, natural way to interpret reality, pages 79-80. Large movements also cultivate culturally resonant master frames that later movements may draw on. These are generic collective action frames that shape discourse within movements, appeal to broad, diverse audiences, and influence activists' tactical decisions. For example, several left progressive movements operate under a nonviolence master frame, which originated with the civil rights movement, and as a result find it difficult to use or endorse violent tactics. The civil rights movement also provides language, as well as an equal rights and opportunities master frame, which several other movements have adopted and incorporated into their specific movement campaigns. Benford 2013, McAdam 1996a, Snow and Benford 1988, 1992, Zald 1996, p. 269. As framing theorist Robert Benford, 2013, observes, whereas most collective action frames are context-specific, example drunk driver frame, Cold War frame, exploited worker frame, environmental justice frame, etc., a master frame's articulations and attributions are sufficiently elastic, flexible, and inclusive enough so that any number of other social movements can successfully adopt and deploy it in their campaigns. Typically, once a social movement fashions and espouses a highly resonant frame that is broad in interpretive scope, other social movements within a cycle of protest will modify that frame and apply it to their own cause. Journalistic codes and templates of organization. Besides tapping into culturally resonant themes, activists must also frame information and messages in ways that conform to journalists' needs. Research confirms that reporters, editors, photographers, and other news workers are not passive conduits for frames and information. They work with established routines and practices, which allow them to produce news relatively easily and efficiently, and are sensitive to perceived threats to their objectivity and autonomy. Gans 1979, Skudson 2011, Sigel 1973, Tuckman 1972, 1978. Moreover, as David Altheide, 1976, argues, the organizational, practical, and other mundane features of news work promote a way of looking at events which fundamentally distorts them. p. 24. In order to limit this distortion and attract journalists' attention, activists make use of several templates of organization and repertoires of contention, i.e., techniques of social protest. Ryan 1991, Tedrow 2011, Tilley 1977, 1995, 2008, Zald 1996. Templates of organization refer to skills and technology of communication that may be drawn from the whole society. Media-related templates of organization that activists commonly rely on include writing op-eds and letters to the editor, granting interviews to journalists, appearing on talk shows, issuing press releases, holding press conferences, creating websites, and using social media. Repertoires of contention, on the other hand, are available from the whole social movement sector. Media-related repertoires of contention that activists commonly use include protests and demonstrations, picket lines, public acts of civil disobedience, street theater, and various kinds of political violence. Kahn 1991, pages 204 to 221, Ryan 1991, Salzman 2003, Zald 1996, p. 267. 71. Effectively using both sets of tools requires activists to understand various aspects of how journalists and the mass news media operate. Although an in-depth evaluation of specific framing-related media tactics falls outside the scope of this study, relevant concerns include journalistic conceptions of newsworthiness, packaging news stories, attention-grabbing visual elements, what makes for a good soundbite or slogan, and so on. Jensen 2001, McHale 2004, Ryan 1991, Salzman 2003. 72. Often, though, sensitivity to journalists' needs means playing into the logic of the protest paradigm, which values spectacle over ideas. Research indicates that a group's tactics more than its goals influences how much and what kinds of coverage it will receive. Boyle, MacLeod, and Armstrong 2012, MacLeod 2007. A peaceful protest that focuses on articulating issue positions is not likely to fit established news conventions for what makes a good news story. As such, protest groups often engage in activities that provide the kind of drama that garners media attention, observes MacLeod, 2007, p. 185. Boykoff, 2006a, argues that journalistic norms bracket mass media's framing practices, which pressures activists to radicalize their tactics and rhetoric to gain attention. The interplay between social movements and the mass media results in a dialectic of escalation in which dissidents feel pressed to amp up their tactics. Escalation is both a reaction to the ability of social movement opponents to adapt to previous tactics as well as the result of the mass media's unquenchable penchant for novelty. Dissident challengers, who are almost by definition at a disadvantage in terms of social status and resources, often try to make up for these limitations by engaging in exceptional, creative actions that are designed to gain mass media attention. Carrying out contained, sanctioned actions is not likely to get mass media attention, but disruptive, novel events improve the chances of mass media interest. This creates a dilemma where dissidents feel compelled to foment protest activities that are novel enough to be newsworthy, yet not easily dismissible as gimmicky, violent, or weird, or that distract from or trivialize their social movement goals. This can be a fine line to walk. Even if social movements are successful in garnering mainstream press, they nevertheless have to ceaselessly adapt, since what is considered exceptional, and therefore newsworthy, is an ever-shifting category. This all leads to the fomentation of pseudo-events characterized by inflated rhetoric and militancy beyond the group's capabilities, which sets the table for mass media deprecation, p. 203. Moreover, once a large national movement, e.g., the civil rights movement, the New Left, Occupy Wall Street, or Black Lives Matter finds itself in the media's floodlit social terrain, there is no going back. Gitlin 1980, pages 1-3. This suggests that activists should tread carefully when stepping into the spotlight. Framing and alternative/activist media. Framing theory also points to the significance of activist/alternative media as a tool or resource. William Gamson and David Meyer, 1996, write that movement organs can play an important role as an organizing resource. They convey activist frames and information, and can become part of a shared movement culture. On a more mundane level, they can provide a reliable source of organizing information, such as where and when a demonstration will take place, pages 287-288. Available framing research also suggests that activists have more latitude in strategic framing online than conventional mass media permit. However, it is unclear whether activists fully take advantage of the framing opportunities posed by online media. DeLuca, Lawson, and Sun 2012, Harlow and Johnson 2011, Zick et al. 2008. Arguably, capitalist-owned social media such as Facebook, Tumblr, and Twitter mitigate these concerns because they allow activists to take advantage of media consumption habits in the socio-technological complex by directly reaching a potentially ever-growing group. However, activists who rely exclusively or primarily on these social media for outreach are playing in someone else's sandbox. Avoiding media coverage, a non-implication. Finally, framing theory is notable for what it does not imply. As noted above, based on the available framing research, theorists conclude that although media treatments may be problematic, activists should nevertheless seek media attention. Yet this perspective overlooks that there may be important reasons not to seek coverage. For example, movements often expend considerable resources in efforts to respond to the tactics of the dominant frame, Ryan 1991. Rather than waste resources to engage in framing struggles, activists may find that a more sensible course of action ignores or avoids framing contests altogether. In addition, framing accounts overlook that silence can serve a strategic purpose when activists confront certain dilemmas, such as whether to engage with media outlets external to social movements, whether to respond to negative media coverage, and how to address or publicly deal with losing issues. Rollinger 2015, pages 5-10. Building on this insight, Deanna Rollinger advocates a strategic choice approach for understanding media movement interactions, which recognizes the importance of media framing of activists but also emphasizes that activists make decisions in light of current organizational and political realities, pages 3-4. Anarchism and framing. Framing theory represents a rich conceptual toolbox for examining issues such as how the mass news media construct and promote dominant interpretations of reality, how these frames suppress activists, dissidents, and movements, how activists transform the mass media arena into a site of struggle, and how activists construct and promote their own narratives by tapping into cultural resonances and exploiting the routines and logic of news media systems. Given the vast literature on these topics, now spanning decades, it is hardly surprising that activists use framing concepts to evaluate strategic and tactical proposals, or that scholars, activists, and other critics express concern over how social political issues, activists, and movements are framed or depicted in coverage. Despite framing theory's strengths and obvious appeal, though, anarchism problematizes much of its received wisdom regarding activist participation in framing processes, strategic frames, and state power, media depictions of political violence, and the relationship between framing theory and power structures. Participation in framing processes. To begin, From an anarchist perspective, framing theory inadequately addresses the problem of unequal participation in meaning-making. This stems from researchers' tendency to anthropomorphize social movements, which leads them to gloss over ideological differences within movements and neglect the role that human agency plays in constructing and promoting collective action frames. Movement scholars often write about social movements as speaking, framing, interpreting, acting, and the like, that is, engaging in activities that only human beings are capable of doing. Social movements do not frame issues, their activists or other participants do the framing, writes Benford, 1997, p. 418. Within movements, groups, and organizations, certain voices wield more influence than others do in the construction of strategic frames and overarching master frames. Gamson and Wolfsfeld, 1993, argue that, because activists do not have automatic standing in the news media, journalists tend to treat activists as more or less credible according to their organizational strength, resources, professionalism, coordination, media sophistication, and objectives. In other words, activists' influence over framing processes is partly a function of how well they emulate establishment actors. Strategic framing approaches tend to favor movement celebrities, spokespersons, media-savvy organizers, large nonprofits and foundations, and activists whose views are more moderate than radical. Gamson and Wolfsfeld 1993, Gitlin 1980, Martin 1998, Mendez 2011, Ryan 1991. This can be a significant disadvantage for marginalized groups such as women, people of color, immigrants, prisoners, gays and lesbians, transgendered people, political radicals, and others who historically have lacked social, economic, and political resources and power. Hyder 2000, Mendez 2011, Zinn 1980/2003. This points to a catch-22. Framing theory suggests that marginalized groups stand to gain power by promoting their own frames, but it also implies that the relative success of strategic framing efforts depends on how much power those groups have in the first place. The participation problem is especially concerning given that so many media-savvy activists are progressives and liberals connected to the nonprofit industrial complex, NPIC, i.e., the system of relationships between government, the owning classes, foundations, and nonprofit social service and social justice organizations that results in the surveillance, control, derailment, and everyday management of political movements. Rodriguez 2007, p. 21. Furthermore, due to differences in power, status, resources, cultural knowledge, education, race, and ethnicity, not all groups or activists can make effective use of the routinized templates of organization or repertoires of contention that define mainstream media activism. This is especially true of those who operate at the margins of society or outside the NPIC. For example, groups who lack economic power usually cannot afford to hire public relations firms or produce expensive press packets. Hyder 2000, p. 58. Rather than accept or encourage tactical and strategic implications that privilege the views of NPIC-affiliated activists and other, more moderate actors over marginalized and radical voices, an anarchist approach to strategic framing might seek to increase the number of diverse views involved in frame construction, divert resources from the NPIC to grassroots efforts operating on shoestring budgets, and provide underrepresented, marginalized groups with more opportunities and room to make strategic framing choices and engage in media activism. Strategic framing and the state. Another anarchist concern is that activists' strategic framing efforts can augment the power of state agencies and institutions. To take one example, zero-tolerance laws and tough penalties for drunk driving are directly related to collaborative strategic framing efforts involving citizens groups such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving as well as federal, state, and local policymakers, who laid the blame for alcohol-related driving deaths squarely on drunk drivers and embraced a law enforcement strategy to address this problem. McCarthy 1994. As McCarthy, 1994, explains, the movement against drunk driving was only possible through the earlier efforts of federal, state, and local functionaries. It emerged without direct assistance from the state, but it could not have emerged when it did had the federal functionaries not worked so diligently and successfully in framing the issue and mobilizing a collectivity of diverse state advocates in support of it. Only with the movement's emergence, however, were the many state functionaries able to bring their framing of the issue to wide public attention through the mass media, p. 155. Unlike the early 20th century national prohibition movement, which treated alcoholism as a public health problem that threatened commerce and liberty, Blocher 2006, Pegram 1998, Rumberger 1989, the activist-sponsored anti-drunk driver frame adopts a law and order perspective that links alcohol consumption with criminal behavior. In doing so, the frame implicitly supports in-care policies that allow the state to penetrate people's lives, in addition to facing jail time, fines, and community service. People with DUI and DWI convictions often find it more difficult to secure jobs, education, scholarships, and other opportunities. To take another example, over the past 2 decades, in the wake of several high-profile mass shootings throughout the United States, activists in the gun control reform movement have engaged in strategic framing efforts to push for tighter federal restrictions on firearms. Mass shootings and other gun-related deaths and injuries are certainly a serious problem in this country, and research indicates that there is direct link between gun availability and homicides and suicides committed with firearms. Hemingway 2004, Hepburn and Hemingway 2004, Miller et al. 2006, Miller, Israel, and Hemingway 2002, Miller and Hemingway 1999, 2001. More Americans now die by guns than cars, at a rate of over 30,000 fatalities a year, and Congress will not even allow the Center for Disease Control to conduct research on this problem, because doing so would upset gun manufacturers. Diamond 2015. As Tom Diaz, 1999, observes, firearms manufacturers vigorously conceal information that most other U.S. industries routinely reveal. Indeed, the firearms industry is a business so secret that it makes the tobacco industry look like a model of transparency. p. 5. Given the circumstances, it is easy to see why victims' family members, parents, and teachers, and other activists push for tougher regulations on people's ability to own or purchase firearms. However, this frame does not address deeper issues related to the causes and consequences of gun violence and firearms control in the United States. In particular, gun control laws both stigmatize and criminalize those who are most affected by gun violence, namely, those defined as mentally ill, people of color, and queer, gender nonconforming, and transsexual folk of color, without addressing the sources of violence against these communities. Arkels 2013, Cover 2013, Gurevich 2015, Kaplan and Kirby 2013, Mitzi and McLeish 2015. Gabriel Arkels, 2013, writes, "Gun control laws are a mechanism of this criminalization. Rather than preventing violence, most existing and proposed gun control laws increase violence through creating more mechanisms for the search, arrest, prosecution, and incarceration of marginalized communities, particularly communities of color. Laws purportedly about reducing guns and gun violence serve to justify greater use of guns on the part of law enforcement and corrections officers to enforce those laws." p. 857. And as political scientist Alex Gurevich, 2015, observes, "It is perhaps counterintuitive to say so, but gun control responses to mass killings, whether racially motivated or otherwise, are a deep mistake. The standard form of gun control means writing more criminal laws, creating new crimes, and therefore creating more criminals or more reasons for police to suspect people of crimes. More than that, it means creating yet more pretexts for a militarized police, full of racial and class prejudice, to over-police. Furthermore, as these observations hint at, the gun control frame overlooks police killings of civilians, especially of young black men, even though Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the United Nations Human Rights Council have all criticized the United States for its police violence and racial discrimination. Amnesty 2015, Collins 1998, Sheriff 2015. This frame also emphasizes mental illness in shooters, which is rarely a factor, while failing to address how white supremacy, misogyny, and toxic masculinity motivate killers who perpetrate mass shootings. Chu 2015, Mitzi and McLeish 2015. Rather than view gun violence as primarily a regulatory problem, an alternative collective action frame might treat it as a public health issue to be confronted in myriad ways, example by promoting free access to mental and medical health care, racial justice, and true disarmament, that is, reducing widespread access to firearms but also disarming and demilitarizing the police, decreasing incarceration, keeping cops out of public schools and marginalized communities, and breaking up the military. Prison Industrial Complex, Alexander 2010, Arkels 2013, Balco 2013, Chu 2015, Williams 2015. 73. This framing would not only affirm radical values, but would also align with anarchism's position that state crimes can be eliminated by abolishing the state. Martin 1995. Political violence and framing. A major area of concern is the manner in which the protest paradigm and collective action frames, in particular the nonviolence master frame which has been carried down from the civil rights movement, shape perceptions of political violence and influence activists' tactical options. Within the anarchist tradition, the use of violent tactics historically has been a complex issue. Not only do anarchists disagree on the role that violence plays in social struggles, but there is no general consensus on what constitutes violence. Anonymous 1 1979/1990, Chan 2004, Epstein 2001, Gordon 2008, Martin 2008, Richards 1993, Schmidt and van der Waal 2009, Wolf 1969. 74. Indeed, anarchists are even reluctant to describe actions as violent or use terms such as revolution, suggesting that anarchism's ideological ambivalence regarding political violence poses a strategic paradox. Chan 2004, Gordon 2008. It was not always so. In the late 19th and early 20th century, Marxists, anarchists, and other radicals all assumed that revolution would be a bloody affair. Insurrectionary anarchists such as Johann Most and Alexander Berkman even held that propaganda of the deed assassinations, terrorism, and other acts of political violence and criminality carried out against members of the ruling class could foment social revolution. Berkman 1912/1999, Gordon 2008, Schmidt and van der Waal 2009. After these movements dispersed in the early 20th century, though, the civil rights movement, which emerged in the 1950s, eschewed violent tactics, contributing to inspiring later social movements to do the same. According to Gordon, 2008. It was only in the second half of the 20th century that a principled commitment to nonviolence came to the fore in the worldviews of progressive social movements. But this happened during a period where anarchism had already largely disappeared from the scene, and it was in its absence that civil rights and anti-war movements popularized the notion of nonviolent action in public discourse, inspired by figures such as Mohandas K. Gandhi and Martin Luther King. Later, the movements at whose intersection anarchism reappeared were either squarely rooted in this new tradition of civil rights pacifism, as in the case of the women's anti-nuclear movement, or focused on self-endangering tactics without too much attention to questions of violence, as in the case of direct action environmental defense, pages 80-81. As a result, when anarchism re-emerged with political inertia in the 1990s, it found itself in an environment where a culture of nonviolent radicalism had achieved a hegemonic status, which has weakened creative thinking on the issue. p. 81. Against this perceived hegemony, some anarchists and other radicals argue that pacifism, the belief that political violence of any kind is unjustifiable under any circumstances, is a pathological, counter-revolutionary philosophy. Churchill 1998, Gelderloos 2007, 2013, Ryan 1998. In response to critics and activists' arguments that violent tactics are unethical, many anarchists counter that whether activists should use violence is a tactical question, not a moral one. Against claims that nonviolent tactics are proven to be effective, these anarchists contend that activists ought to embrace a diversity of tactics, meaning effective combinations drawn from a full range of tactics that might lead to liberation from all components of this oppressive system: white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, and the state, according to Gelderloos, 2007, p. 3. This is not to say, of course, that advocates of tactical diversity believe violent tactics are appropriate or necessary in every situation. Moreover, there are limits on what violent tactics can realistically achieve. Gordon 2008, very few anarchists believe political conditions are ideal for violent revolution. 75. In any case, it is fair to say that even though anarchists remain divided on the subject of political violence, nevertheless anarchist argumentation, practice, and modern warfare have eroded the taboo on violent repertories of contention over the past 2 decades. Epstein 2001, p. 12, Gordon 2008, p. 86. Although most reject lethal actions such as bombings and assassinations, contemporary anarchists and other radical anti-capitalists sometimes rely on non-lethal violent tactics at protests and demonstrations, such as property destruction and confrontations with police. Gelderloos 2007, 2013, Gordon 2008, Van Dusen and Massa 2010. Because these actions, which directly challenge the nonviolence master frame, are covered by the mass media from the perspective of the protest paradigm, and perhaps more importantly, because deprecatory media coverage of violent social protest provokes intense debate among activists, the use of political violence raises important questions about its appropriateness and political consequences. Without arguing for or against the use of violent tactics, and while remaining agnostic on the question of what constitutes violence, it is useful to examine some of the issues at the heart of activist debate on this topic. A major dispute among anarchists and other radical activists concerns whether violent tactics divert attention from the social issues that activists seek to address, or otherwise distract from their strategic framing efforts at protests and demonstrations. This is closely related to another concern, namely, whether violent tactics aid movement efforts to gain public support, attract new recruits, or raise consciousness. To take a notable example, during the 1999 anti-WTO protests in Seattle, which united over 70,000 alter-globalization activists in massive street demonstrations, a small contingent of anarchists numbering perhaps a few hundred clashed with police and destroyed commercial retail property while participating in black blocs, i.e., ad hoc affinity groups made up of individuals who wear black clothing and masks in order to remain anonymous and show solidarity with one another. As a tactic, the black bloc allows activists to push protests into more militant directions, such as property destruction and street fighting with police, while protecting participants from being arrested, identified, and/or prosecuted. Active Transformation 2002, Albert 1999, Epstein 2001, InfoShop 2004, Van Dusen and Massa 2010. 76. After mass news media circulated images of activists smashing the windows of corporate storefronts in downtown Seattle, those who participated in black blocs defended their actions in communiques. Van Dusen and Massa 2010, arguing that window smashing, and the police violence that it provoked, had brought the attention of the media and given the demonstration a prominence that it would not have otherwise had, according to Epstein, 2001, p. 12. Unconvinced by the anarchists' justification for property destruction, veteran activists criticized those who engaged in violence. Writing in Z magazine shortly after the events, Michael Albert, 1999, leveled several criticisms against these actions. The events in Seattle had, before any trashing occurred, already entirely hamstrung the WTO. The addition of trashing had no positive effects. It did not win useful visibility that would otherwise have been absent. It did not enlarge the number of folks participating or empathizing with the demonstration. It did not cause more substantive information to be conveyed either in the mainstream or on the left. It did not respect, much less enlarge, democracy. What it did do, instead, was, a. divert attention from the real issues, b. provide a pretext for repression which would otherwise have been unequivocally seen as crushing legitimate dissent, and, c. and arguably most important, cause many to feel that dissent is an unsympathetic undertaking in which, instead of actors respecting one another, some, at least, feel that they have the right to undemocratically violate the intentions and desires of most others. Other participants and observers proffered similar criticisms. For instance, in an open letter to the demonstrators, a group of movement veterans argued that those who engaged in property destruction possibly shut out opportunities for consciousness raising, destroyed their own credibility by displaying a lack of consciousness, such as a protester who destroyed a Nike window while wearing Nike shoes, possibly contributed to turn off average people from the crucial central message that these corporations are the real vandals and violators, and allowed the media to replace coverage of mass mobilization with fringe vandalism. Campbell et al. 2002, pages 192 to 193. Various left progressive accounts of the Battle of Seattle have also sought to distance the anti-WDO protesters from expressions of anarchist militancy, example Solid and Solid 2009, Thomas 2000. This debate between defenders and opponents of political violence might be thought of as representing, on some level, a dispute over the significance of framing concepts. Even if they do not mention ideas such as media framing, activists who oppose political violence on public alienation grounds implicitly hitch their assessment of these tactics to the protest paradigm and nonviolence master frame, that is, a specific theoretical conception of news media performance, its likely effects on media audiences, and associated strategic implications. On the other side of this coin, activists who endorse or condone the use of violent tactics may be thought of as rejecting the basic precepts of the nonviolence master frame and the protest paradigm's implied political consequences. From this vantage point, it could be argued that those who base their tactical analyses in the protest paradigm take a dim view of activists' agency in framing processes, as well as of media audience members' ability to draw their own conclusions from news accounts of activism and social protest. One possible alternative approach would be to modify theoretical conceptions by incorporating ideas such as audience reception theory and resistant reading, which stress that media audiences often receive and interpret media texts, information, messages, etc., in counterintuitive ways, which their original communicators, in this case, journalists working in the mass news media, might not have intended, and which might even transcend prevailing cultural attitudes and beliefs. Fattorelli 1978. Fisk 1987/2011, Hall 1980, Holub 1984/2003, Jaws 1982. 77. This approach, which recognizes that media audience members can actively engage with cultural texts and look past dominant interpretations of reality, values the autonomy/agency of activists and media audiences. It also moves beyond the protest paradigm's adversarial conception of news media to suggest how deprecatory news coverage of activists can possibly serve a strategic purpose. Psychological research indicates that there is value in random, unanticipated, or disruptive stimuli, because this can foster creative thinking. Schooler and Dougal 1999. Those who think about media movement interactions along these lines might consider it valuable for activists to embrace disruptive resistance tactics and their status as deviant actors. In this view, disparaging news coverage of activist violence can, somewhat paradoxically, actually attract public support for a movement or draw more people to a cause. This is especially true when media audiences are already skeptical of how mass news media frame social political information, events, and issues. 78. This perspective is exemplified by Gelder-Loos, 2007, for example, who suggests that mass media coverage of activist violence at the anti-WDO protests actually had positive political consequences. The official claim was that the violence of the protests demonized the entire movement. In fact, the violence of Seattle intrigued and attracted more new people to the movement than were attracted by the tranquility of any subsequent mass mobilization. The corporate media did not and never will explain the motives of the activists, but the violence, the visible manifestation of passion and fury, of militant commitment in an otherwise absurd world, motivated thousands to do that research on their own. P. 57. Moreover, there is no reason in principle why mass media coverage of political violence must always be palatable to media audiences in order to advance a movement's goals. For instance, the Animal Liberation Front, ALF, a clandestine, leaderless network of radicals who use direct action methods in order to protect the rights of non-human animals, arguably benefits from deprecatory media treatments, because even bad press coverage of acts of sabotage and violence committed by ALF activists advances the goal of animal liberation by contesting widespread cultural ignorance about animal suffering. When in August 2003 animal rights activists bombed the offices of the Chiron Corporation because of its ties to Huntington Life Sciences, a biomedical research company that tests on animals, the event was covered by over 100 newspapers and reminded millions of Americans that not everyone condones vivisection. Dawn 2004. Of course, even if political violence can attract media coverage that possibly benefits activists, this does not necessarily translate to heightened consciousness or other indicators of movement growth. Critics challenge riot porn videos and photos of riots and confrontations between activists and police on the grounds that these images merely fetishize political violence. Harvey 2009, Nomad 2013, Rasa 2014. Furthermore, because activist violence is typically met with state violence, an important issue to consider is the extent to which media depictions of violent tactics invite state repression, such as by heightening the risk of inciting police violence against activists involved in protests and demonstrations. Example: Albert 1999, Epstein 2001, Harvey 2009. Defenders of tactical diversity do not appear to disagree with the critics on this point. However, they argue that the threat of repression is not a compelling reason to exclude violent tactics from the activist toolbox. Activist violence invites state repression, sure, but this is to be expected when issuing a violent challenge to the state. As Mike Ryan, 1998, asks, do we really believe that if we could devise a nonviolent means of eliminating the state we would be allowed to proceed unhindered in carrying it out? The state is violent in its very nature. P. 135, emphasis in original. It should be noted, too, that activists are not always responsible for inciting violence. During the anti-WDO protests, police began attacking demonstrators before Black Bloc participants began to act, and in fact, the first act of property destruction occurred when police fired a tear gas grenade through a store window. Active Transformation 2002, p. 188. Over the past decade, following the demise of the anti-war and Occupy Wall Street movements, anarchists and other radicals have begun to question the usefulness of violent tactics such as black blocs and property destruction, as well as nonviolent tactics such as protests, press conferences, and sit-ins, because these have become stale, routinized behaviors for journalists, activists, media audiences, and the targets of social protest. Example: Day 2005, Nomad 2013. However, most activists have avoided hard conversations about whether certain strategies and tactics remain relevant, and continue to rely on familiar or comfortable repertoires of contention, which now might be moribund. Even though the global protests against the impending U.S. invasion of Iraq in February 2003 were the largest in recorded human history, it is doubtful that these actions had any appreciable impact on U.S. policy. In fact, war planners likely viewed these actions as completely irrelevant, and within a few years, participation in the U.S. anti-war movement dropped off significantly. A 2-year survey study of 5,398 anti-war activists in 24 different U.S. cities showed that the movement demobilized as Democrats, who had been motivated to join anti-war efforts by anti-Republican sentiment, withdrew from anti-war activity, putting their efforts into political campaigns, Heaney and Rojas 2011. Activist summit hopping, journeying around the country, continent, or world in order to attend a series of mass demonstrations has been criticized as an exclusionary, elitist practice that fails to connect with local organizing efforts. Burns 2012, Day 2005, Pastor and Lopresti 2004. Critics also argue that black blocs and riot porn are divorced from real strategies for social change, example Harvey 2009. Arguably radical anti-capitalists are in the midst of a tactical impasse, Anonymous 2013, Nomad 2013. A final concern related to media coverage of political violence is whether violent tactics are compatible with anarchism's ethical political commitments and emphasis on prefigurative politics, Albert 1999, Gordon 2008, Martin 2008. Gordon, 2008, summarizes the problem. Can violence ever be coherent with strategies that are an embryonic representation of an anarchist society? Unlike other revolutionary movements, anarchists explicitly distance themselves from the position that the end justifies the means. They cannot say that violence, on whatever level, would be justified because it helps achieve a free society. Rather, they believe that means and ends should always be of the same substance, pages 97 to 98. As a defender of strict nonviolence, Martin, 2008, argues that nonviolent social protest can be organized openly, allowing for widespread participation in activism, including of women, children, the elderly, and people with disabilities, and that nonviolence is compatible with the goal of living in a society without organized violence. On the other hand, as Gordon, 2008, observes, it can be argued by defenders of tactical diversity that anarchist violence against the state is precisely prefigurative of anarchist social relations, because anarchists would expect people to defend themselves from attempts to reconstitute or impose social hierarchy, p. 99. Framing's inattention to power. A notable strength of framing research is its ideational component, which values activists' goals and beliefs as they relate to collection action framing processes. However, framing research may be criticized for overlooking the roles that ideology and powerful institutional actors play in shaping news media frames, Caragi and Roefs 2004, Oliver and Johnston 2000. Whereas early framing studies such as Gitlin's, 1980, emerged from the critical research tradition and focused on how powerful social, political, and cultural influences shape frame construction processes, recent studies tended to move away from these roots. Rees, 2007, for instance, laments that framing researchers will often give an obligatory nod to the literature before proceeding to do whatever they were going to do in the first place, while graduate students he works with use framing theory simply as a hook for their content analyses, p. 151. Recognizing this limitation, some researchers have argued that critical theoretical concepts such as ideology, media hegemony, and political economy may serve as useful correctives to the neglect of power in framing research, Caragi and Roefs 2004, Oliver and Johnston 2000, Tedrow 2009, 2011. Worrell, Coy, and Manny 2008. Dominant ideology and media hegemony. Do all power struggles reduce to acts of coercion and resistance, or can groups secure and maintain power without using force or violence to impose their will? The writings of Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Antonio Gramsci invite radicals to consider the role that ideology plays in power struggles, especially in Western democratic capitalist societies such as the United States, where outright coercion is generally considered unusual. 79. The term ideology is a slippery, contested concept, infused with multiple, incompatible meanings due to its wide application in different texts related to philosophy, history, sociology, Marxism, feminism, race, politics, language, media, communications, and other fields of study. Eagleton 1991, Laraine 1979, Lull 2000, McClellan 1995, Remen 2013, Thompson 1984, 1990. For this reason, it is useful to begin by examining some important dimensions of the term as it appears in activist and critical scholarly discourse. According to John Thompson, 1990, a prominent theorist of ideology, conceptions of ideology are either neutral or critical. Neutral conceptions are those which purport to characterize phenomena as ideology or ideological without implying that these phenomena are necessarily misleading, illusory or aligned with the interests of any particular group, p. 53. Neutral conceptions may also be described as non-evaluative conceptions. According to philosopher Tommy Shelby, 2003, the non-evaluative use of ideology is epistemically and morally neutral. It does not take a stand on whether one should accept or oppose a given ideology, p.156, emphasis in original. Activists and scholars employ neutral/non-evaluative conceptions when they define ideology broadly to refer to the organized systems of beliefs, values, aspirations, and/or worldviews of specific individuals, groups, classes, or institutions. For instance, James Lull, 2000, formulates a neutral conception of ideology. In the most general sense, ideology is organized thought, sets of values, orientations, and predispositions that are expressed through technologically mediated and interpersonal communication. Ideologies are internally coherent ways of thinking. They are points of view that may or may not be true, that is, ideologies are not necessarily grounded in historically or empirically verifiable fact. Ideologies may be tightly or loosely organized. Some are complex and well endeavored to bring his work to a wider audience. Nevertheless, Carey's work is still not widely known outside of, or even within, academic circles. Indeed, even within Marx's prodigious body of writing, the term ideology takes on multiple meanings. For more, see Michel Barrett's, 1991, The Politics of Truth, From Marx to Foucault, Chapter 1. Integrated, others endure. Some meet strong resistance, others have immediate and phenomenal impact, p. 13, emphasis in original. In the neutral view, different political ideologies include fascism, nationalism, conservatism, liberalism, socialism, Marxism, anarchism, and so on. Religious and spiritual belief systems such as Christianity and Islam also represent ideologies, as do other internally coherent ways of thinking about different aspects of social reality, such as sexism, racism, patriotism, anthropocentrism, and technological determinism. Institutional actors may also be said to operate according to ideologies, such as corporatism or neoliberalism. These ideologies guide action by helping those who ascribe to these belief systems to explain and interpret the world. They make specific normative claims about the social order and people's roles therein. Ideologies prescribe how things should be, distinguish between right and wrong, as well as positive and negative, etc., and provide bases for evaluating competing belief systems. Critical conceptions of ideology, on the other hand, are those which convey a negative, critical, or pejorative sense. Unlike neutral conceptions, critical conceptions imply that the phenomena characterized as ideology or ideological are misleading, illusory, or one-sided, and the very characterization of phenomena as ideology carries with it an implicit criticism or condemnation of them, according to Thompson, 1990, pages 53-4. Critical conceptions may also be described as evaluative conceptions. To claim that a particular belief system is ideological, in the evaluative sense, is to impute to the system of belief some negative characteristic, that provides a reason to reject it, or at least some significant part of it, in its present form, observes Shelby, 2003, p. 157. Activists, dissidents, critical scholars, and others employ critical conceptions when they criticize, disparage, or condemn specific ideas or beliefs by labeling them as ideology and/or ideological. For instance, many leftists would label as ideological the belief that poor folk could improve their lot by working harder, because this belief assumes a capitalist view of economic reality and a just social order. 80. Thompson, 1990, argues that neutral conceptions tend to overlook several problems related to the intersection of power and belief, which critical conceptions were formulated in order to draw attention to, example Marx 1859-1970, Marx and Engels 1932-1970. It is troubling, but hardly surprising, that status quo defenders dismiss radical left views as ideological, with no apparent sense of irony. Even so, there are important difficulties associated with critical conceptions. A main one, as Terry Eagleton, 1991, observes, is that not every body of belief which people commonly term ideological is associated with a dominant political power. p6, emphasis in original. For example, many activists and scholars find it useful to speak of socialist or feminist ideologies as distinct from capitalist or sexist ideologies. It is also worth mentioning that this dissertation employs a neutral conception of ideology in its examination of communications scholars' different research orientations. Neutral conceptions cannot be dispensed with simply because they create antinomies. Indeed, these conceptions arguably reflect how the term ideology most commonly is used. Another difficulty associated with critical conceptions is that the object of criticism is not always entirely clear. Here Shelby, 2003, offers clarification. The charge of ideology can be directed at symbolic representations that are embodied, not in the consciousness of individuals, but in discourse and cultural products, such as slogans, jokes, print media, film, theater, music, art, advertisements, television programming, websites, and the like. p. 158. For instance, media texts that invoke racist stereotypes, e.g., that blacks are athletes, criminals, or unintelligent, can be described as ideological in the critical sense. Brister, Lee, and Hunt 1995, Ewan and Ewan 2008, Hall 1995, Shelby 2003. Stuart Hall, 1995, relates three important points about ideologies. First, ideologies do not consist of isolated and separate concepts, but in the articulation of different elements into a distinctive set or chain of meanings. p. 18. For instance, in liberal ideology, terms such as capitalism and freedom may be associated with individual liberty and the free market, whereas these terms take on very different meanings in radical left political ideologies such as Marxism or anarchism, which consider capitalism to be an unjust economic system and view the pursuit of freedom as a collective enterprise. Second, although individuals can make ideological assertions, ideologies are not the product of individual consciousness or intention. Rather, we formulate our intentions within ideology. p. 19, emphasis in original. Unlike frames, which people actively construct and promote, ideologies are formed collectively through unconscious processes. People speak through ideologies, which predate individuals and provide them the means to make sense of their social environments. The transformation of ideologies is thus a collective process and practice, not an individual one, he writes. Ibid. Third, according to Hall, ideologies work by constructing for their subjects, individual and collective, positions of identification and knowledge which allow them to utter ideological truths as if they were their authentic authors. Ibid. Despite the conceptual ambiguities associated with the term, for activists, dissidents, and scholars, ideology in both its neutral/non-evaluative and critical/evaluative senses is a foundational concept for understanding the power of cultural and informational institutions such as schools, organized religion, the culture industries, music, cinema, television, etc., and the mass news media. For activists and dissidents, an issue of particular significance is the perceived role of bourgeois ideology in defending the status quo and preserving dominant class relations. Below, I examine two accounts of mass media which develop this theme. the dominant ideology thesis and the media hegemony thesis. Dominant ideology thesis. Critical conceptions of ideology can be traced to Marx and Engels, who argued that the bourgeoisie, i.e., society's ruling class, obscures capitalist oppression and masks its true intentions by producing and transmitting ideological phenomena, defined asymmetrically as those ideas, values, and aspirations which express the interests of the ruling class. Marx 1859-1970, p. 21, Marx and Engels 1932-1970, Thompson 1990. In a famous passage in their book The German Ideology, Marx and Engels, 1932-1970, write: "The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e. the class which is the ruling material force of society, is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. The ruling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, the dominant material relationships grasped as ideas, hence of the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. The individuals composing the ruling class possess among other things consciousness, and therefore think. Insofar, therefore, as they rule as a class and determine the extent and compass of an epoch, it is self-evident that they do this in its whole range, hence among other things rule also as thinkers, as producers of ideas, and regulate the production and distribution of the ideas of their age, thus their ideas are the ruling ideas of the epoch." p. 64-65, emphasis in original. This view of ideology lays the foundation for the dominant ideology thesis of mass media, which may be summarized as follows: there exists a set of beliefs, values, and aspirations which constitute a dominant ideology that reflects the interests of those who belong to society's ruling class, who stand to benefit from its influence. As members of the ruling class, those who own and control the mass media and culture industries manipulate media content, both overtly and subtly, in order to disseminate dominant ideology to the members of the working class. The propagation of dominant ideology creates widespread acceptance of capitalism and society's class structure among members of the working class, what Marxists refer to as false consciousness, which produces working class quiescence despite unfair and oppressive economic conditions. Because it inhibits the development of working class consciousness, the influence of dominant ideology is instrumental in reproducing class relations in capitalist society, as well as neutralizing anti-capitalist resistance. Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, Abercrombie and Turner 1978, Althusser 1965-2005, 1971-2008, Marx and Engels 1932-1970, Marcuse 1964-1991, Miliband 1969, Poulantzas 1973, Thompson 1990, pages 85-97. Even though Marx and Engels did not consider the ideological incorporation of the working class into capitalist society to be a serious issue, the dominant ideology thesis nevertheless has become a cornerstone of their followers' accounts of how social reproduction occurs in capitalist societies. Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, p. 8. From a critical media studies perspective, the thesis is notable for several reasons. It theorizes about the adversarial role of mass media. It suggests that a process of massive indoctrination occurs in capitalist societies. It accounts for the conformist, conservative outlook of the mainstream press, and it challenges the pluralist assumption that the mass media provide a forum for ideologically diverse views. Miliband 1969. For these reasons and others, the dominant ideology thesis is a common analytical substructure in Marxist analyses of social reproduction and the power of mass media. Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, Abercrombie and Turner 1978, Thompson 1990. The French Marxist philosopher Louis Althusser, 1971-2008, provides a well-known formulation of the dominant ideology thesis in his essay Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses. Althusser takes a structuralist view of society in which the social whole is a totality of instances, relatively interdependent and relatively autonomous, Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, p. 31. Focusing his attention on those institutions which, in his view, have considerable autonomy from society's economic base, he argues that one group of institutions constitute a repressive state apparatus, SA, which includes the government, the head of state, police, courts, prisons, and the military. According to Althusser, 1971/2008, the state is a machine of repression, which enables the ruling classes to ensure their domination over the working class, thus enabling the former to subject the latter to the process of surplus value extortion, i.e. to capitalist exploitation, p. 11. Another group of institutions constitute ideological state apparatuses, ISAs, distinct from the SA. Unlike the SA, which Althusser treats as a single entity, there exists a plurality of ISAs, such as the religious ISA, the educational ISA, the family ISA, the legal ISA, the political ISA, the trade union ISA, the communications ISA, and the cultural ISA, pages 17 to 18. What distinguishes the ISAs from the repressive state apparatus is the following basic difference: the repressive state apparatus functions by violence, whereas the ideological state apparatuses function by ideology, writes Althusser, pages 18 to 19. Each ISA is responsible for conveying different components of the dominant ideology. For example, the political ISA subjects individuals to the dominant political ideology, fascism, democracy, etc., while the mass media subject individuals to nationalism, chauvinism, liberalism, moralism, and so on. Althusser argues that the school represents the dominant ISA, but together, the ISAs all provide the knowledge and ideological discipline necessary for members of the working class to reproduce the capitalist system. All ideological state apparatuses, whatever they are, contribute to the same result, the reproduction of the relations of production, i.e. of capitalist relations of exploitation, p. 28. 81. In the standard, Marxist formulation of the dominant ideology thesis, which focuses primarily on social reproduction and cohesion under capitalism, dominant ideologies express dominant class relations, Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, Abercrombie and Turner 1978, Thompson 1990. An alternative formulation of the thesis, on the other hand, generalizes the concept of dominant ideology to refer to all of those prevailing, rarely questioned ideas, values, and aspirations related to a society's politics, economics, and culture. These ideologies shape prevailing social attitudes and set the parameters for acceptable thought within and between institutions such as government, courts, mass media, corporations, workplaces, unions, schools, churches, and families. As Lull, 2000, writes, selected ways of thinking are advocated through a variety of channels by those in society who have widespread political and economic power. The ongoing manipulation of public information and imagery by society's power holders constructs a particular kind of ideology, a dominant ideology which helps sustain the material and cultural interests of its creators, p. 14, emphasis in original. This articulation of the dominant ideology thesis moves beyond classical Marxism's focus on state-organized social reproduction by drawing attention to the influence of a wider array of society's power holders. It recognizes multiple realities of oppression, not just class oppression, and allows activists and theorists to contrast dominant ideologies with oppositional ideologies such as socialism, anarchism, and feminism. By way of illustration, consider the ideology of patriotism defined as loyalty, support, service, and devotion to one's country, Worrell, Coy, and Manny 2008, p. 53, which exerts significant influence in the United States, Gallup 2013, 2014a, 2015. Patriotism entails a set of beliefs and values regarding appropriate political thought and behavior. It suggests that Americans should support and respect the nation's president, system of government, members of the armed forces, and national symbols such as the American flag. Moreover, to be patriotic is viewed as good or commendable. Unpatriotic people are considered to be deviant, dangerous, selfish, or ungrateful. Although patriotic beliefs appear as common sense to many Americans, they could be described as ideological according to a critical conception of ideology, because they mask unpleasant realities about U.S. leaders, icons, government policies, etc. According to a neutral view of ideology, we might say that patriotism's normative implications conflict with other ideologies. For instance, the slogan "Support the troops" is an obvious dictum for patriotic citizens, but from a radical left-wing or anarchist perspective this assertion is naive and possibly dangerous, because it discourages citizens from questioning government policy or the morality of war, while implicitly demanding that those who oppose war drop their opposition to this policy. Goldman 1917-1969, pages 127 to 144. Jensen 2004, pages 19 to 21. Media hegemony thesis. Another important account of ideological influence comes from Antonio Gramsci, an Italian communist and intensely creative Marxist theorist imprisoned for much of his life by the fascist dictator Mussolini. Forgax 1988, Gramsci 1971, Jones 2006, Lears 1985, Sassoon 1987. Like the dominant ideology thesis, Gramsci's theory of hegemony attempts to explain how members of the ruling class maintain a position of dominance without using force or violence to impose their will. According to Gramsci, the supremacy of a ruling class in any given society rests on both domination, i.e., forms of coercion institutionalized in the state, as well as intellectual and moral leadership. As Gramsci, 1971, writes, the supremacy of a social group manifests itself in two ways, as domination and as intellectual and moral leadership. A social group dominates antagonistic groups, which it tends to liquidate, or to subjugate perhaps even by armed force. It leads kindred and allied groups. A social group can, and indeed must, already exercise leadership before winning governmental power. This indeed is one of the principal conditions for the winning of such power. It subsequently becomes dominant when it exercises power, but even if it holds it firmly in its grasp, it must continue to lead as well. Pages 57 to 58. In Gramsci's view, it is not enough for ruling groups in a society to exercise control through state coercion and the means of production. Nor is it the case that ruling groups can maintain their position merely by giving their domination an aura of moral authority through the creation and perpetuation of legitimating symbols. Lears 1985, p. 569. In order to win and maintain power, ruling groups must also secure the consent of those they rule over. As Steve Jones, 2006, explains, rather than imposing their will, dominant groups, within democratic societies generally govern with a good degree of consent from the people they rule, and the maintenance of that consent is dependent upon an incessant repositioning of the relationship between rulers and ruled. In order to maintain its authority, a ruling power must be sufficiently flexible to respond to new circumstances and to the changing wishes of those it rules. It must be able to reach into the minds and lives of its subordinates, exercising its power as what appears to be a free expression of their own interests and desires. In the process, the ruling coalition will have to take on at least some of the values of those it attempts to lead, thereby reshaping its own ideals and imperatives. Pages 3 to 4. Thus, unlike the dominant ideology thesis, which treats ideological domination as essentially a static state of affairs, hegemony theory emphasizes that hegemony has a dynamic character and can never be established once and for all. Eagleton 1991, p. 115, see also Williams 1977, pages 108 to 114. According to hegemony theory, ruling groups secure consent by an indoctrination process based on ideological saturation of civil society, i.e., the ensemble of educational, religious, and associational institutions, FEMIA 1981, p. 24. Ideas, attitudes, values, and images supportive of the status quo emanate from society's cultural and informational institutions, its schools, churches, political organizations, military, courts, media, and so on, which according to Lull, 2000, constitute an interlocking system of information distributing agencies and taken for granted communications practices that permeate every corner of social and cultural reality. This inter-articulating, mutually reinforcing process of ideological influence is the essence of hegemony. Society's most entrenched and powerful institutions fundamentally agree with each other. Hegemony therefore depends on widespread circulation and social acceptance of the dominant ideology, p. 50. As Downing, 2001, observes, the perspectives on the wider society generated in these institutions often produced, Gramsci proposed, an unquestioning view of the world that took the status quo as inevitable and ruling class power as founded on that class's unique, self-evident ability to run the nation successfully. Thus, although the system was also powered by its economic mechanisms and shored up during political crises by the use of police, courts, jails, and ultimately the military, mass hegemonic institutions such as those listed were, so to speak, its first line of defense, its outer ramparts, pages 14 to 15. Because hegemony theory holds that the transmission of ideological phenomena is a crucial means by which ruling groups secure and maintain their power, it is often conflated with the false consciousness of the dominant ideology thesis. Yet this treatment misses that hegemony unites persuasion from above with consent from below, to quote Gitlin, 1980, p.10. Whereas the dominant ideology thesis posits that ideological phenomena serve to mask social reality, hegemony theory suggests that ruling groups endeavor to depict their view of a just social order as preferable to alternative visions. As Bob Jessup, 1982, explains, hegemony involves the successful mobilization and reproduction of the active consent of dominated groups by the ruling class through their exercise of intellectual, moral, and political leadership. This should not be understood in terms of mere indoctrination or false consciousness, whether seen as the reflex of an economic base or as an arbitrary set of mystifying ideas. For the maintenance of hegemony involves taking systematic account of popular interest and demands, shifting position, and making compromises on secondary issues to maintain support and alliances in an inherently unstable and fragile system of political relations, without, however, sacrificing essential interests, and organizing this support for the attainment of national goals which serve the fundamental long-run interests of the dominant group, p. 148. This has important implications. To begin, it means that people are not simply dupes or blind to alternatives. Although subaltern groups may come to see ruling class values, attitudes, and ideas as common sense, the process of ideological indoctrination is a negotiated one, Gramsci 1971, Jones 2006. More importantly, it also suggests that subaltern groups are complicit in hegemony. Following this line of thought, in fact, it is a mistake for theorists to treat hegemony as a purely ideological notion. As political scientist Adam Przeworski, 1986, argues, Gramsci's account of hegemony indicates that material conditions provide a basis for ruling groups to establish hegemony, which raises the question, under what material conditions can hegemony be sustained? By attempting to answer this, activists and revolutionaries can move from questions about the influence of ideological phenomena to questions concerning people's actual, material needs, food, shelter, safety, and so on. By focusing on the material conditions under which people will or will not consent to being ruled over, the notion of class compromise becomes essential to understanding how ruling groups exercise hegemonic power, especially in the face of clear social injustice. One can assume that subaltern groups actually recognize alternative visions of society, politics, economics, and culture, but that they make a rational decision to accept certain forms of domination, such as capitalist exploitation. There are many reasons why subaltern groups may choose to do this. They might believe it is not possible to overthrow capitalism given current political conditions. They may consider it politically risky to pursue alternatives to capitalism, because doing so could threaten the material gains achieved from previous compromises staked out with the ruling class. Or they may decide they do not want to experience a decline in living standards of undetermined duration and intensity in a transition to socialism, pages 133,169. In his Ethnography of Peasant Resistance in Malaysia, James C. Scott, 1985, raises a similar point, except for those comparatively rare moments when a political opening or a revolutionary situation creates new possibilities or revives old aspirations, an attitude of pragmatic resignation is likely to prevail, p. 325. In any case, members of subaltern groups are not passive, empty receptacles for dominant ideological beliefs imposed by a ruling class, Hall 1980, Scott 1985, 1990, Willis 1977. 82. Hegemony theory is flexible. Even though Marx and Engels, 1932-1970, Gramsci, 1971, and other writers working within the Marxist tradition examine ideology primarily in its relations to forms of power institutionalized in capitalism and the modern state, example Althusser 1971-2008, Jessup 1982, Laca 1979, Laca and Mouth 1985-2001, Lukács 1923-1971, Marcuse 1964-1991, Miliband 1969, Palantzas 1973, scholars such as Downing, 1996, 2001, Eagleton, 1991, Gitlin, 1980, and Raymond Williams, 1977, propose diffuse conceptions of hegemony that attempt to transcend classical Marxism's base/superstructure approach. Owing to its flexibility, scholars and critics have applied Gramsci's theory of hegemony to research areas such as education, Borg, Buttigieg, and Mayo 2002, Coben 1998, Hill 2007, Mayo 1999, 2010, 2015, Political Science, Femia 1981, Jessup 1982, Laca and Mouth 1985-2001, Pierzewski 1986, Sassoon 1987, International Relations, Ayres 2008, Beeler and Morton 2004, Gill 1993, McNally and Schwartzmantel 2009, Sociology, Burawa 1979, 2003, Salick 1974, Worrell, Coy, and Manny 2008, and, of course, Media, Altheide 1984, Downing 1996, 2001, Gitlin 1980. Even though Gramsci wrote very little about media, he has been widely perceived as offering a general framework for the analysis of culture and power within which the roles of media can readily be slotted and understood, observes Downing, 1996, pages 199-200. His notion of hegemony thus appears in critical and activist examinations of alternative media and media movement interactions, example Downing 2001, Gitlin 1980, Kaufman 2003, as well as scholarly books and articles on mass culture, the production of mass news media content, and the distribution of power in media framing, example Altheide 1984, Caragi and Roefs 2004, Martin Barbero 1993, Oliver and Johnston 2000, Racklin 1988, Salick 1974, Shoemaker and Rees 1996. Extending the concept of hegemony to the realm of mass media, the media hegemony thesis suggests that the mass media are directly implicated in the continuation and maintenance of power structures, capitalism, the state, white supremacy, patriarchy, and so on. According to Lull, 2000, ideologies have persuasive force only when ideas can be represented and communicated, in particular through the culture industries and mass media, p. 14-15. The concepts of hegemony and dominant ideology thus take on special importance in societies where the circulation of symbolic phenomena increasingly is mediated by the institutions of conglomerate, corporate mass media. Because they reach large audiences while disabling widespread participation in meaning-making, the mass news media are considered to be crucial actors in the production and transmission of ruling class ideologies within advanced capitalist societies. Gitlin 1980, Hall 1995, Herman and Chomsky 1988-2002, Lull 2000, Thompson 1990, Worrell, Coy, and Manny 2008. According to Hall, 1995. In modern societies, the different media are especially important sites for the production, reproduction, and transformation of ideologies. Ideologies are, of course, worked on in many places in society, and not only in the head. But institutions like the media are peculiarly central to the matter since they are, by definition, part of the dominant means of ideological production. What they produce is, precisely, representations of the social world, images, descriptions, explanations, and frames for understanding how the world is and why it works and is said and shown to work, pages 19-20. And as Gitlin, 1980, observes, the media bring a manufactured public world into private space. From within their private crevices, people find themselves relying on the media for concepts, for images of their heroes, for guiding information, for emotional charges, for a recognition of public values, for symbols in general, even for language. Of all the institutions of daily life, the media specialize in orchestrating everyday consciousness by virtue of their pervasiveness, their accessibility, their centralized symbolic capacity. They name the world's parts, they certify reality as reality, and when their certifications are doubted and opposed, as they surely are, it is those same certifications that limit the terms of effective opposition. To put it simply, the mass media have become core systems for the distribution of ideology, pages 1-2, emphasis in original. This is made possible by the fact that control over media and communications systems rests in the hands of relatively few elite actors, i.e., those who own and control the culture industries and the institutions of the mass media, which promulgate ruling groups' ideology via media texts and images in concert with one another. Altheide 1984, Herman and Chomsky 1988-2002, Lull 2000, Salek 1974. As Lull, 2000, explains, in Gramsci's time and continuing today, owners and managers of media industries are able to produce and reproduce ideological content, inflections, and tones far more easily than other people in society because the elites manage the key socializing institutions, thereby guaranteeing that their points of view are constantly and attractively cast into the public arena. p. 50. Hegemony acts as a linking mechanism between dominant ideology and people's consciousness. Ibid. p. 48. This linkage occurs when media makers encode hegemonic ideas and messages into media content, which audiences then decode, or interpret, and incorporate into their own understandings. Hall 1980. Thus, the media hegemony thesis posits that journalists themselves are among the main conduits for the dissemination of dominant ideology. Reporters and editors often view themselves as independent, objective observers, but in actual practice their beliefs, socialization, habits, and work routines are replete with dominant ideology, which become encoded in media texts and decoded by audience members. Moreover, before they become journalists, they pass through and are socialized by those institutions of ideology aforementioned. According to Altheide, 1984, the media hegemony thesis entails three assumptions about journalists' behavior. 1. The socialization of journalists involves guidelines, routines, and orientations replete with dominant ideology. 2. journalists tend to cover topics and present stories which are conservative and supportive of the status quo, and 3. Journalists tend to present pro-American and negative coverage of foreign countries, p. 478. As a result, journalists unwittingly promote ideological hegemony by generating news coverage supportive of the status quo and its interpretations of social, political, and economic issues. Altheide 1984, Fishman 1980, Gitlin 1980, Racklin 1988. For this reason, media hegemony is associated with the concept of media framing, Caragi and Roefs 2004, Gitlin 1980. Like framing theory, hegemony theorists acknowledge the important role that culture plays in constructing different visions of social reality. According to sociologists Lynn Worrell, Patrick Coy, and Gregory Manny, 2008, hegemonic processes occur in the context of a dominant symbolic repertoire, which they define as cultural resonances that occupy a particularly privileged position due to their frequent invocation by power holders and by many others, and due to their widespread acceptance by the general public, p. 29. Other important issues related to media hegemony, which coincide with concerns identified by political economists of mass news media, include media globalization and cultural imperialism. Powerful media corporations easily cross national borders, raising concerns about whether these companies encroach upon local cultures and customs, while eroding other people's sovereignty. Example Innes 1950/1972, Lull 2000, Schiller 1969/1992, Smythe 1981, Thusu 1998, Tomlinson 1991. These and other topics unfortunately fall outside the scope of this study. The two theses' implications for strategy. Prima facie, the dominant ideology thesis and the media hegemony thesis are very similar. Both have distinctly Marxist origins, in that they assume class relations in capitalist societies are inherently unstable. Both posit that capitalism's inherent instability motivates ruling groups to transmit ideological phenomena via the mass media and other informational/cultural institutions, in order to reproduce the capitalist social order and thereby preserve a position of dominance. And both point to working class quiescence as a consequence of the dissemination of ruling class ideology. Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, Abercrombie and Turner 1978, Thompson 1990. Indeed, for these reasons and others, scholars tend to treat Gramsci's 1971 theory of hegemony as a version of the dominant ideology thesis, especially since Gramsci's conceptions of hegemony, and of ideology as cementing and unifying, are important in that he has, probably more than any other theorist, contributed to the contemporary dominant ideology thesis. Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, p. 14. However, I have purposefully sketched these two perspectives in such a way to draw attention to important differences between them. First, the dominant ideology thesis holds that ruling class ideology obscures, mystifies, or masks objective reality, which assumes that there is a true version of reality which people could access if only their perceptions were not clouded. The media hegemony thesis does not share this epistemic commitment to an objective reality by making assumptions about the truth or falsity of ideological phenomena. The difference in epistemic commitments is directly related to the thesis' different analytical focuses, and how each views the purpose of ideological phenomena. Ideologies are tautologically false according to the dominant ideology thesis, because their purpose is to obscure objective reality. According to the media hegemony thesis, the truth or falsity of ideological phenomena is not a central concern, so long as they secure consent. As Eagleton, 1991, observes, Gramsci is an historicist Marxist who believes that truth is historically variable, relative to the consciousness of the most progressive social class of a particular epoch, p. 121. Second, the dominant ideology thesis and the media hegemony thesis take very different views of media audiences. Simply put, the dominant ideology thesis asserts that people are duped into holding a false view of reality. Hegemony theory, on the other hand, stresses the role of an active audience, which is complicit in its indoctrination, Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, Abercrombie and Turner 1978, Gramsci 1971, Jones 2006, Thompson 1990. As Steve Jones, 2006, observes, hegemony is a more sensitive and therefore useful critical term than domination, which fails to acknowledge the active role of subordinate people in the operation of power, p. 41. Third, even though both theses represent accounts of state-organized and ideologically secured social reproduction, Thompson 1990, p. 86, the theory of hegemony is more nuanced in that it contains an important political analysis concerning how members of the ruling class maintain a position of dominance by constantly reassessing and repositioning themselves vis-a-vis subaltern groups. To quote Eagleton, 1991, as a concept, hegemony is inseparable from overtones of struggle, as ideology perhaps is not. Hegemony offers a signal advance on some of the more ossified, scholastic definitions of ideology to be found in certain vulgar currents of Marxism, p. 115. Due to their divergent political emphases, the two theses have different strategic implications for activists and movements. Moreover, it seems likely that theorists' inattention to strategic implications helps to explain why these perspectives are conflated in the first place. Impenetrable ideology. The dominant ideology thesis carries two main strategic implications. The first one is not comforting, but bears mentioning. Taken to their logical conclusion, certain strong formulations of the thesis view ideological domination as so pervasive, and ruling class power as so entrenched, that resistance is exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. For instance, in Althusser's 1971/2008 account of ideology, people can never hope to stand outside of, let alone mount a challenge to, the ISA's dominant ideological influence. As Paul Willis, 1977, observes, structuralist theories of reproduction such as Althusser's present the dominant ideology, under which culture is assumed, as impenetrable. Everything fits too neatly. Ideology always pre-exists and preempts any authentic criticism. There are no cracks in the billiard ball smoothness of process. All specific contradictions and conflicts are smoothed away in the universal reproductive functions of ideology, p. 175. The strategic implication of Althusser's cynical view, if it could be called strategic, is that one should simply accept the influence of pervasive ruling class ideology. At best, opponents of the status quo can take solace in the fact that they are clever enough to realize the futility of attempting to challenge the influence of dominant ideology. Ideology critique. For proponents of the dominant ideology thesis who do believe there are paths of resistance, the second main strategic implication is that activists and revolutionaries should tear down bourgeois mystifications and unmask ideological phenomena by engaging in the critique of ideologies, or what Marx referred to as ideology critique, example Lichtman 1993, Marx and Engels 1932/1970, Shelby 2003. Although this technique is viewed by many social scientists as too politically loaded, obsolete, and passé to be of any use, ideology critique is indispensable for understanding and resisting the forms of oppression that are characteristic of the modern world, according to Shelby, 2003, p. 154. However, there are important difficulties associated with its use. First, it is by no means obvious how ideology critique translates to resistance. Whatever repertoires of contention might be associated with ideology critique remain underspecified. A second difficulty, as noted above, is that the dominant ideology thesis assumes there is an objective reality, which people can access once their ideological blinders have been removed. Not only is this far from obvious, but there is a tacit suggestion here, rooted in Marx's understanding of capitalism as a system characterized by intense class conflict, that once false consciousness has been lifted and people discover the truth about capitalist oppression, this will somehow lift the floodgates of revolutionary sentiment. As Przeworski, 1986, and Scott's, 1985, arguments suggest, this assumption is questionable, to say the least, given that people can have perfectly valid, rational reasons for not wanting to commit themselves to anti-capitalist struggle. Challenging and harnessing hegemony. On the whole, the media hegemony thesis's implications for activist strategy are much more compelling. The concept of hegemony assumes a neutral view of ideology wherein there are multiple, competing interpretations of how things are in society and the world. Ruling groups, by virtue of their entrenched political, economic, and cultural power, enjoy unparalleled access to society's cultural and informational institutions, which gives them disproportionate control over language and political discourse within society, as well as the ability to transmit their preferred ideologies. At the same time, hegemony theory stresses that because capitalism is an inherently unstable system, hegemony is never complete or definite. Since ruling groups depend on the consent of those they rule over, they must constantly adapt to shifting popular attitudes and changes in social, political, economic, and cultural conditions. Gramsci 1971, Jones 2006. Hegemony theory thus suggests that media and discourse become important terrains of struggle between power holders and movements, as well as tools of resistance for activists and social movements. Downing 1996, 2001, Gitlin 1980, Worrell, Coy, and Manny 2008. As a Leninist, Gramsci, 1971, argued that ruling class ideological hegemony could only be broken by a mass political party, i.e., the Communist Party, organized by a revolutionary vanguard of organic intellectuals, i.e., working class intellectuals who naturally obtain positions of leadership in the course of struggle. Gramsci urged revolutionaries to form counter-hegemonic blocs, composed of subalterns and their allies, which could undermine consent and ruling class ideology by promoting alternative, socialist visions of economic, political, and social organization. After waging a protracted war of position, meaning an intellectual and cultural struggle against ruling class hegemony, revolutionaries could shore up enough popular support to launch a war of maneuver, meaning a physical confrontation with the ruling class. If victorious, the revolutionary socialists would attain state power and impose a new hegemony. Day 2005, Downing 2001, pages 14 to 17, Gramsci 1971, Jones 2006. In a more general sense, though, hegemony theory suggests that activists and movements can challenge elite control over discourse while engaging the non-activist public in the process. In order to contest the entrenched power of ruling groups, activists must create oppositional knowledge, or a body of social meanings that challenge dominant ideological conceptions. According Worrell, Coy, and Manny, 2008. Oppositional knowledge questions what is considered possible and what is considered impossible, what is considered desirable and what is considered undesirable. It injects criticism of assumed limits and it also provides a vision for what is outside normal practices. It becomes both the basis and expression of a counterculture. p. 8. The authors use the example of patriotism to illustrate their point. After the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, the concept of patriotism became associated with a willingness to use preemptive violence to defend the United States. Anti-war groups that chose, instead, to link patriotism with peace and democracy produced a kind of oppositional definition of citizenship, i.e., a type of oppositional knowledge, IBID. Worrell, Coy, and Manny specify 4 types of oppositional knowledge. Counter-informative knowledge aims to present information that is missing from the picture, in order to widen the discussion and possibly change the political assessment people make or the outcomes they desire. p. 9. For instance, peace activists may question war policies by arguing that the amount of money the federal government spends annually on defense dwarfs what it spends on social programs. Critical interpretative knowledge assesses the information that has been provided as accurate, but questions the moral or social basis for how that information is present, interpreted, or used. IBID. Rather than present counter-informative information, critical interpretative knowledge articulates a different meaning of the information presented. For instance, peace activists may agree that the purpose of U.S. military interventions abroad is to promote democracy in foreign countries, but they might also question whether this is an ethically appropriate means of doing so, pages 15 to 16. Radical envisioning knowledge builds on the understandings exposed by counter-informative and critical interpretative knowledge in order to envision or raise what alternatives could and should look like if they are instituted, p. 10. For instance, peace activists may articulate a conception of democracy which advocates for broad political participation, p. 18. Transformative knowledge defines specific ways to achieve the alternatives that are envisioned by the movement, p. 10. For example, peace activists may urge people to engage in forms of political activism that hold leaders accountable and challenge U.S. foreign policy, pages 18 to 19. Worrell, Coy, and Manny argue that oppositional knowledge allows activists either to challenge hegemony or to harness hegemony. In both cases, the dominant symbolic repertoire predetermines the nature of activist argumentation and discourse. The cultural resources that make up the dominant symbolic repertoire perform a constraining role insofar as it is difficult to and sometimes unwise for challenging movements to attempt to operate completely outside of the dominant symbolic repertoire. To do so may compromise the cultural resonance of the movement's messages. On the other hand, challenging movements are far from completely constrained by the dominant symbolic repertoire, since it always remains available for appropriation and is vulnerable to challenges. They can reinterpret and refashion the meanings of elements in the dominant symbolic repertoire, thereby contributing so substantive cultural change in the process, p. 29. This connects with Ryan's, 1991, insight that activists draw from a wide reservoir of cultural resonances in the process of constructing and promoting collective action frames. Like framing theory, the media hegemony thesis suggests that activists should engage with the institutions of mass news media in order to promote oppositional knowledge which challenges and/or harnesses hegemonic ideology, Gitlin 1980. Worrell, Coy, and Manny 2008. Hegemony and framing. An important strategic implication of the media hegemony thesis, then, is that activists and social movement organizations can challenge ruling class ideological hegemony by engaging in strategic framing efforts that promote ideas, values, and messages counter-hegemonic ideologies, in other words which contradict the dominant symbolic repertoire. For example, peace activists may challenge the taken for granted, hegemonic belief that the United States is the world's greatest democracy, by arguing that the U.S. political system is marred by corruption and voter apathy. Anti-war framing like this that challenges hegemony counters not only specific power framing but also broader ideas from the dominant symbolic repertoire, that give these frames their potency, according to Worrell, Coy, and Manny, 2008, p. 32. Of course, activists can do more than simply challenge hegemonic ideas. Because discourse is multivocal and open to multiple meanings and interpretations, another strategic implication is that activists and movements can harness ruling class ideological hegemony by engaging in strategic framing efforts which draw from the dominant symbolic repertoire in order to fashion alternative meanings, p. 34. For example, peace activists draw from cultural resonances in order to reconstruct the idea of patriotism in such a way that the concept serves the anti-war movement's strategic ends, pages 41 to 67. In addition to engaging with mass media institutions, the media hegemony thesis implies that activists should create their own forms of activist/alternative media. For instance, Downing, 2001, argues that radical alternative media play important roles as counter-hegemonic forces. In this view, activist media makers are analogous to the organic intellectuals who lead a war of position. A proliferation of such media would be vital, both to help generate those alternatives in public debate and also to limit any tendency for oppositional leadership, whatever forms it took, to entrench itself as an agency of domination rather than freedom, p. 15. Radical media also fill the void, according to Downing, in those everyday scenarios where dominant ideologies lead mainstream journalists to engage in acts of self-censorship. Radical media in those scenarios have a mission not only to provide facts to a public denied them, but to explore fresh ways of developing a questioning perspective on the hegemonic process and increasing the public's sense of confidence in its power to engineer constructive change. p. 16. Anarchism, dominant ideology, and media hegemony. Several terms, concepts, and arguments associated with the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses not only undergird critical and radical scholarship of news media, example Downing 2001, Gitlin 1980, Herman and Chomsky 1988/2002, Ryan 1991, but have also become leftist parlance. This is especially true in Marxist-Leninist circles, where terms such as dominant ideology, false consciousness, hegemony, counter-hegemonic, and so on continue to be common currency in intra-movement discourse and organizing materials, such as websites, books, newspapers, and pamphlets. It is unsurprising, then, that activists and dissidents often find these theoretical accounts to be useful, appealing, or intuitive ways to talk about the power of mass media, even if they do not explicitly evoke Gramsci or Marx in their analyses. Nevertheless, anarchism, autonomist Marxism, and academic scholarship on ideology problematize these theoretical perspectives. Empirical and theoretical validity. Ideology is an indistinct, immaterial concept, and it is far from obvious that a ruling class ideology really exists, that its content can be isolated or analyzed, or that it actually exerts the strong influence attributed to it by the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses. Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, Abercrombie and Turner 1978, Scott 1985, Willis 1977. In a groundbreaking critique, sociologists Nicholas Abercrombie, Stephen Hill, and Brian Turner, 1980, argue that the contention that there is a dominant or hegemonic ideology, which serves to create acceptance of capitalism and incorporate lower classes into the social order, is empirically false and theoretically unwarranted. They establish this by constructing case studies of feudalism, early capitalism, and late capitalism in British society. Although there were ruling class ideologies in feudalist and early capitalist settings, these served mainly to reinforce the social cohesion of the dominant class itself. These ideologies had a negligible influence on members of the lower class, however, because the mechanisms of transmission were underdeveloped. In late capitalism, a different situation obtains, because powerful corporations rather than wealthy families now own and control the economy. Insofar as a ruling class ideology can be said to exist, it is ill-defined, internally incoherent, and not shared by members of dominant groups, i.e., its supposed proponents, pages 128 to 140. This critique dovetails with Fred Bloch's, 1977, argument that the idea of a class-conscious ruling group must be rejected in order to understand how contemporary capitalism actually operates. Capitalists act on the basis of a self-interested, profit-maximizing rationality, which often puts them in conflict with state managers, who act on the basis of protecting capitalism's long-term interests. The ruling class does not rule, or at least it does not do so in the sense that proponents of the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses typically assert it does, i.e., as a more or less ideologically unified group. Furthermore, despite the advent of well-developed mechanisms for the transmission of dominant ideology in late capitalist societies, such as mass education and mass media institutions, the influence of dominant/hegemonic ideology in shaping subordinate beliefs is greatly exaggerated. Against the view that mass media secure adherence of the working class to the social order by promulgating dominant ideology, Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner, 1980, observe that the evidence of media influence is so thin and subject to so many caveats that our conclusion must be that the media are not significant except in the most isolated instances. p. 152. This jives with over a half-century's worth of mass communications research casting serious doubt on models of communication which hold that the mass media directly influence media audiences. The mass media often do exert a strong influence on audience members' beliefs and behaviors, but they do not unproblematically transmit ruling class ideologies. Clapper 1960, Lowry and DeFleur 1983, McCombs 2004, Severin and Tankard 2001. In addition, observe mass communications scholars Werner Severin and James Tankard, 2001, the idea of media hegemony is a difficult one to test with research. Although suggesting a powerful influence, it is somewhat vague in its actual implications. If it is true, it is describing such a pervasive phenomenon that it becomes difficult to study because it is nearly impossible to set up a control group that is not subject to the effect being researched. p. 282. Media hegemony research also treats hegemony as both an attribute and effect of late capitalist social orders, which creates a methodological challenge to empirically assess claims made by researchers, according to Altheide, 1984. p. 479. Social reproduction and class reductionism. The dominant ideology and media hegemony theses are examples of what Thompson, 1990, refers to as the consensual theory of social reproduction, according to which the ongoing reproduction of social relations depends in part on the existence of values and beliefs which are collectively shared by individuals, and which thereby bind individuals to the social order. p. 87. However, ideological incorporation is not necessary to bind people to the capitalist social order, and in fact cynicism and hostility toward dominant values can sometimes coincide with social reproduction. p. 90. For example, in his classic study Learning to Labor, Willis, 1977, shows how youth resistance to public schooling paradoxically inculcates ideas, values, and attitudes that prepare rebellious teens for working-class jobs later on in life. Thus, observes Thompson, 1990, the prevalence of skeptical and cynical attitudes, and the rejection of values and beliefs propagated by the principal agencies of socialization, do not necessarily represent a challenge to the social order. p. 90. In addition, argues Thompson, theoretical accounts of state-organized and ideologically secured social reproduction such as Althusser's, 1971-2008, take a troubled view of the role of the state. First, these accounts assume a class reductionist approach to the modern state, which sees the state primarily as an institution through which ruling class power is exercised. The problem with this view is that it oversimplifies the role and historical development of the modern state, which cannot be understood exclusively in terms of class relations. Thompson 1990, pages 92 to 93. It also assumes that the ruling class works in its long-term interests, which is not always the case. Block 1977. As Thompson, 1990, observes, the state does more than simply solidify class rule. It is no doubt the case that some aspects and activities of the state can be understood in terms of the long-term interests of the dominant class, but it could hardly be maintained that state institutions are unresponsive to the demands of other classes and major interest groups, nor could it be plausibly argued that all aspects and activities of the modern state, including some of the most important aspects, can be analyzed in terms of class interests and class relations. p. 93, emphasis in original. Second, argues Thompson, the very idea of ruling class ideology takes a class reductionist view of ideology, which tends to overvalue the importance of class. By relativizing dominant/hegemonic ideology and its analysis to class relations, the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses marginalize other types of domination and their associated symbolic phenomena, pages 94 to 95. Of course, as noted above, some articulations of the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses try to avoid this by proposing more diffuse conceptions of dominant/hegemonic ideology, which recognize multiple realities of oppression, example Downing 2001, Eagleton 1991, Gitlin 1980, Williams 1977. Nevertheless, This class reductionism is a common problem in dominant ideology and media hegemony accounts. Third, while accounts of state-organized and ideologically secured social reproduction draw attention to mass news media institutions, they do not treat the mass media as seriously as they should. Again, quoting Thompson, 1990. The institutions of mass communication are treated in a relatively peripheral way, as some among a broad range of ideological state apparatuses, but this perspective fails to do justice to the mediazation of modern culture and, in general, to the centrality of mass communication in modern social and political life. The media of mass communication are not simply one among several mechanisms for the inculcation of a dominant ideology, rather, these media are partially constitutive of the very forum within which political activities take place in modern societies, the forum within which, and to some extent with regard to which, individuals act and react in exercising power and in responding to the exercise of power by others, p. 95. The concerns raised by issues of empirical validity and class reductionism motivate scholars to pursue alternative conceptions of ideology, example Abercrombie, Hill, and Turner 1980, Thompson 1990. For example, Thompson's, 1990, account of ideology offers an important alternative to Marxist formulations. Eschewing neutral conceptions, he defines ideological phenomena as symbolic forms that establish and sustain relations of domination, to establish, in the sense that meaning may actively create and institute relations of domination, to sustain, in the sense that meaning may serve to maintain and reproduce relations of domination through the ongoing process of producing and receiving symbolic forms, p. 58. According to Thompson's definition, ideological phenomena may include, for example, symbolic forms that compound oppression by depicting capitalism as morally superior to other economic systems, whites as superior to people of color, or men as superior to women. Unlike neutral conceptions, which treat ideology as simply an aspect of social life or inquiry present in any political program, Thompson's formulation captures some of the term's intent as it appears in the writings of Marx and Engels. Because Thompson proffers an asymmetrical definition of ideology, he does not speak of ideologies that counter dominant ideologies, example of socialist ideology as distinct from capitalist ideology, but rather of contestatory symbolic forms which may help to highlight those symbolic forms which serve to establish and sustain relations of domination, p. 68. However, Thompson's formulation differs from the classical Marxist treatment of ideology in three important ways. First, unlike the dominant ideological thesis, he is unconcerned with the truth or falsity, i.e., the illusory character, of ideological phenomena, pages 56 to 57. Second, Marxist accounts conceptualize ideology mainly in terms of dominant/subordinate class relations, whereas Thompson's formulation considers a wide range of ideological phenomena, which includes class relations, but also other kinds of domination, such as the structured social relations between men and women, between one ethnic group and another, or between hegemonic nation-states and those nation-states located on the margins of global power, p. 58. Third, his account draws attention to how ideological forms are partially constitutive of social reality. Symbolic forms are not merely representations which serve to articulate or obscure social relations or interests which are constituted fundamentally and essentially at a presymbolic level, rather, symbolic forms are continuously and creatively implicated in the constitution of social relations as such, ibid. Thompson's account captures an important aspect of why ideology matters to critical and radical analysts of news media. Because his conception of ideology treats power broadly, focuses on meaning in the service of power, i.e., a corruption of information power, and draws attention to the significance of mass media institutions, it has important strengths from an anarchist perspective. Inability to theorize resistance. The critiques proffered so far of the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses are compatible with anarchism's rejection of Marxist economism and of state-centric theoretical perspectives. A final objection is that, by focusing mainly on the ability of the ruling class to influence, indoctrinate, and incorporate subordinate groups. These two theses cast members of the working class and other subaltern groups in the role of passive victims. Against this one-sided view of class conflict, anarchism and autonomist Marxism emphasize that ruling groups must constantly adapt to pressures from the working class and/or subaltern groups, who are not passive victims, but rather are unruly subjects who actively fight back against forms of oppression and resist being integrated into capitalist society. Cleaver 1979, Gordon 2008, Garin 1970, Negri 1984-1991, Scott 1985, 1990, 2009, Zinn 1980-2003. From an anarchist/autonomist perspective, the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses are inherently defeatist perspectives that reflect an inability to theorize about the possibilities for resistance to forms of oppression institutionalized in capitalism and the state, the dominant ideology thesis obviously more so than the media hegemony thesis. As Harry Cleaver, 1979, observes, the flaw that lies at the very heart of critical theory's concept of bourgeois cultural hegemony is its total one-sidedness. The positing of cultural hegemony, like that of an all-powerful technological rationality, reflects the inability to recognize or theorize the growth of any working-class power capable of threatening the system. p. 40. Cleaver's comment above refers mainly to the work of Herbert Marcuse, 1964-1991, and other members of the Frankfurt School, but his insight applies to Gramsci, 1971, and Althusser, 1971-2008, as well. Cleaver, 1979, also writes, despite the originality and usefulness of their research into the mechanisms of capitalist domination in both the economic and cultural spheres, and indeed precisely in the formulation of those mechanisms as one-sidedly hegemonic, critical theorists have remained blind to the ability of working-class struggles to transform and threaten the very existence of capital. Their concept of domination is so complete that the dominated virtually disappears as an active historical subject. In consequence, these philosophers have failed to escape the framework of mere ideological critique of capitalist society. p. 42. To further illustrate this point, it is useful to consider how the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses treat media audiences. According to Stuart Hall's, 1980, encoding/decoding theory, media audiences are hardly uniform, rather than unproblematically accepting the codes or intended meanings of specific media texts. Audience members may occupy one of three positions in relation to ideological meanings, according to their economic, political, and cultural backgrounds. Dominant/hegemonic position, media audience members in this position share the text's code and take its meaning directly. Negotiated position, media audience members in this position accept or reject a mixture of dominant elements. Oppositional position, media audience members in this position understand the literal meaning of the media text, but do not share its codes and in fact challenge its ideological content. Using Hall's categories, the dominant ideology thesis stresses the dominant/hegemonic position, whereas the media hegemony thesis draws attention to both the dominant/hegemonic position and the negotiated position. Both smack of textual determinism, i.e., the theoretical assumption that media audiences interpret texts as they were intended to be read by media makers, because neither gives any consideration to the possibility that audience members may occupy oppositional positions or produce resistant readings, etc. Furthermore, the dominant ideology and media hegemony theses overlook the pervasive forms of quiet resistance that operate outside of formal organizations, movements, and revolutions, such as foot-dragging, false compliance, sabotage, shoplifting and employee theft, arson, vandalism, and so on, even though these are the ordinary means of class struggle. Scott 1985, 1990, 2009, Sprouse 1992. The Internet and digital technologies also facilitate acts of quiet resistance, such as piracy of music, movies, television shows, software, and copyrighted texts. These and other violations of intellectual property law are not only widespread, but a large majority of Internet users, as many as 70%, according to one study, view these actions as socially acceptable. Torrent Freak 2011. Moreover, quiet resistance can feed into open forms of resistance, such as when activist media makers steal resources or use pirated publishing software in order to create activist/alternative media products. This omission from hegemony theory is especially significant considering that quiet resistance is ubiquitous, whereas revolutions are episodic events. Capitalists have been forced to adjust to everyday forms of anti-capitalist resistance, for instance, by creating entire industries based around what radical economist Michael Perlman, 2010, has termed guard labor, i.e., jobs whose function is primarily to protect capitalists' commodities, including the goods and premises they own, but especially the labor power in their employ. Capitalism's reliance on guard labor deforms the entire productive process, not only wasting labor, but also snuffing out badly needed creativity. p. 10. By Perelman's estimate, approximately a quarter of all jobs in the U.S. economy could be classified as guard labor, including security guards, police, military personnel, managers, cashiers, bill collectors, lawyers, and so on. In his book Gramsci is Dead, political theorist Richard Day, 2005, also mounts an important anarchist challenge to hegemony theory's assumption that there is a distinct, single enemy that contemporary social movements are fighting. Rather, contemporary social movements are engaged in a disparate set of struggles, each of which needs to be addressed in its particularity, pages 5 to 6. Day argues that contemporary movements operate under the hegemony of hegemony, meaning the belief, widespread among Marxist and liberal activists, that seizing state power in order to impose a new hegemonic order is necessary to achieve freedom. Against the Gramscian view that only mass movements can break hegemony by organizing into a counter-hegemonic bloc capable of seizing state power, Day argues that contemporary social movements display an affinity for affinity, that is, for non-universalizing, non-hierarchical, non-coercive relationships based on mutual aid and shared commitments. p. 9. Elsewhere, Day writes, "See continuing with an exclusive focus on hegemonic change via the state form, or on escaping it entirely, prevents us from imagining and implementing modes of social organization that are not only possible and desirable, but are becoming ever more necessary as empire consolidates its hold on our bodies, minds, lands, on our very ability to produce ourselves and the contexts in which we encounter others." p. 176. Hegemony theory's failure to appreciate the oppositional position and the ubiquity of quiet resistance, to recognize the anti-Marxist character of contemporary movements, and more generally to link ideology with subaltern groups' actual experiences with media, leads to vanguardist strategies such as those proposed by Gramsci, 1971, and Lenin, 1902-1969, which seek to move the working class from trade union consciousness to socialist consciousness. For anarchists and fellow travelers, as I have already suggested, this approach leaves much to be desired. The critical political economy tradition. While European scholars tended to base their critiques of the mass media in Marxist understandings of culture, ideology, and hegemony, over the past several decades, U.S. and Canadian communications scholarship has made substantial contributions to political economic theory, once the primary emphasis of European research, observes Vincent Mosco, 2008, p. 47. The political economy of news media encompasses multiple perspectives, which range from mainstream to more radical views, all of which focus on the production and reproduction of society. Example Hardy 2014, McChesney 2007a, 2008a, Mosco 2009, Wasco, Murdoch, and Sosa 2014, Winsek and Jin 2011. It is useful, then, to briefly highlight notable differences between two general approaches, mainstream, classical, political economy and critical political economy, Utton and Hamilton 2008, McChesney 2007a, Moscow 2009. First, mainstream political economy as founded by classical political economists Adam Smith, 1776-1937, David Ricardo, 1817-1973, Thomas Malthus, 1820-1963, James Mill, 1821-1963, and his son John Stuart Mill, 1848-1909, assumes the moral desirability of capitalism as inevitable and obvious. On the other hand, critical political economy as founded by Karl Marx, 1859-1970, 1867-1967, 1893-1967, 1894-1967, Thorstein Veblen, 1989-2007, and other heterodox political economists challenges capitalism's assumed moral desirability. As Utton and Hamilton, 2008, observe. Critical political economy seeks to evaluate morally the modes of production and reproduction, and to recognize the immense inequalities produced by capitalism. However, also importantly, critical political economy does not take such inequalities and such a system as natural and thus inevitable. By contrast, it views them as the cumulative and ongoing result of countless intentional policies, human decisions, and actions that not only reproduce these inequalities and the system, but that also serve particular interests, in some cases, an individual's interests, but much more frequently impersonal, social interests such as those interests of a particular class, p. 24. Second, as Moscow, 2009, notes, mainstream political economy has all but eliminated its political dimension, choosing instead to concentrate on economic issues, such as the outcomes of different combinations of productive factors, p. 21. Although some critical political economy economists tend to dwell on how market forces influence news production, example Baker 2002, 2007, overall, this tradition embraces its broad, interdisciplinary nature, which draws inspiration from economics, political science, sociology, journalism, communication, and other areas of study, McChesney 2007, p. 39, Moscow, pages 21 to 23. Third, mainstream political economy falls into the tradition of administrative research, which purports to be neutral or value-free, whereas critical political economy does not shy away from its Marxist or prescriptive overtones, McChesney 2007a, pages 39 to 45, 2008a, Smythe 1977, Smythe and Van Dyn 1983. Unlike framing and hegemony, critical political economy does not represent a specific theory of news media power so much as it does a tradition of critical analysis and argumentation which calls attention to the relationship between media industries and other centers of power, such as corporations, the state, and the military-industrial complex. Beginning with pioneering studies by Harold Innis, 1950-1972, 1951, Herbert Schiller, 1969-1992, 1973, 1976, 1989, and Dallas Smythe, 1957, 1960, 1977, 1981, 83 critical political economists of media have cast a wide analytical net, seeking to explain mass media power and performance in terms of factors such as ownership patterns, market pressures, advertiser influence, federal law, journalists' routines and beliefs, and the general intellectual culture, all the while connecting their analyses to larger concerns about governance and human freedom, example Bagdikian 2004, Foster, Hallman, and McChesney 2008, Hamilton 2004, Herman and Chomsky 1988-2002, Herman 1982, 1992, 1995, 1996, Lloyd 2006, McChesney and Nichols 2010, McChesney 1997, 1999, 2000, 2004, 2007a, 2008a, Moscow 2009, Parenti 1986, 1992. Although I cannot examine every analytical theme that critical political economists touch on, I take up major ideas below. Media ownership and market pressures. All approaches to the political economy of media take it as axiomatic that the media industries, the structure of the markets they operate in, their patterns of ownership, the strategies of key players, trajectory of development, and so on are important objects of analysis, observes Dwayne Winsek, 2011, p. 11. According to the mainstream political economy perspective, media systems based on private ownership, the profit motive, and markets are preferable to other systems, because they establish and promote a free marketplace of ideas, which enables media audiences to make informed decisions as consumers and citizens. Entman 1989, Ginsburg 1986, Peterson 1963. The superiority of capitalist news media has become an article of faith in U.S. journalism schools. It is represented, for instance, in the widely taught social responsibility theory of the press articulated by Theodore Peterson, 1963, which holds that the major functions of the press in Western democratic capitalist societies such as the United States are to 1. Service the political system by providing information and a forum for debate/discussion, 2. Enlighten the public to make it capable of self-government, 3. Safeguard individual rights by acting as a government watchdog, 4. Service the economic system by bringing together buyers and sellers via advertising, 5. Provide entertainment, and 6. Maintain financial self-sufficiency in order to remain free from influence of special interests, p. 74. Moreover, in the mainstream political economy view, capitalist media markets self-correct problems as they arise, because media audiences will avoid content they find objectionable, while gravitating toward that which appeals to them. This view comes very close to uses and gratifications theory, which holds that media audience members select and use media from all the available options, based on their individual needs and motives. Katz 1959, Katz, Blumler, and Gurevich 1973, Katz, Gurevich, and Haas 1973, Lee 2013, Ruggiero 2000. The innate, obvious superiority of capitalist news media has become an article of faith in the U.S. academic community and journalism schools, even though elsewhere in the world, media systems are understood to be the outcome of policy decisions. As McChesney, 2008a, observes. For much of the past century there has been a decided split in the political economy of media between U.S. scholars and those based in almost every other nation in the world. In the United States it generally has been assumed, even by critical scholars devoted to social change, that a profit-driven, advertising-supported corporate media system was the only possible system. The media system reflected the nature of the U.S. political economy, and any serious effort to reform the media system would have to necessarily be part of a revolutionary program to overthrow the capitalist political economy. Since that was considered unrealistic, even preposterous, the structure of the media system was regarded as inviolable. The circumstances existing and transmitted from the past allowed for no alternative, p. 52. Drawing from a long tradition of radical press criticism in the United States, McChesney and Scott 2004, Reynolds and Hicks 2012, Seldis 1938, Sinclair 1919/2003, the critical political economy perspective challenges the optimistic mainstream view of capitalist news media. Critics and scholars working in this tradition contend that the free marketplace of ideas is highly idealized, given that a small handful of powerful corporations own and control the lion's share of the country's traditional forms of media, print, television, and radio, about 90%, in fact, as well as the major distribution channels and huge portions of the Internet. The chain of mergers which resulted in this state of affairs accelerated rapidly over the past 3 decades, with the number of major mass media firms shrinking from over 50 in 1980 to the small handful which dominate today's media landscape. Bagdikian 1983, 1987, 1990, 1992, 1997, 2000, 2004, Baker 2007, Herman and Chomsky 1988/2002, Noam 2009. 84. This rapid mass media convergence is of concern to activists, dissidents, media critics, critical media scholars, and journalists because eliminating or absorbing competitor news organizations threatens media diversity, creates content discrimination within media markets, keeps female and minority ownership of media at low levels, and undermines the public interest, such as when media produce content that prioritizes entertainment over information. Bagdikian 1983, 2004, Baker 2002, 2007. Barno et al. 1997, Kleinenberg 2007, McChesney 1997, 1999, 2004, McCord 1996, Turner and Cooper 2006. Some critical political economists take this a step further, arguing that capitalist ownership and control over mass media institutions virtually guarantees that certain types of news will rarely if ever be published or broadcast, such as stories which directly contradict U.S. foreign policy narratives, or stories which undermine the interests of media owners and/or the parent companies of mass media institutions. Example: Herman 1982, 1992, 1995, 1996, Herman and Chomsky 1988, Herman and Peterson 2010, Parenti 1986. 85. Moreover, news outlets with more reach, prestige, and resources than other media organizations constitute the top tier of the U.S. media system, which has considerable influence in supplying information and defining the news agenda for lower-tiered news media, a process referred to as intermedia agenda setting. Herman and Chomsky 1988/2002, pages 4-5, McCombs 2004. Critical political economists also argue that media consolidation and market pressures compel news organizations to cut costs and push stories that are easier/cheaper to produce and which attract larger audiences. As newspapers search for ways to save money, it is inevitably the case that investigative reporting and other resource and time-intensive forms of journalism are first on the chopping block. This has negative consequences for an informed democratic citizenry, as well as subtly suppresses activists such as those involved in criminal justice reform and anti-death penalty organizing, who not only benefit from investigative reporting but in fact work closely with investigative journalists to expose police misconduct and false convictions. The threat posed to daily newspapers by media consolidation and market influence is a huge cause for concern, because most original reporting still comes from newspapers and other traditional news media. McChesney 2013, McChesney and Nichols 2010, Pew 2010. As Charlene Simmons, 2010, observes, several media scholars view the Internet as a democratizing alternative to the corporate consolidation of traditional forms of media, because web users can access and share diverse perspectives. However, critical political economists point out that a process of media consolidation occurs online as well, which leads directly to the same problems caused by corporate consolidation of traditional media, such as content discrimination and the marginalization of diverse viewpoints. Baker 2007, Blevins 2002, Dahlberg 2004, Foster and McChesney 2011, Herman and McChesney 1997, McChesney 1999, 2004, 2013, Simmons 2010. In addition, most web users tend to spend a large majority of their time online using software and websites owned and controlled by large media companies such as Facebook, Microsoft, Apple, and Google, i.e., what some scholars refer to as the web within the web. Herman and McChesney 1997, Simmons 2010. As noted in Chapter 1, the corporate nature of online media and the gatekeeper roles played by websites such as Facebook creates a tension between activist beliefs and behavior, because activists express concern over the corporate structure of mainstream news media, yet incorporate social media into their organizing. Advertisers and the audience commodity. A large body of historical research and cultural critique traces the development of sophisticated advertising and public relations techniques over the past century, showing how these have been used to mislead the public, protect and empower corporations, instill commodity fetishism, and promote a consumerist culture. Carey 1997, Clark 1988, Cohen 2003, Ewan 1996, 2001, Ewan and Ewan 1982, Phones-Wolf 1994, Leach 1993, Lears 1994, Oman 1996, Preston 1996, Scudson 1984. Because advertising is the main source of revenue for mass news media in the United States, advertiser influence is also a central concern for critical political economists of news media, who draw attention to advertisers' influence on news production, as well as the historical symbiosis between advertisers and news media institutions. McChesney, 2007a, an influential critical political economist, traces his own views on the mass media advertiser relationship to the Marxist theory of monopoly capitalism developed by Paul Baran and Paul Sweezy, 1966, in their seminal book Monopoly Capital. According to Baran and Sweezy, in monopolistic capitalist societies such as the United States, advertising takes on special importance as a means by which the economy absorbs surplus. The role of the sales effort, as they refer to it, moves from being a relatively unimportant feature of the capitalist system, to the status of one of its decisive nerve centers, p. 115. As McChesney, 2007a, summarizes their argument, which has great import for critical media scholars. In a capitalism dominated by large corporations operating in oligopolistic markets, advertising becomes a necessary, even mandatory, competitive weapon. Firms no longer produce as much as they can to sell at a market price over which they have no control. They can produce only as much as they can sell at prices that permit them satisfactory profit, and they have considerable influence over pricing. Advertising, and marketing more generally, is the means to that end, especially since it does not require cutthroat price competition, p. 69. This view has profound implications for critical media scholars and anti-capitalist radicals, one of which is that, as a result of the U.S. transition from its pre-Civil War system of partisan media to a commercial media system based on advertising revenue, journalism became the linchpin of the political economy of American society. McChesney and Scott 2004, p. 10. The mass media's reliance on advertising revenue directly contributed to the emergence of the U.S. consumer culture, which exploded in the early years of the Gilded Age, during which ad-supported magazines and newspapers began to reach large audiences and create a mass culture. Baldasti 1992, Leach 1993, Lears 1994, Oman 1996, Scudson 1984. These same economic pressures also helped pave the way for the hallmarks of objectivity which have come to define mainstream commercial journalism, such as depoliticization, nonpartisanship, and journalists' reliance on official sources, which by creating a class of professional journalists provide a form of industry self-regulation. Baldasti 1992, Hackett and Zhao 1998, Herman and Chomsky 1988-2002, Kaplan 2002, Mindick 1998, McChesney and Nichols 2010, Scudson 1978. According to the mainstream political economy view of capitalist news media, the mass media's principal good or product is news, the magazine, daily paper, radio or television program, etc., which is distributed to readers, viewers, and/or listeners who are conventionally understood to be the media's clients or customers. That is to say, in the traditional view, media consumers have sovereignty, because the mass media give them what they want. Critical political economists invert this relationship, by theorizing that news audiences are actually the product news organizations sell to advertisers, who represent the mass news media's actual customers. This perspective is summed up in V.O. Keyes, 1964, Observation that newspaper publishers are essentially people who sell white space on newsprint to advertisers, p. 379. According to the audience commodity theory, first articulated by Dallas Smythe, 1951, 1977, 1981, the main transactions in media markets occur between media companies and advertisers, not between media companies and audiences or consumers. In this view, the mass media exploit and commodify media audiences, who perform unwaged work on behalf of mass media institutions. The value of this work, e.g., what advertisers are willing to pay, is determined by price schedules based on market research to determine media ratings and desirable audience demographics. 86. In this view, because advertisers are the main customers exerting demand in the marketplace, journalism is basically a positive externality and advertisers have enormous influence over shaping news media content as both censors and gatekeepers. Arts 2008, Baker 1994, Caraway 2011, Fuchs 2012, Herman and Chomsky 1988/2002, Meehan 1984, 1993, Smythe 1951, 1977, 1981. 87. The role of the state. Critical political economists also draw attention to the role of the state in enacting policies which can either facilitate the growth of democratic forms of media, such as legal provisions carving out space for community radio and public access television stations, or, alternatively, strengthen the corporate media giants which currently dominate today's media landscape, such as deregulation which makes it legal for media companies to own and operate multiple TV stations in the same media market. Critical political economists contend that, by allowing corporations to dominate the mass media market, the federal government has been negligent in its responsibility to uphold the First Amendment, which guarantees freedom of expression. Baker 2002, 2007, Lloyd 2006, McChesney 1993, 1999, 2000, 2004, 2007a, McChesney, Newman, and Scott 2005. McChesney and Nichols 2010. The propaganda model. Although, as noted above, critical political economy does not represent a specific theory of news media so much as it does a broad array of concerns, one account of critical political economy bears mentioning. A popular theory of news media performance among left progressive activists in the United States is the propaganda model, developed by Ed Herman and Noam Chomsky, 1988/2002, in their influential book Manufacturing Consent, which is firmly rooted in the critical political economy tradition, but also borrows insights from studies of ideology and media sociology. The propaganda model includes 5 filters which, when taken together, purport to explain the institutional behavior of mass news media. These filters are the size, concentrated ownership, owner wealth, and profit orientation of mass media corporations, pages 3 to 14. Advertising as a primary source of revenue for the mass media, pages 14 to 18. The reliance on official sources of information, such as government officials, businesspersons, and experts funded by concentrations of power, pages 18 to 25. Flak press criticism as a means of disciplining the news media, so that its content does not stray far from the fixed parameters of acceptable thought, pages 2628. Anti-communism, an ideological filter, which serves as a national religion and control mechanism, pages 29 to 31. This filter might be updated to anti-terrorism or simply fear. As Herman and Chomsky explain, these elements interact with and reinforce one another. The raw material of news must pass through successive filters, leaving only the cleansed residue fit to print. They fix the discourse and interpretation, and the definition of what is newsworthy in the first place, and they explain the basis and operations of what amount to propaganda campaigns, p2. As a testable, theoretical account of news media performance, the propaganda model predicts that certain issues will receive uneven or inadequate coverage in mainstream news, such as the unworthy victims of repressive U.S. foreign policy or state terrorism committed by U.S. allies such as Israel and Colombia, Chomsky 1989. Herman 1982, 1992, 1995, 1996, Herman and Chomsky 1988-2002, Klayan 2005, 2010, Mullen and Klayan 2010, Tedrow 2009, 2011. Because it paints an unflattering portrait of journalists and the news industry. Among journalism and mass communications scholars, the propaganda model often is derided as taking a conspiratorial view of media, example Corner 2003. In fact, one of the model's second-order predictions is that it will be marginalized within academic circles. Jensen 2010, Mullen 2010, Mullen and Klayan 2010. However, as Herman and Chomsky, 1988, observe, far from representing a conspiracy theory, their model actually offers a free market analysis of the mass media. Moreover, the propaganda model is notable in that it does not simply predict media behavior and performance, but also theorizes about the relationship between mass media institutions and other structures of power in advanced capitalist societies. As Andrew Mullen and Jeffrey Klayan, 2010, observe. Within the context of the social sciences, the PM propaganda model constitutes a critical structural model. It is in the first instance concerned to explore the interplay between power, social structure, and ideology. Social inequalities within the broader society and social world are highlighted by the PM. It is fundamentally democratic and advocates scholarship that is accessible and can be read and understood by specialist and non-specialist audiences alike, p. 225. The propaganda model is widely assumed to be a theory of media influence, because many assume the model predicts that the mass media manufactures or secures public consent for elites. However, this view is mistaken. As Herman, 1996, observes, Noam Chomsky and I never claimed that the propaganda model explains everything or that it shows media omnipotence and complete effectiveness in manufacturing consent. It is a model of media behavior and performance, not media effects. Moreover, Herman and Chomsky, 1988-2002, state explicitly in the introduction to manufacturing consent that we are talking about media structure and performance, not the effects of the media on the public, p. 12. The propaganda model is also built on case studies of prestige news media reporting on foreign events, which may leave readers less equipped to challenge this framework. However, this is not a limitation of the propaganda model itself. For instance, as Mercedes de Uriarte, 2010, has shown, the model can also be applied to study local news coverage of issues such as gentrification. Critical political economy's implications for strategy. Compared to most other social science research traditions, few of which have forged important connections with contemporary oppositional movements, the critical political economy of media appears as somewhat unusual, because scholars working within this tradition have joined in activist efforts to influence communications policies and structures, while laying important groundwork for the U.S. media reform movement. Moscow 2008, McChesney 1999, 2004, 2007a, 2008b. As Moscow, 2008, observes, praxis, or the unity of research and action, is a fundamental characteristic of a political economy approach. Most political economists of communication have been activists as well as scholars, involved in media democracy, development communication, independent media, and universal access work, as well as with labor, feminist, and anti-racist movements, p. 58. To take a notable example, Robert McChesney, who explicitly links his critiques of mass news media to prescriptions for federal communications policy and calls for media activism, example 2001, 2004, 2008a, McChesney and Nichols 2010, co-founded and serves as the president for Free Press, a national media reform organization that seeks to protect net neutrality, i.e., the principle that Internet service providers should treat all online data equally instead of discriminating against certain types of users or content. In addition to McChesney, journalists and critical scholars working from within a critical political economy framework such as Noam Chomsky, Ed Herman, Michael Parenti, Norman Solomon, Jeff Cohen, Naomi Klein, Amy Goodman, and others have lent their voices to a wide array of left progressive efforts. Within the academy, critical political economists associated with the Union for Democratic Communications, an association of activist communications scholars, have also cast their lot with opponents of neoliberalism and media oligopolies. In terms of linking theory with movement strategy, activists have distilled at least two important lessons from the critical political economy tradition. The first main strategic implication for activists is that they should engage in media reform efforts aimed at breaking up consolidated media. The second implication is that activist media makers must be mindful of how they structure and subsidize alternative/activist media projects. Media reform and contesting media monopoly. According to framing scholars William Gamson and David Meyer, 1996, even though the mass news media are relatively open to movements, ownership, and consumption patterns of media, as well as their relation to the state and political parties, are relatively stable and generally beyond the scope of movement claims, p. 287. Against this view, critical political economists argue that activists can and should contest the institutional structure of mass media by incorporating media reform strategies into overarching movement goals. The mass media are treated not simply as tools or resources which activists can exploit or use in order to further their efforts, but rather, are seen as powerful institutions that activists involved in diverse struggles must bring under popular control if they are to have any hope of succeeding. To quote McChesney, 2008. No one thinks any longer that media reform is an issue to solve after the revolution. Everyone understands that without media reform, there will be no revolution. In that sense it is similar to the labor movement, where the demand for free trade unions, hardly revolutionary in its own right, is a necessary precondition to building a viable organized left that can contest for power. Even if we do not get the revolution in the United States, media reform, much like organized labor, can make the nation a more just and humane place, for its own inhabitants and the peoples of the world, p. 59. Thus, although critical political economy depicts the mass news media primarily in an adversarial capacity, it is an adversarial conception linked to a significant implication for activist strategy. As an active participant in the media reform movement, McChesney, 1993, 1999, 2000, 2004, 2007a, argues that both citizens and the federal government can play important roles in shaping communications systems during critical junctures, i.e., those historical moments when the policy-making options are relatively broad and the policies put in place will set the media system on a track that will be difficult to reroute for decades, even generations. McChesney 2004, p. 24. Today, activists and movements find themselves in a critical juncture, as battles are being waged to save net neutrality from telecommunications corporations that seek to privatize the Internet by deciding which web content can be downloaded at the fastest speeds. McChesney 2008a, p. 57, 2013. For critical political economists such as McChesney, efforts to break up oligopolistic media industries, protect net neutrality, restore popular control over the news media, and create a truly democratic news media system will depend to a great extent on state intervention, in particular federal communications laws and tax breaks for various kinds of news media. McChesney 1997, 1999, 2000, 2004, McChesney and Nichols 2010. The notion that the government should have any role to play in regulating media markets or subsidizing news organizations is anathema to mainstream political economists and other defenders of the capitalist press, who consider it natural and obvious that the state should not intervene in the mass media system. Critical political economists counter that this view of news media is ahistorical, the federal government has played a significant role in subsidizing media in the United States, as well as crafting policies that benefit capitalist media companies. Lloyd 2006, McChesney 2004, McChesney and Nichols 2010. For instance, when Congress passed the Post Office Act of 1792, which established postal routes and allowed newspapers to mail at low rates, they created a vast, publicly subsidized infrastructure for exchanging information across the country. Although newspapers and pamphlets accounted for about 95% of all mail weight, they brought in less than 15% of all postal revenues. As the only nationalized industry, for several decades the post office was the largest branch of the federal government, employing 75% of civilian federal employees in 1831 and an even higher proportion in 1860. In fact, by 1832 there were more postmasters than soldiers. This subsidy was an incredible boon to newspapers, whose numbers fairly exploded in the early decades of the Republic. Lloyd 2006, pages 23 to 34, McChesney and Nichols 2010, pages 121 to 7. Newspapers were also subsidized by lucrative government printing contracts and benefited from railroads and mass forced schooling, i.e., state policies that helped promote a large, literate population. According to Mark Lloyd, 2006, whose important book Prologue to a Farce traces the history of communications in the United States, the massive subsidy for papers represented by the U.S. postal system reflected Madison's civic vision, a vision that elevated the importance of popular information and public opinion that would dominate communications policy in the early republic. p. 34. Because today's capitalist media system does not elevate the importance of popular information, or for that matter value popular participation in the process of making meaning, critical political economists argue that it is out of sync with the principles on which U.S. democracy was founded. Structuring and subsidizing alternative media. The critical political economy critique has also profoundly influenced how left-progressive activists approach questions related to structuring and subsidizing alternative/activist media projects and institutions. Over the past several decades, beginning with the New Left movements of the 1960s and 1970s, activist media makers have increasingly expressed concern over the fact that prominent alternative media institutions tend to replicate corporate hierarchies and divisions of labor. This has motivated several activists to organize alternative/activist media institutions as collectively run enterprises in which editorial responsibilities are shared. Albert 1997, 2006a, 2006b, Utton 2002, Utton and Hamilton 2008, Downing 2001. In addition, by calling attention to the troubling influence of advertisers, critical political economy has challenged activist media makers to seek alternative revenue streams to fund their projects. Albert 1997, 2006a, 2006b, Angel 2008. For instance, the radical left publication Z Magazine is not only organized non-hierarchically, but has been ad-free and subsidized primarily by reader subscriptions since it was first published in 1987. Arguably, a problem with the critical political economy perspective is that, by focusing so much attention media convergence and audience exploitative nature of advertisements, this research tradition has, regrettably, discouraged some activists from giving serious consideration to the question of how movements can generate revenue for the media they produce. As Jen Angel, 2008, observes, a central problem in activist culture is the denial of money as a powerful force. Whether it's that people are afraid of money because they don't understand it, they believe that it's just a tool for capitalist lackeys, or they feel that it's an instrument that can only be used for evil, this kind of mythology around money means that activists and organizations often lag far behind their conservative or for-profit counterparts in terms of building structure and long-term stability. To build projects and institutions that are sustainable and effective within the capitalist system we currently live in, we need to fund them. There simply needs to be money to pay for paper, computers, and electricity. To fund projects and institutions, we need two things: activists that understand money and can use it effectively, and activists who will support institutions with financial resources, pages 22 to 23. As Angel and others emphasize, there are diverse forms of media subsidy that activist media makers can take advantage of, if they wish to eschew advertising. Journalism scholar J. Rosen, 2009, for instance, identifies 20 different sources of subsidy besides advertisers, including government, political parties, rich benefactors, and philanthropists, related and unrelated businesses, spin-offs, colleges and universities, religious groups, family members, e-commerce, and passionate news consumers. In addition, activist media makers can generate revenue by holding benefit concerts, hosting bake sales and garage sales, asking for donations, taking out loans, and using credit cards, example Angel 2008. Software piracy, black market activity, and expropriation theft from employers and corporations also help subsidize various activist media projects, even if activists do not write about these activities or discuss them openly. It should be mentioned that some revenue streams have important drawbacks. For instance, crime can subsidize media quickly but also land activists in jail, while other revenue streams may be consonant with a publication's goals but fail to generate a steady flow of income, such as paid subscriptions. Anarchism and critical political economy. For anarchists, especially those in English-speaking countries such as the United States, critical political economy accounts of media likely have more influence than other critical theoretical accounts of the mass media, owing to the influence of Noam Chomsky, a known anarchist, as well as the Anarchist FAQ, which offers a summary of Herman and Chomsky's 1988/2002 propaganda model in its section covering the anarchist critique of news media, McKay 2008, pages 380 to 386. And indeed, from an anarchist perspective, the critical political economy tradition has important strengths. To begin, the critique of corporate ownership of mass media institutions is a naturally corollary to the anarchist/autonomist critique of the commodification of information and the enclosure of the knowledge commons, Hamilton 2004, Kidd 1988, 2003, 2010, Smythe 1981, as well as the critique of corporate influence in everyday life, Dietz 1992. Political economists' activism on behalf of net neutrality is basically consonant with anarchism's premium on media systems and communicative processes that enable non-hierarchical information flows, free from corruptions of informational power. In addition, political economy's strategic implication that activists should break up media monopolies and restore democratic control over media institutions is basically consistent with anarchism's assault on different forms of domination and power structures. Likewise, critical political economy's implications for activists/alternative media makers are consistent with the premium anarchism places on prefigurative politics and direct action. Finally, the critical political economy tradition is notable from an anarchist activist scholar perspective because the researchers who work within this tradition tend to be very close to those activists who stand to benefit from their research. For anarchism, where critical political economy arguably falters is in its recommendation that activists should pursue strategies aimed at pressuring the state to enact policies to regulate media markets, break up monopolies, and help subsidize media systems. As Gordon, 2006, observes, clearly anarchist theory is not geared towards underpinning policy change, which inevitably means change through the state. Rather, the goal is to underpin various forms of grassroots action that take place outside and as against the state, pages 17 to 18. Furthermore, anarchists might argue that news media owners, politicians, and other elite actors have no strong incentive to enact policies promoting media democracy and a vibrant press, because doing so would undermine their power and prestige. There are 2 points to be made here. The first is that critical political economists obviously are not opposed to grassroots efforts to establish democratic media outside and as against the state. McChesney, 2008a, for instance, considers the media reform movement to be one of three branches of media activism, which is closely related to those involved in creating grassroots, independent media and to those who provide criticism of the mainstream media, p. 58. The second point to be made is that, in the view of anarchists such as Chomsky, 1970-2005, 2002, 2005, media reform efforts which seek to leverage the power of the state against powerful media companies are actually consistent with anarchist politics and the goal of a stateless, classless society. Chomsky, 2002, argues that anarchists must be able to defend at least some attempts to defend and expand state power, because the state provides essential services such as welfare and forms of health care that are under attack by conservatives and powerful corporations. Although both the state and corporations must ultimately be dismantled in the anarchist view, the population exerts at least some control over the state, whereas corporations basically operate as unaccountable, private tyrannies. Supporting these aspects of the governmental structures just seems to me, to be part of a willingness to face some of the complexities of life for what they are, and the complexities of life include the fact that there are a lot of ugly things out there, he observes, p. 346. This is consistent with Chomsky's position that anarchists and other activists should look for ways to expand the floor of the cage, that is, extend the limits to what the current political economic environment currently allows, on the assumption that doing so will serve as a preliminary for ultimately dismantling the state and corporations, Barsamian 1997. Chapter 6, Interview Research Methodology. Despite the mountain of critical communications research generated by scholars over the past several decades, in an important sense the interrelationships between critical media theory, activist consciousness, and movement strategy remain hazy. Scholars have studied activists' media consumption habits as well as their use of mainstream media, alternative/activist media, and digital technologies in their activism and organizing, example in 2002, Eaton and Hamilton 2008, Castells 2012, Downing 2001, Earl and Kimport 2011, Harlow and Harp 2012, Harlow and Guo 2014, McCauley and Ayres 2003, Rodriguez 2001, Waltz 2005. However, it remains unclear how most activists actually think about the many dimensions of news media power, how they incorporate these understandings into their activism and organizing, or whether these understandings mirror or reflect the content of critical and radical communications theory as theorists understand it. It is in this disconnect between those who research corruptions of information power and the activists and dissidents who could benefit from this research that anarchist scholars can play an important role, as activist researchers who assist other radicals in their capacity as movement map makers. Ehrlich 2001, Gordon 2006, 2008, Graeber 2004, Shakaitis 2004, Shakaitis and Graeber 2007, Stein 2001. Engaging with activists' actual beliefs and dilemmas is essential for generating reflexive radical political theory. This is true not just for anarchist researchers, but for activist social science researchers across the board. Deschala 2000, Gordon 2006, 2008, Graeber 2004, Shakaitis and Graeber 2007. To quote Gordon, 2006. By bringing the, often conflicting, views of activists to a high level of articulation, the theorist can construct a discussion where the activists' debates can be undertaken in a more precise and clear way, with attention to detail and a coherent thread of argument. The role of the theorist, on this score, is to partake in and facilitate the reflexive process of theorizing among activists, functioning as a clarifier, organizer, and articulator of ideas, an activity that takes place with and for activists. Her or his goal is to address, in theoretical form, the issues that activists face in their everyday organizing, to assemble ideas so that they can be discussed carefully, to lay open hidden assumptions and contradictory statements, and in general to advance activists' thinking by transposing it from the fragmented terrain of brief and informal debate to a dimension where a more structured and high-definition discussion can be undertaken, to the written page, p. 17. Thus, in addition to developing anarchistic theoretical arguments in chapters 2 through 5, this study features an exploratory research component which examines how contemporary activists think about media power and media movement interactions as it relates to their organizing and activism. The basis of this investigation is a series of in-depth, ethnographic interviews conducted with activists based in Austin, Texas. The purpose of this interview research is twofold. First, it aims to explore how the theoretical arguments in this dissertation possibly resonate or conflict with contemporary anarchist understandings of news media. Second, these interviews initiate exploration about the ways in which contemporary anarchist understandings possibly deepen or extend the theoretical arguments of this dissertation. Below, I review the dilemmas and methodological considerations which shaped the interview research process. The IRB dilemma: journalistic practice versus human subjects research. Institutional review boards, IRBs, are committees of experts and researchers charged with reviewing and approving projects that involve human subjects research, intended originally to address medical and criminal activity privacy for subjects. On university and college campuses, IRBs are responsible for ensuring that all research conducted by faculty members and graduate students does not violate federal, institutional, or ethical guidelines. At the time this dissertation was proposed, researched, and written, the IRB of the University of Texas at Austin required all PhD students to obtain its approval, including those engaged in oral history, journalism, and biographical research, before conducting anything it considered to be human subjects research. This is because UT Austin's IRB, like most IRBs, proposes a broad definition of human subjects research. Any systematic investigation that is designed to develop or contribute to generalizable knowledge, and which involves living humans about whom an investigator obtains information through intervention or interaction or obtains identifiable private information, qualifies as human subjects research. 88. After a series of medical and behavioral experiments in the 1930s and 1940s, notably, the Tuskegee syphilis study and Nazi research on concentration camp prisoners, raised important questions about the ethical commitments of those engaged in human subjects research, Congress passed the National Research Act in 1974, which identified basic principles and guidelines for responsible research, as well as prompted the establishment of IRBs throughout the country. IRB protections for human subjects were initially designed to monitor the activities of researchers engaged in biomedical and behavioral research, that is, areas in which research subjects need strong protections from possible abuse. Edgar and Rothman, 1995, Y2007. Although it is important to ensure that subjects are neither mistreated nor abused, and that researchers conduct themselves in an ethically appropriate, responsible manner, IRBs are not immune from criticism. For instance, many of those who serve on IRBs at universities and colleges maintain important links with industry, as funding recipients, consultants, speakers, members of advisory boards, and so on. This represents a conflict of interest when these board members participate in protocol decisions sponsored by companies with which they have a financial relationship. Campbell et al. 2006. Furthermore, First Amendment defenders argue that IRB's broad conception of human subjects research ought to be challenged, because allowing institutions to oversee research based in journalistic methods of inquiry, in particular, in-depth interviews with subjects who are willing to go on record, constitutes a form of prior review. This is the position that my dissertation co-chair Dr. Mercedes de Uriarte and I arrived at, after consulting with constitutional lawyers and comparing UT Austin's IRB protocols with those used at other universities. Our position that UT Austin's IRB has no business inserting itself into research rooted in journalistic practice is supported by scholarly and legal arguments that IRB's mission creep is unconstitutional and deeply at odds with the American free speech tradition, because it threatens the integrity of humanities research and violates the First Amendment principle forbidding the licensing of inquiry and speech, Borenstein 2008, Dingwall 2008, Hamburger 2005, Kerr 2006, White 2007. Moreover, IRB guidelines allow interview subjects to withdraw their participation at any point in the research process, which can threaten critical inquiry by motivating researchers to avoid asking hard questions or engage in other activities that could offend interview subjects. The suggestion that interviewees, several months after being interviewed, could revoke permission for a writer to publish their comments would be an absurd, insulting proposition to most working journalists in the United States. Yet this is a reality that many journalism scholars must live with. Unfortunately, faculty and students who do not comply with IRB guidelines face stiff penalties. For PhD students, the situation is worse, because IRB compliance is mandatory to graduate. Thus, although Dr. Uriarty and I contested the UT Austin IRB oversight of doctoral dissertations rooted in journalistic practice, ultimately we gave in to institutional pressure. This means that, as part of the process of obtaining IRB approval for the study, I had to grant UT Austin's IRB final say over the interview script I used. I was also prohibited from interviewing people who were not physically in Central Texas, even if those persons were involved in activist efforts in Austin. UT's IRB also told me that I could not hire or recruit someone to help with transcription duties, because I would not be allowed to share the audio recordings. Whatever their intent, these IRB rules restrict inquiry. When it came to actually conducting interviews, moreover, I had to preface each one with a lengthy, canned description of informed consent, my responsibilities as a researcher, and my interview subjects' rights as research participants. These presentations often prompted conversations regarding institutional policies that work to alienate activist researchers from the movements they seek to theorize about. An important point which emerged in these conversations is that although IRB guidelines serve to protect interview subjects from any misconduct on my part, these same provisions could also require me to hand over recordings or transcripts to the police or courts. Although this is unlikely to happen, this institutional threat represents a subtle form of state suppression and a corruption of informational power. It also undermines the ethical position of the press that off-the-record information provided by a source must be protected by the journalist as confidential. This position is protected by some states as well. Selecting and interviewing subjects. While surveys and other quantitative research methods can provide useful pictures of trends in activists' relationship with media, example Harlow and Guo 2014, Harlow and Harp 2012, these methods are also impersonal, tend only to scratch the surface, and are less than ideal for allowing respondents to freely communicate their ideas, beliefs, and experiences. Furthermore, when very little is known about a subject matter, fact-finding missions based on qualitative methods are preferable, because they allow researchers to access underlying themes and ideas that quantitative studies tend to gloss over. Lindlof and Taylor 2002, Potter 1996. For this study, then, my investigative tool was the in-depth, ethnographic interview. According to David Fetterman, 1989, the ethnographic interview is not an excuse to interrogate an individual or criticize cultural practices. It is an opportunity to learn from the interviewee, p. 55. The qualitative interview is a remarkably adaptive method, observe Thomas Lindlof and Brian Taylor, 2002, because interviews can be conducted nearly anywhere in relative privacy, the scope of topics which can be covered is limitless, and interviewers can adopt formal or informal stances, pages 170 to 171. Face-to-face interviews, moreover, allow interviewers and interviewees to establish common ground, which helps to put both parties at ease. The research site I chose was Austin, Texas, which is often referred to as a drop of blue in an otherwise red state. This description obscures the fact that Austin is documented as a city segregated by race, ethnicity, and income. Moreover, it is thoroughly gentrified and there are deep divisions between the city's liberals and radicals. Nevertheless, Austin is an ideal place to study activists' beliefs about news media. Not only does the city feature a history of important, radical political activism, Duggar 1974, Rossinow 1998, but it is currently home to a large core of activists working on various left-wing and progressive causes and issues. Also of note, in Austin it is relatively easy for one to tap into the radical and/or left progressive community through events such as talks, fundraisers, and protests. In addition, alternative media played an important role in Austin during the political struggles of 1960s and 1970s, Macmillan 2011, and continue to do so. It bears mentioning that radical is not a static term, because activist support for a cause defined as radical during the 1960s, or an earlier era, may now be considered a new norm. Many of the radicals of the 1960s and 1970s have mellowed to liberal positions, moreover, which possibly makes it more difficult to identify anarchists or other radicals to interview. 89 In general, then, the question of whether someone or something is truly radical is an uninteresting question, similar to definitional disputes over whether certain kinds of news media could be considered alternative or activist. As Michael Albert, 1998, observes, the US left suffers from a stickiness problem, which is to say that, over the past several decades, the left has been able to retain only a small percentage of the millions of people who have come into contact with, worked with, or become part of the civil rights movement, the anti-war movements, the feminist movement, and other notable causes. Due to the fractured nature of the US left, as a result, today it is common to find that dedicated radical and left progressive activists in various towns and cities drift in and out of groups and causes, and often know one another through informal or digital networks rather than membership-based organizations. According to Alberto Melucci, 1996, contemporary movements assume the form of solidarity networks entrusted with potent cultural meanings, and it is precisely these meanings that distinguish them so sharply from political actors and formal organizations next to them. We have passed beyond the global and metaphysical conception of collective actors. Movements are not entities that move with the unity of goals attributed to them by ideologues. Movements are systems of action, complex networks among the different levels and meanings of social action. Collective identity allowing them to become actors is not a datum or an essence, it is the outcome of exchanges, negotiations, decisions, and conflicts among actors, p4. Of course, this is not to discount the fact that some activists have devoted themselves to specific causes, organizations, or groups in Austin, in some cases over periods of several years or even decades. Rather than construct case studies of specific causes or group, though, I investigated the ideas of members of a community or network of activists. This approach recognizes the overlaps among activist groups and the rhizomatic or submerged network character of contemporary leftist formations, Day 2005, Delos and Guattari 1987, Funk 2012a, 2012b, Hart and Negri 2004, Melucci 1989, 1996. Another important reason I decided against a case study approach is that I sought quality interviews with people who have long involvement in activism, on the assumption that these individuals had thought more about media power and media activism than movement newcomers had. Due to the stickiness problem, it can be hard to identify activists who fit this description. Furthermore, activists often hold a low opinion of journalists and researchers who parachute into communities without giving anything in return. This methodological consideration, then, assumes the researcher possesses some familiarity with the community being studied, i.e., key groups and figures, local history, notable campaigns, triumphs and tragedies, and so on. Although I did not begin interviewing activists for this study until 2014, I had already familiarized myself with Austin's activist scene, through my own activities as an anarchist activist and radical media maker, and by supporting various causes in Austin for well over a decade. It is fair to say that I shared, to a certain extent, an insider perspective with those I interviewed. My activist credentials also helped me secure more recommendations and contact information for possible interview subjects. A wide-ranging, in-depth investigation of how activists think about news media represents an undertaking far beyond the scope of this dissertation. My immediate, more modest aim is simply to initiate exploration in this area. Based on media reports of local activist groups, supportive contacts, and my familiarity with Austin's activist scene, I was able to reach out to 30 different activists involved in diverse groups and causes, such as prison reform, death penalty abolition, transit activism, socialist organizing, and anti-gentrification efforts. This number was restricted by IRB's requirement that all interviewees must be in Austin. Of these, about half either declined to be interviewed or failed to respond to my outreach. As a result, I conducted a series of in-depth, loosely structured, ethnographic interviews with 16 activists and organizers in Austin, Texas between August 2014 and January 2015. The interviewees included 9 men, 6 women, and 1 gender non-conforming person. While I was able to interview women who identified as socialists, progressives, or radicals, none identified as anarchist. One woman mentioned during the interview that the term anarchist might characterize her politics, but she was not familiar with this tradition and her comments did not reflect an anarchist ethos or sensibility. From these interviews, 5 were selected to be examined in this dissertation, because the interviewees identified as anarchists or horizontalists 90 or their comments reflected anarchistic ways of thinking about news media and digital technologies. The remaining 11 interviewees identified as leftists, progressives, democratic socialists, and Marxist-Leninists. These will be addressed in another work. According to W. James Potter, 1996, in the ethnographic interview, the researcher informs the interviewee of the purpose of the interview and then takes control by asking questions and probing the person's responses. This type of interviewing is structured like survey interviewing. The key difference is that it is responsive to situations rather than standardized, pages 96 to 97. For instance, at certain points in interviews, I departed from my interview script in order to probe areas in which the interviewee had strong opinions. During other interviews, I skipped over questions when it became obvious that the person I was speaking to had very little to say on the topic. I allowed interviewees to speak their mind. One respondent, for example, devoted most of the interview to discussing his life history. As a result, interview lengths varied. In a little over 34 hours of interview audio, the shortest was approximately 50 minutes, and the longest clocked in at over 3 hours. Most interviews lasted about 2 hours each. I conducted and audio recorded each interview in person, rather than by phone. While interviewing activists for this study, I made it a point to meet with them in places that were relatively free from distractions, but also places they felt comfortable. This means that 12 of the 16 people I spoke with invited me into their homes. Occasionally I had to pause recordings so that interviewees could speak with housemates, run errands, or tend to household affairs, such as cooking or feeding goats. Conducting, transcribing, and presenting interviews. After reviewing and obtaining informed consent, I asked each interviewee a series of questions based on a prepared interview script. The script, which can be found in this dissertation's appendix, included 33 questions, many of which I skipped over or tailored to each interview subject. Interview questions focused on the following 5 themes. Background information. I asked each interviewee for basic personal and demographic information, such as the respondent's name, preferred gender designation, brief personal history as an activist, and a summation of that person's political beliefs. Due to the amount of work involved with transcribing and analyzing interviews, these questions helped me at the outset to group or distinguish among activists based on their political orientations. Media use. I also asked some basic questions about where interviewees receive their news, whether they typically consume digital/online media versus more traditional forms, print, television, and/or radio, and what types of news they consume, example immigration, criminal justice, etc. Sense of theory. Several interview questions were designed to examine interviewees' sense of theory, how they think about social reality, their ethical political commitments as activists, and how they view the relationship between means and ends, in particular whether means and ends should be consonant. These questions sought to arrive at a deeper theoretical understanding of how activists' personal political beliefs relate to their views on media and activism. Views on mainstream media. I ask several questions about how interviewees perceive the mass news media, what role, if any, they see for mainstream news media as it relates to activism and organizing, how interviewees make use of mainstream media in their own activism, and what influence they believe these activities have. For example, I asked interviewees to describe media activism they engaged in which they considered to be successful. Views on alternative/activist media. Similarly, I asked several questions about what role, if any, interviewees see for alternative or activist media as it relates activism and organizing, how interviewees make use of alternative/activist media in their activism, and what influence these activities have. After recording interviews, I used Dragon Naturally Speaking, a speech-to-text software that can be integrated into Microsoft Word, for transcription purposes. The act of transcription allowed for preliminary identification of common themes. Analysis of the interview content allowed comparison of perspectives, ideologies, and motivation, as well as interviewees' views on how mass news media relates to organizing and activism. The findings from these in-depth, ethnographic interviews will be examined in the next chapter. Following feminist social science researchers, in presenting findings in the next chapter, I allow my interviewees to speak for themselves as much as possible, by providing portions of interview transcripts, rather than just snippets or summaries of interviewees' comments. As feminist scholar Schule-Amit Reinhartz, 1992, observes, transcripts of the interviews familiarize readers with the people who were studied and enable to the reader to hear what the researcher heard, p. 39. Moreover, including verbatim responses by those interviewed allows readers to examine the exchanges included without concern that those responses have been, however unwittingly, modified by interpretation or mediation. I have also included my side of these conversations where appropriate, so that readers can appreciate the multiple voices in each interview, Paget 1981, Reinhartz 1992. Chapter 7, Ethnographic Interview Findings. This chapter examines findings from the 34 hours of interview research conducted for this dissertation. Biographies and personal political beliefs. Of the 16 activists who consented to be interviewed, 3 self-identified as anarchists and 2 others expressed personal political beliefs that could be characterized as consonant with anarchism. The other 11 interviewees explicitly distanced themselves from anarchism and libertarian socialism by identifying as Marxist-Leninists, democratic socialists, or simply as leftist or progressive activists. For each of the 5 selected interviewees, organized alphabetically by last name below, I provide first and last name, age at the time of being interviewed, preferred gender designation, activist background, and a general sense of that person's political beliefs. All 16 interviewed lived in Austin, Texas at the time the interview research was conducted. Scott Crow, 47, male, who prefers that his name be spelled without capitalization, is a longtime anarchist activist, writer, and public speaker. For over 25 years, he has organized around animal liberation, radical environmentalism, and political prisoner issues. In 2005, in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, Crow helped organize Common Ground Collective, an anarchist relief organization based on a decentralized network of nonprofit groups. In 2011, he published a book based on his experiences in New Orleans, Crow 2011. More recently, he has appeared in national news media as a voice critical of government surveillance, due to his former relationship with Brandon Darby, an FBI informant and former Common Ground Collective member. For background and Crow's views on this issue, see Williams and Crow 2015. Based on hundreds of documents obtained via Freedom of Information Act requests, on May 28, 2011, the New York Times published a front-page story profiling Crow, which described how counterterrorism agents had spent years surveilling him and other radical anti-authoritarian activists. Unlike the other 4 interviewees in this chapter, who attended college, Crow did not complete high school. Although most of the activists I spoke with treated theoretical concepts latently, Crow brought several anarchist ideas into our discussion during our interview, such as prefigurative politics, the nature of power and oppression, and direct action. MT, do you identify politically as anything? Where do you place yourself in the political spectrum? SC, I think if I had to throw on a label, that would be an anarchist, but I would only use that as a point of reference, as an identifier to move on from that. The kind of anarchism that I ascribe to is little anarchism, which is really anarchy, which is not an ism, which is just a set of liberatory ideas and practices rooted in history that came out of European tradition, influenced by indigenous cultures. MT, how does that shape the activities in which you engage? SC, I think some of the basic ideas are the ideas of direct action, the fact that we don't have to wait on anybody else to make change, that we can do things ourselves if we see injustice, if we see things that are not right, that we can take action ourselves. So, that's one of the ideas, direct action. The second one is the idea of total or collective liberation. The reason I identify with anarchy is that doesn't look at a single issue like the natural world, or non-human animals, or prisons, or immigration, or transphobia. It looks at all of them as exploitative systems. So it kind of encompasses it. That's the other thing that draws me to it. The third thing, besides collective and total liberation, is the fact that we can have autonomy, that we don't have to be a part of political systems, we don't have to be a part of communities that we choose not to be a part of. We as individuals and communities have a right to determine our own futures, and be autonomous in making those determinations. All of this is a framework that people have named as anarchy. I identify or affiliate much more with that. MT, how would you say that those values that you just spoke about, though, how do you think those actually shape the activities? That's the why. What's the how? SC, in a prefigurative sense, in the way that social organizations organize or businesses like worker co-ops organize, if you want to be liberatory, then an anarchist framework is, I think, a good way to do that. If I envision a greater world where we're sharing power, that we are not exploiting each other, non-human animals, or the natural world, then I need to figure out how to do that on the smallest scale that I can today, as an individual, in the choices that I make. Part of that is being in organizations that try power sharing, that recognize that we are not on equal footing, that some of us have been taught to talk faster or are encouraged to share our voices more than other people, all these different, subtle ways that are social cues, political cues, cultural cues, that I think are all-encompassing. For me, anarchy is striving to form good social relationships with people, that are not about trying to have power over, but power with. Anarchists and other radical activists often draw the same distinction Crow does between power over and power with. Gordon 2008, p. 49-55, Starhawk 1988. The expression power over refers to power that is used to compel a person or persons to comply with someone else's will, against that person or person's will or interests. The expression power with, on the other hand, refers to power that people wield or exercise together, in order to accomplish tasks without there being a conflict of wills or interests. Gordon 2008, p. 50, 54. Crow said he receives his news from diverse sources, including old forms of corporate media such as television, but also newer forms of media such as online newspapers, news aggregators such as Google News, and partisan news media from various sources, such as Huffington Post and Nation, as well as anarchist websites such as Anarchist News 91, InfoShop 92, and the Center for a Stateless Society 93. Even so, he is far from a news junkie. A lot of times, with topical news, like what's happening today, I barely pay attention to it, especially electoral politics. I read a lot of science, a lot of art, a lot of philosophy, just a lot of articles with these subject matters, he says. Alice Deller, 28, gender nonconforming, prefers gender-neutral pronouns 94, is an anarchist who describes their politics as nihilistic. As an undergraduate at the University of Alabama, Deller joined Students for a Democratic Society after its refounding in 2006. In Austin, Deller volunteers at Monkey Wrench Books, an all-volunteer anarchist bookstore located in central Austin, participates in anarchist study groups, and has worked with La Semilla, The Seed, a collective of activists who provide childcare at radical conferences. Deller's view of anarchist nihilism rejects compromises with the status quo, such as liberal reformist activism, because of the risks associated with capitalist recuperation, i.e., the process by which radical ideas become co-opted or commodified by capitalist society. MT, do you identify politically as anything? AD, my politics now are fairly nihilistic. I don't have any party affiliations. I don't vote. MT, how would you describe nihilism in this sense? AD, I wish I had read more about nihilism. Laughs. I just don't have a desire to participate in any of the things that have been given to me as options for participation. I don't feel like that this is the world that I want, and I didn't ask for any of this. That's really frustrating for me. Also, personally, I like to operate my life in a way that isn't fearful. I feel like a lot of my life, I'm propelled by fear, like fear of not having a job, or not being able to pay rent, or not being able to get food, or whatever. I try to reject the notions of fear. I feel like, within that, there's the idea that there's nothing left to lose, which I feel is potentially a nihilist position. I've never read any Nietzsche. MT. I just want to come back to this, if people don't have any control over their lives, as you said earlier in this interview, does that mean you believe in autonomy, or you don't? AD, I do. MT, it sounds like you don't. AD, I understand. To clarify, I feel like people have control over their lives. However, I think that it takes a lot of work to recognize the power that one has, or the extent to one's power. They're granted capitalist options. I can go buy a car and pick the color that I want, or I can choose who I date or something. Sometimes, maybe. I feel like there's minor concessions within the system, so I can make choices here and there. However, I think that for the most part, the extent of my power is being kept from me by the things that keep the system running. So, I do believe in autonomy and I feel like everyone can do their own thing, for sure. For me, it's been really important to be very critical of why I make the decisions that I make, and be really conscious and aware of where those decision-making abilities and what decisions I made, where that comes from. Because a lot of it's just learned by society and a lot of it is learned from my family, which is also affected by society. So there are legacies of choices that maybe I don't want to make, but I feel compelled to for whatever reason. Deller says they do not consume much mainstream news media, preferring instead to read anarchist websites such as Anarchist News, radical blogs on the community blogging website Tumblr, and Black Girl Dangerous, a website that accepts submissions only from queer and transgender people of color. 95. Marcus Denton, 33, male, works as a Medicaid/CHIP policy analyst for the Texas Health and Human Services Commission. He has participated in various left progressive activist groups and causes since 1999, including Palestine solidarity efforts, anti-war organizing, and the Austin Project for a Participatory Society, an organization he co-founded, whose goal was to find and build a community of people who shared a basic left perspective that was radical, institutionally focused, broad in its perspective, inclusive in its makeup, and concerned with matters of vision and strategy. Denton. 2008, p. 330. Denton says he cut his teeth as a student activist at Trinity University. Since moving to Austin, much of his activism has focused on meta-activism, which he describes as activism about how our activism can be the best it can be. More recently, he brought his radical left perspective to bear on public transportation issues, by participating in Austinites for Urban Rail Action, ORA, a group of community activists who helped defeat a proposed urban light rail line, which had regressive implications for working class and poor Austinites. Denton said he thinks of himself mainly as a leftist and anti-capitalist, and perhaps even as a socialist, although he feels that he has been turned off by a lot of bad socialism. His political trajectory, personal reflections, and interview responses suggest that the libertarian socialist tradition, which includes participatory economics, a vision he once actively promoted, has shaped his views in a significant way. MD, I have gone through various periods where I have identified strongly with certain strain of leftism. So, there were times when I thought of myself as an anarchist, when I thought of myself as well, in sociology classes, which I majored in, I was always in the Marxian, you always get to choose your framework. But I never considered myself a Marxist or whatever. I was turned off by authoritarian socialism, which I identified with the International Socialist Organization. There were times where I was reading about feminism, and it seemed like, oh my God, this explains so much about everything. I really identify with this. I'm totally a feminist, or a feminist ally, depending on if a guy can be a feminist. And I guess with the foreign policy stuff, like protesting the war in Iraq, that was just being on the left and being anti-imperialist. Now I just kind of think of myself as capital LEFT. For me, that means the radical left includes, it's anti-capitalist. I like the Zapatista definition, which is, you're on the left if you're against capitalism. Not to the exclusion of any form of other things we need to work on, whether that be racial and identity-based oppressions, or gender-based oppressions, or any other types of oppressions. I feel like all of those fit under the umbrella. Trayvon Martin happens and it's like, this is within the umbrella, I'm going to those protests. I don't really have a name for any of the rest of it. I consider myself part of a left. Denton says he receives his news media from diverse sources, both mainstream and alternative, that he reads a daily policy blog, and that he actively supports left-wing and progressive experiments to create alternative media institutions. For example, he donated money to the New Standard, a now-defunct radical online newspaper free of advertising, as well as the New York Times Examiner, a radical press criticism website that daily scrutinizes the paper of record. Bob Libel, 33, male, is the executive director of Grassroots Leadership, a national, multiracial social justice organization founded by veteran organizer S.I. Khan in 1980. Since the 1990s, Grassroots Leadership has been active in national efforts to push back against prison privatization, and detention of undocumented immigrant families, and promote criminal justice reform. Libel is no stranger to the mass news media, having been interviewed dozens of times for a wide array of local and national publications, both mainstream and activist/alternative, including the New York Times, Huffington Post, Rolling Stone, The Nation, Z Magazine, and others. Prior to being interviewed for the study, Libel was also a collective member at Monkey Wrench Books, and before that he was a student organizer at the University of Texas at Austin during his years as an undergraduate. Like Denton, Libel does not label himself as an anarchist, even though his politics reflect an anarchist sensibility. MT, how would you describe your politics? Do you identify politically as anything? BL, I haven't been asked that question in a long time. Laughs. MT, I ask because it's sort of a demographic thing. BL, yeah, I think that. I don't know that I identify as any one sort of political ideology anymore. I think I believe in social movements and political decisions being driven by people who are most affected by the issues. I think I generally believe in inclusivity in decision making. I'm the executive director of a non-horizontal organization, but I think that I believe in horizontal decision-making, if not in sort of a very rigid sense. I believe in participatory decision-making. I think that those ideas are very much informed by the sort of anarchist organizing in the 1990s and 2000s. But I don't really identify as any political sort of belief anymore, I don't think. Libel says he subscribes to the Austin American-Statesman and the weekend edition of the New York Times. He also listens to NPR, receives news on Facebook, subscribes to listservs, and regularly reads alternative media such as the Texas Observer and Color Lines. I try to read everything about immigration and criminal justice, he says, due to his position and activism. Tommy, 26, male, is an anarchist who declined to allow me to use his real name. He says that after growing up in England and moving to El Paso while in middle school, he experienced a culture shock that led him to question organized religion, capitalism, international politics, colonization, and neoliberalism. I think I got a pretty intense dose of what the world looks like, just from being there, he says. After studying philosophy at the University of Texas at El Paso, and traveling through Europe with queer anarchists in 2009, he moved to Austin in 2011, where he volunteered with a number of smaller groups, such as a harm reduction group and a child care collective. His view of insurrectionary anarchism places a premium on maintaining unpredictable, potentially explosive moments and increasing people's capacity to revolt. Because his view of anarchism differs markedly from my own, I asked him several questions about his political beliefs and the process of intellectual self-discovery that led to them. He says that coming into contact with anarchists in California's Bay Area, along with his participation in an anarchist study group in Austin, strongly influenced his current political views. I met a person, who ended up being very influential and had a very different version of things. Not all theory is academic. A lot of it is. But there is a particular version of theory that is produced by humans that concerns people's everyday lives, and there's a way to think about ideas that brings study into how we live. It broke down how I thought about politics entirely. Instead of it being this thing that I'm dedicated to, that I'm submitting myself to something that's more important than me, study or theory is actually something that can enhance the way that I'm able to resist, personally. The thing that matters isn't necessarily revolution or winning, because maybe that's something that's just out of my hands. But instead it's, okay, how do I live my life in the most expansive of ways? How do I increase my capacity to revolt? How do I connect with other people and increase our collective capacity? How to maintain unpredictable moments? Just those sorts of questions. Maybe anarchy is more about living a principled life, or living a life that is grappling with the compromises that we're forced to make living in society that we hate. Maybe that's what anarchy is, not this sort of far-off, utopian future that's competing with all these other political philosophies for the right one. Instead, it's more of a way to put your finger on what you're against, and then a way to revisit that in every moment of your life, where you're presented with any number of compromises and you have to decide which side you're going to fall on, and to follow the path to the impossible, instead of the path back to society, which I think is the hand that's constantly offered to you. I began exploring a more anti-political anarchist trajectory. When you say anti-political, you mean? Basically, one that breaks with the historical left in a lot of ways. In my mind, politics is much more inclusive, I guess, than a lot of people define it. Yeah, and I guess I've used the word sort of clumsily so far. Specifically, anti-politics is a critique of representation and any structure or person that seeks to speak up for others. It's a critique of a certain scale. It's saying that, part of the way society manages to capture revolts is it gets us thinking on a totally inhuman scale. Most of the sort of traditional left anarchists' framework is, okay, how do we change all of society? That's just far bigger than anyone can possibly decide. It's highly unlikely that an entire society of people is going to consent to your plan. It sort of brings it back, and puts the focus on individual lives, and the connections between those individual lives, and how to weaponize those individual lives, and how to put your finger on the way power control those lives, and how power might be interrupted in the context of those lives. That's the center, instead of it being global revolution. That's still something that I desire, but it's not something that I think I have the capacity to create. To bring about. Yeah, I think that if it happens, it will happen probably by accident. I'm interested in figuring out how to respond in such a moment, or how to be in a place to go as far, and as quickly, and with as many people as I can, but I don't think that it will be that because a small minority of conscious radicals have the right ideas that capitalism crumbles. Tommy says he avoids consuming news media because of its routinized, uninteresting coverage of news and events, and that he prefers to read first-person accounts posted online of important social-political events, example the riots and demonstrations in Ferguson that occurred in 2014 and 2015. I was paying attention to Ferguson, 1, because it's inspiring. There are certain moments that become inspiring, but that's less because of major news media and more because of actions on the ground. I made it a point to try to read only things written by people who were there, and usually not journalists. I usually don't think they have very interesting things to say about it. I'm much more interested in what the random person on the street thought than someone who's pretending to be objective. Understandings of means/ends and prefigurative politics. In order to ascertain a deeper theoretical appreciation of how activists' political ideologies relate to their views on news media and social transformation, I asked each interviewee whether the ends of activists and movements justify the means used to obtain those ends. The answers to this question pointed to diverse, ambivalent views about the nature, meaning, and significance of prefigurative politics. Only 3 of the 5 anarchists felt that means and ends should always be consonant. To begin, for Crow, the means matter in and of themselves, because the ends may never be realized. Do the ends justify the means, just in general? No. Why not? In my analysis, in my history, in my subjective perception of everything, is that when we get to that point, when we engage in that way, that we end up missing the nuances. We end up perpetuating the problems that we set out to solve. We end up with a lot of unintended outcomes and consequences that we didn't see, that are just as problematic as where we started. Because I'm not here to win, I don't believe that we can win in politics. What I want to do is, I think my ethic is telling me that I want to, instead of saying, I will wait until this revolution, or I will wait until this end goal for everything, is that I want to figure out how we can engage today for those tomorrows that may never come. So, again, back to power sharing, working collectively, collaboratively, maintaining our autonomy, knowing that we can take direct action whenever we need to. And direct action is not always civil disobedience, to me, or always doing illegal actions. It can be anything. We decide to build a community garden for ourselves. We said we wanted food security, so let's do it. I think that the processes are absolutely as important as what comes out of it, and actually, sometimes the end goal doesn't matter. As a nihilist, Deller indicated that means and ends do not always have to be consonant. Do the ends justify the means? Yes. I would say yes. Can you elaborate on that? I guess I can think of situations in which the answer would be no, but I think in general, for me personally, the ends justify the means. Denton, who expressed some frustration over this debate within activist circles, also indicated that he felt the ends could justify the means. His comments reflect the fact that he and his group are grappling with urban transit, a citywide political issue in which activists cannot achieve important gains without also making certain compromises. During our interview, Denton mentioned that the group he worked with was by no means radical, because it included perspectives opposed to urban transportation on fairly conservative grounds. MT, do the ends justify the means? MD, you know, we've had some of this debate within Aura, within the Rail campaign. There's one guy in particular, who's just puritanical about the means being pure. And other people are like, look, it's a campaign. It's a political campaign. Sometimes you gotta fight a little dirty. I don't have a clear answer on that. I think sometimes the ends can sometimes justify the means. MT, is that a different position than you might have had at another point in your life? Obviously, this question gets at prefigurative politics. Should our activism emulate the world we wish to see? Is that something you agree with? MD, I do agree with that. MT, but you think that there are exceptions? MD, yeah, because we're always taking shit, because, it's like, you want the Keystone Pipeline shut down, but you drive a car. You're a human being in America, and you're a consumerist, and you buy things, so obviously you can't have an opinion. No, fuck that. We're just doing the best we can, to try to change things for the better. The constraints of the world we live in don't allow the means, to be completely pure. I probably default to Daoism, which is kind of the only other ethic, other than leftism, that I hold. Just follow the middle path, follow the middle way, and know that there are trade-offs, know that things have to be in balance. Don't do anything crazy, but if you've got a victory within your grasp, then secure it. For Libel, the means and ends must not only be consonant, but this principle informs how his organization, grassroots leadership, engages in media activism. Whereas Denton considers it necessary, from a strategic/tactical perspective, for his group to sometimes use means that do not reflect its preferred ends, Libel considers it necessary, also from a strategic/tactical perspective, to engage in activism that is consonant with his group's overarching goals. Moreover, his thoughtful, intelligent response directly relates to the anarchist critique of unequal participation in the process of meaning-making. Below, he evokes Brazilian philosopher Paulo Freire's idea that activists must make the road by walking. MT, do you think the ends justify the means? Or are ends and means the same? Just in a broad sense. BL, I think I want to say no. In some ways, you make the road by walking. I think that we have a duty to be principled in the way we organize, in many different respects. I think that that is true both strategically and in a principled kind of way. A very concrete example, oftentimes, when we have fought the siting of a new prison or new detention center, one of the loudest voices that we can amplify, if we choose to, is a NIMBY voice and not in my backyard voice that is anti-immigrant or anti-prisoner. That are basically, we don't want these people anywhere near us. MT, so, that's one of the options you have. BL, that's one of the options, and we choose not to do that. I think the reason we do that is both a principled reason that we are in favor of the humanity of all people, including incarcerated people and immigrants who are detained, and that this is counter to our principle of that, to dehumanize people and say, we don't even want you near us. Then I also think in the long term, it is not strategic to throw people under the bus to achieve a short-term aim. Because the more you demonize prisoners and immigrants, the more prisons and detention centers are likely to happen. There has to be a transformational component to the way that we work. I think that that's true in smaller contexts, like this story, but I also think that's true in the big picture. The failure of so many revolutionary governments and movements is often a failure to live up to their principles. Although Tommy agrees that means and ends should be consonant, he questions the idea of prefigurative politics as most anarchists conceptualize it. MT, do the ends justify the means? T, I mean, no. I think that the problem arises when they're separate. MT, so, are means and ends the same? T, they should be. MT, do you believe in prefigurative politics? T, no, not in the sense that it's usually used. I don't think that consensus decision-making is necessarily connected to some after the revolution condition, or that we can build the new world in the shell of the old. I'm skeptical of those attempts, but I do think that our activity ought to be measured by itself, or the immediate worth that it presents to our lives. If we're doing something because we think that we'll win in the end, it's not for me the reason I struggle. I strive to find ways to push and to struggle that might contain possibility, but they're just eminently obvious why it's happening, for the moment. The activity is desirable in itself, regardless of any particular consequences. Which doesn't mean that I don't care about consequences at all, but it does mean that the primary goal is to be engaged in activity that, as you're doing it, it makes you feel more powerful. As you're doing it, it deepens your connection with others. As you're doing it, it does all these things. As you're doing it, it sort of interrupts the way power strangles you. Perceptions of mass news media. 4 of the 5 interviewees proffered an adversarial conception of mass news media, as well as indicated that, on some level, they viewed the mass media's constructions of social political reality as representing a corruption of informational power. A recurring argument I heard from Crow and others is that the mass news media serve as a conduit or megaphone for state corporate constructions of reality. MT, what do you think of mass news media? SC, I think that it's unengaging, often ill-informed. I think that also it pretends to be unbiased when it's absolutely biased. It also creates false binaries. They always try to tell 2 sides to a story, when a story might have 14 sides to it. It very rarely goes into depth with any substance. The other problem I have with it is, it's a mouthpiece for the state and corporations, either intentionally or unintentionally. They either have access or they want access to power, or they are power. Deller expresses a cynical view that could be described as a dominant ideology thesis conceptualization of the mass news media. Echoing cynical critics such as Althusser, 1971-2008, Deller argues that capitalism's reach is inescapable. MT, in general, what do you think of mass news media, or mass media broadly? AD, I think it's really scary. It horrifies me. MT, would you like to elaborate on that? What about it horrifies you? AD, I was reading about William Randolph Hearst earlier, because I went to Hearst Castle, and it was this empire built on making shit up, yellow journalism. He made a bunch of his money because he was the first to make the connection between media and the government. That's really scary. I just feel like nothing is outside of the reaches of capital at this point, so I don't trust the media. That's why it scares me. It's so widespread. If anyone can make news, then I don't know what the truth is. MT, when you say nothing is outside the reaches of capital, what do you mean? AD, well, people own news stations. People own newspapers. There's that element of the subjective there. News cannot be objective, because it's impossible. Denton also did not mince words when describing the mass news media, insisting that the mass media directly undermines activist attempts at fomenting change. MT, in general, what do you think of mass news media? MD, laughing, I think it's worse than nothing. You're talking about mainstream. MT, yeah, I'm talking about mainstream, mass news media. However you define that. MD, I think it's absolutely awful. I think it is awful, awful, awful. I think it's not just bad. I think it's harmful. I think it's actively harmful. It's deluding people. I think it's propaganda. It's a corporate state bias. It's establishment bias. It excludes alternative viewpoints. It prevents the creation of social movements and movements toward a better world. So, yeah, I think it's absolutely terrible. Although Libel was critical of the mass news media as well, his comments also reflect the fact that he is both an avid news consumer and activist who frequently relies on the mainstream media to further his group's goals. MT, in general, as an activist, as an organizer, but also as a person who reads and consumes news media, what do you think of mass news media? BL, I think it can be good and I think it can be bad. MT, how can it be good? Give us the good and the bad. BL, I only get the New York Times on weekends now, I used to get it every day. I think there's a breadth, if not a depth, to some coverage in, say, the New York Times or NPR or something like that, that I wouldn't find otherwise, that wouldn't just show up in my Facebook feed. I think there are very good journalists still, even despite the collapse of traditional journalism in some ways. There are very good journalists that do excellent reporting, for both mainstream and alternative publications. Bad, I think probably for institutional reasons, largely, there's a lot of stuff that doesn't get covered at all, particularly local stuff. And oftentimes the coverage is episodic, and not systemic. Unlike the other four anarchists, Tommy did not describe the mass media in terms of being either good or bad. In his view, the routinized character of the mass media news cycle renders it virtually irrelevant to radicals. His comments suggest that he appreciates, perhaps better than most activists, the difficulties associated with coverage of similarly routinized repertoires of contention, such as protests and demonstrations. MT, in general, what do you think of mass news media? T, I don't pay attention to it. MT, why? T, generally, I feel like it's totally irrelevant. MT, irrelevant in what way? T, things that happen on that sort of scale, I relate to similar to the weather. I want to know when it's raining, because then I won't ride my bike. But I'm not particularly interested in one outcome or another, that sets the tone for the world I live in, so the reporting on that I don't take particularly seriously. There are rare moments when I feel like something changes. I'm interested when things aren't predictable. Usually, wars, protests, elections, crime rates, and the happenings of celebrities, all of that stuff is just so unscripted and so predictable that it doesn't surprise me or enhance my life in any way to know it. My life hasn't changed materially since ISIS has begun its invasion of the Middle East. I suppose it's sort of interesting, but I think you can get caught up reading books by Chomsky about this or that, like the intricacies of foreign policy and how it's so awful, and totally lose sight of your own life. I'm way more interested in people who are exploring, in super intense detail, what's going on around them. I don't necessarily mean city politics. That's on a scale that's inhuman as well. But just the very real things that are happening in town that are motivating other humans in your space. Understandings of media effects on audiences. I also asked interviewees about what effects, if any, they thought the mass news media had on media audiences. In academic literature, this is referred to as the third-person effect, which predicts that people perceive mass media as having a stronger influence on others than on themselves. Davison 1983. According to Crow, the mass media, including both older forms of media as well as newer, digital media, silos people into insular worldviews. MT, what effect do you think mass news media has on people? SC, I think it has incredible influence. I think it's a mixed bag. I think that all news media silos people. There's people in a demographic who will watch Fox News and reinforce their worldview on things. The majority of the people who are watching Fox News are not watching Fox News, and then listening to NPR, or watching public television, and then going to something else. They're only watching Fox News, and they may go to some website like Free Republic, that will reinforce Fox News, or Glenn Beck's website or something, to reinforce that. So, I think that it's an inoculator and a reinforcer of those ideas, but it doesn't always give you breadth. Deller argues that the mainstream news media influences media audiences, works to limit possibilities for resistance to capitalism. MT, what effect do you think that mass news media has on people? AD, I think that it has a range of effects. I don't have TV, so I get my news from the internet. And I get my news from only very small parts of the internet. I don't read, like, BBC necessarily. I read things that people share on Facebook. I read things that people are sharing on Tumblr. Other than that, I don't really see the news. I think there are other people like that in the world, but there are also people who read the newspaper and those who watch TV. I think that based on however people receive the news, it has a different effect. MT, what effect, then, do you think mass media has on resistance or possibilities for it? AD, I think it varies across the globe. I think in North America it definitely limits the possibility for resistance in a lot of ways. And I feel like it definitely has a certain prescription. Liberal resistance, up to a point, I think is allowable. But that's pretty much it. MT, because of media, you say? AD, in part because of media. In part because of the fear associated with not playing the game of capitalism, because you will literally get murdered. MT, do you think people are afraid not to play the game of capitalism? AD, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really hard not to, and there's very little show of people being able to pull it off. I think the conception of those who aren't playing the capitalist game is one of young, white anarchists, or people in the woods, and this sort of thing. I think people are afraid they won't have access to healthcare and all these other things, which is real and legitimate. Primarily, I think people are scared. It's scary. Denton's response was also couched in strong adversarial terms, appealing again to the idea that capitalism's reach is inescapable. MT, what effect do you think mass news media has on people, just in general? MD, I think it distracts them from what's really important. I think it makes people believe they're not being deluded. I think it is such effective propaganda that it makes people think they are not being propagandized. So, it creates an illusion that we're living in an open society, which is another reason I would say it's worse than nothing. I think it makes people think that we live in a free society, in a democracy. I think it just deludes people about the true nature of how the government works, how the market works, and how society is actually structured. Libble's response was unique among the anarchists I spoke with, in that he suggested the mass news media can also be a possible inspiration for people to take action. MT, what effect do you think that media has on people? Especially mass news media? BL, well, I think it probably shapes the parameters of what we think is the debate, acceptability. It also informs what is the world outside of our immediate space like. There is no Zambia, because who knows anything about Zambia? MT, so, in addition to maybe shaping the parameters, how people think about whatever, are there other influences or effects you think media has on people? BL, it can be a motivator to take action. I think that framing of stories is really important for that. Take the border crisis. The border crisis demands action, because it's a crisis. How that action happens can be anything from opening shelters along the border to give people clothes to get where they're going, to taking a gun and pointing it at a kid. Reiterating his criticisms of the scripted, routinized character of the news media. Tommy's response challenged my question's underlying logic. MT, what effect, if any, do you think mass news media has on people? You don't pay attention to it, you say. T, I think paying attention to it is a weird thing to do. It does have its effects, and I think that, again, those effects are distracting people from their everyday lives, from their own imaginations, their own creativity, their own ability to push back against what's happening in their own town. When they debate politics, it's on a scale that has nothing to do with their lived experience. We argue about which president matters more. We argue about whether this country was justified in bombing this other country. It's just totally irrelevant to the material lives of most of the people I know. For me, I'm interested in what's happening here. When things affect what's happening here, then it's interesting, but generally it's like sports or anything else. This is a thing we can pay attention to if that's what we want to pay attention to, but it's not particularly interesting. I don't feel like it informs me. Understandings of strategic framing and media as tools/resources. All 5 anarchists indicated that activists should not rule out mass media engagement completely. However, 2 expressed strong reservations about doing so, either because of the danger posed by capitalist recuperation, Deller, or because of the problems associated with routinized social protest, Tommy. MT, overall, do you think it's worthwhile for activists to try to use, or harness, or approach mainstream media and work with them? AD, I think so. I think the multi-tiered approach is always good, like a diversity of tactics situation. Whatever gets the thing done, I think is totally fine, but I think that there's always a risk of becoming commodified or rehabilitated by capitalism, which is the issue with the liberal position. How deeply can you get into the game without being changed by it? How can you approach the media and want real social change, and what will you accept? It's a losing game. It's a hostage situation, a we'll take what we can get kind of thing, and I don't want to feel like that. I don't think that does anything. 3 of the anarchists, Crow, Denton, and Libel, characterized the mass news media as a site of struggle, in which framing contests figure prominently. Their thoughtful, detailed replies to my questions suggest that, of the 3 theoretical perspectives examined in Chapter 5, Framing Theory, Political Economy, and Media Hegemony, the concept of media framing has had the strongest influence on how they think about news media power and media movement interactions. During our interview, Crow described at length how and why he approached the New York Times to cover his story of being surveilled by the FBI due to his political activities. SC, I was under surveillance by the FBI and Joint Terrorism Task Force, from at least about 1999 to 2008, which I still think is probably going on today. But an intense amount of that. A nonprofit organized in Austin, Texas, called the Austin People's Legal Collective, did a Freedom of Information Act request for me, to the agencies. They got back documents, I got hundreds of pages of documents. I couldn't sue, because I was not denied employment or schooling. I couldn't sue the FBI for actually really illegally being surveilled, because I did nothing. They tried to indict me 3 times. None of this important, but I want to give you context. So, what was a thing I could do? I could talk to the media. I could use the power of the media to tell a narrative. I approached somebody at the New York Times that I had built a rapport with, who had used me as a source. Not an anonymous source, they had quoted me before. I had built a relationship over 4 years as a reliable source to talk about anarchism. That doesn't mean that we were friends, and we really were not. This was just somebody I had a contact with. But if they wanted to talk about anarchism, they could say, hey, what's an anarchist take on this? Can I quote you on this? So, I would do that, not that I was the anarchist voice. I approached him and said, are you interested in doing this, to talk about the wider surveillance? This was before Edward Snowden broke out, so this was 2010. Nobody was talking about surveillance on the scale they were. There was a few articles that were coming out. But they saw the potential in this. In that, I said, I want 3 things out of this piece. I want the ideas of anarchy to seem reasonable and rational. I want to seem reasonable and rational. And I want the FBI to look stupid, because they already look stupid. Now, the New York Times is not my whipping post. They're not my mouthpiece. They're not going to do it that way. But because I had those 3 asks, we worked on this piece for 9 months, and I was able to have influence in shaping that, as far as that was concerned, in my limited scope. Whereas before, they would just quote you and you have nothing to say with it. The article came out and I won on all 3 of those points, even as they got everything wrong. They didn't represent anarchy the way I wanted it to be, but they didn't make it sound like chaos and destruction, either. I came off as very reasonable and rational. And the FBI, due to their own maleficence, their own bad work, came off looking like jackasses. That article had a huge amount of influence in spreading the ideas of anarchy, of making people reassess the surveillance state that we are under, and that I was a rational person to talk about these ideas. MT, it was page A1. SC, exactly. I mean, the New York Times put anarchy in a positive light on the front page. Now, they got kicked by the right-wing media for it, and again, they got a lot of things wrong. So that was an example of where I tried that. And yes, it was absolutely successful. And not only was it that the Times wrote about it, it was internationally picked up. And then other people wrote articles around it, because of that article. At the time, Vice or the Huffington Post could never have that kind of reach. So it was a very powerful medium in that way. The way I treated that was a conscious effort. This was after 20 years of working with the media. There's such a rudimentary misunderstanding about the way media works amongst activists, anarchists, and radicals. A lot of times we have these trainings where people get basic media skills, like flipping the script or having your talking points. But they never really develop an analysis about the power of media. Having gone through those things, I sort of developed this larger, deeper analysis about media and recognizing the power of the forms of media. A lot of radicals and activists don't ever see it that way. A lot of anarchists are very combative to media unless they're creating their own media, especially to corporate or mainstream media. They're very combative. What I'm saying is, look, let's use it to whatever advantage we can have, knowing that it has limits to it. And at the same time, tell our own stories our own way. Earlier in the same interview, Crow also described a new organization, called Agency, which operates as an anarchist public relations firm. 96 According to Crow, Agency works to promote anarchist framings of news stories within the mass media. SC, with a personal bias also, for the ideas of anarchy, I've really worked for the last 15 years, really seriously, to shape and influence the way that anarchism is talked about in mainstream, corporate, and new media in the United States. That's a whole other thing. I do a lot of background, speaking to journalists. I've written books. I do interviews when people want to talk about these ideas. I speak at college campuses. Not because I'm tooting my own horn, but these are the ways to shift culture, to get people to talk differently about this. And I see that as very powerful, so powerful that some friends of mine started this thing called Agency, which is an anarchist PR firm. It's not secret. We don't represent all anarchists or all anarchist ideas. The idea is that mainstream civil society is talking about anarchy. So, are we going to let them control the narrative, or do we want to influence and have control over own narratives as best we can, recognizing that we will never have control over them? MT, that's the question I was about to ask, is it even worth doing that sort of thing? Anarchy has always been sort of a bad word in the mouths of many people. SC, but anarchism is just a word. It's just a point of reference to a larger set of liberatory ideas. What I really want is for people to get past the word, to those ideas. Can I get those ideas talked about? I don't give a shit if we call it blue potato or we call it horizontalism, which is what they did in Argentina. They didn't want to take the baggage of communism and anarchism. Or the Zapatistas, they didn't want to take the ideas of socialism, communism, anarchism. They called it Zapatismo. I'm the same. I don't care. But it's a little harder in the United States to do that, to invent new words and make them have. What I'm interested in is, presenting those liberatory ideas. And that happens regularly. We have changed the dialogue in the last 15 years, not just myself, but all of us who have engaged with that media. It's not just putting it into mainstream media, but also about building our own media, our own grassroots media, our counter media, our alternative medias, which I don't even look at as alternatives to build the new media. And that, I feel, has been incredibly powerful. I think it's totally worth it in those ways. When I asked Denton to describe how the group he worked with, Aura, developed a successful media strategy, he also provided a lengthy, detailed answer in which the careful construction and promotion of a specific strategic collective action frame, as well as framing theories associated repertoires of contention, such as press releases, working with the media, etc., were integral to his group's success. Aura is the name of the group that was opposing the rail line. So, the goal was to stop that, right? Can you talk about the strategy that group used? How did they stop that? How did they fight back against that? So, we got involved very early on in the process. The earlier attempts by the city to get the rail line on the ballot in 2012 had essentially been a city-only it was just the Austin Transportation Department putting forward an idea, trying to get approval for it, and then just moving forward. And so, this time around we pushed strongly from the start to get involved in the planning process itself. So, every step of the way, whenever new data was put out, whenever each step of the process that was moving toward selecting which part of the city, where should the rail line go, that sort of thing, which was phase 1, we got very involved in the data of that. We were producing counter-narratives on social media saying, no, they're analyzing the data wrong. They're choosing the wrong data to look at. That kind of thing. I think that a conversation started much earlier than otherwise would have among people who are interested within the transportation community, the public transit community, about whether this is going in the right direction or the wrong direction. I think we started to stir up some controversy around it from the beginning, so it didn't have the opportunity to move through kind of unfazed. It was a death by 1,000 cuts in a way. When it moved to phase 2, which was after they had selected corridors, which were East Riverside and Highlands, in phase 2 they proposed where the actual route would run. Our goal was to be a credible voice of information, an informational counter-narrative to what they were putting forward. We were saying, even with these ridership numbers, this is going to be the trade-off in the bus lines. The operations and maintenance costs will result in, we projected, the equivalent was a 10% permanent annual cut to the bus system instead of expanding it. We put forward alternatives, a better $1 billion that could be spent to improve transportation and relieve congestion. There were a lot of different groups involved in defeating it. There were well-funded anti-tax people on the right who were against it. But I think we played a really important role in muddying the waters for people who are generally supportive of public rail, light rail, public investments in transportation, that sort of thing, and people who are just fed up with congestion and want to do anything. I think we were effective at kind of muddying that, with the message that this would be worse than nothing. Instead of having just a huge capture like the 2000 vote did, where inside the city, especially along the route that was proposed, you had really strong support, there was still support for it inside the city along the route itself, where people would benefit most directly, but even there it was at lower levels. They're doing polling now to see what messages were the most effective, but the fact that it lost by 14 points makes me think that it was a combination of a lot of things, being really expensive, being in the wrong place, being in a place this is just not intuitive for people. And then I think also we were able to peel off probably a few percentage points. It mostly occurred through social media, through press releases. We were trying to get interviews. We did get some interviews in mainstream media, that sort of thing. So, anyway, there was always an oppositional viewpoint. There's always a counter in every story. There was plenty of opposition to go around, so there was never a news media story that was out there that didn't have at least, we never had the full attention, but it was at least a soundbite from a detractor. And if it came from somebody who was pro-public transit, that was even more effective, in our opinion. How did you position yourselves as credible? MD, I think because our analysis was the best stuff that was out there. It was better than anything the city was putting out, it was better than what Project Connect was putting out, which is the partnership between the city and Capital Metro. Their campaign was terrible. It was like, congestion is bad. The arguments they were putting forward were terrible. They were saying, congestion's bad. Vote for the rail line. We were saying, it's worse than nothing. It will not improve congestion. It will make congestion worse. It will hurt the bus line. People will take more cars. These weren't just blogs ranting. We were putting forward solid analyses and coherent arguments. Even though we were just a grassroots organization. The media attention was definitely, the narrative was always established first. I feel like the credibility of our arguments and the seriousness of our arguments allowed us to position ourselves well within the different competing voices. Even though there was a real tendency to try to simplify it to the pro-rail, anti-rail people like rail is good, rail is bad, our argument was, rail is sometimes good and sometimes bad, and this is where it's bad. MT, did you think about framing as you worked on this issue? MD, yeah, absolutely. We had our debates going on all the time between both within Aura and among Aura and the other pro-public transit, anti-Prop 1 groups, who were on the same page. MT, about how to frame this. MD, about how to frame it. You know, our argument was, worse than nothing, because their argument was, maybe it's expensive, but it's at least something. It's a step in the right direction. It's the first step in a larger system. Any argument, any other kind of frame like, wrong route, or something, didn't answer that. That was always their comeback, look, it's not perfect, but the perfect shouldn't be the enemy of the good. And so, any argument that said this isn't a good route, didn't answer that. So, we just constantly pounded on, no, this is worse than nothing and here's why. It ruins the system long term. It will pull dollars from the bus system and hurt the bus system. It will increase congestion. And the road money will be a complete waste. It will probably actually induce congestion, because that's what happens when you put more capacity on roads. Libel also says that the concept of framing is essential for the activist work he and his group engage in. Here, again, he approaches important issues related to media activism with a strong anarchist sensibility, by connecting framing strategies with a concern for empowering future generations of activists. MT, you mention framing. Do you think about framing? BL, yeah, definitely. All the time. MT, all the time. Really? Do you think about other issues like that? I mean, I really want to know how activists think about media. BL, yeah, we do press work. We put out press releases. I think about framing, I think about who's delivering the message. I think about, how do those sound bites, and who's delivering them, how does it help our organizing efforts? For instance, there's pros and cons for it always being the same person who's delivering the message. People who get used to it, knowing who you are. Should it always be me who's the author of an op-ed or a letter? Or should we be distributing within our organization who it is? I think there's pros and cons. MT, is that issue of distributing the work just getting back to this idea of horizontalism, and sharing the work and the credit? Or is it more of an issue of public perception? BL, I think it's both, I think they're interrelated, because if you share the work and you share the credit, that makes your organizing stronger, I think. You're building new voices, you're building new leaders. At the same time, it's confusing for the public to hear 10 different articles with quotes from 10 different people. There's a continuity issue. Understandings of adversarial framing. Although all 5 anarchists took a dim view of mass media's influence on audiences, only 2 interviewees mentioned the mass media's use of adversarial or suppressive framing techniques. SC, when I look at the media, I look at it with an anarchist lens. A lot of times, even when they're talking about a problem, an issue, or problem solutions, it's always within the capitalist framing or the states. What's the government going to do about this? How's the corporation going to deal with this? I ask the question, what are we going to do about it? How do we want to solve this problem? If I was in a community directly affected by this, what would I want to do about that? That doesn't just involve engaging that way. Denton strongly criticized mass news media framing's implications for activists and movements along anarchist lines, drawing attention, as noted above, to the media's role in constructing realities that work to suppress movements. MT, how do you think the mass news media prevents the development of movements? MD, 1. Because it's completely individualizing. It actually spends a decent amount of time focusing on individual things that people do that are inspiring. Oh, this principal saved this school, or something. But very little on the social context of that. So, very little about, why are all the schools there in such bad shape? What are the conditions of the kids coming into these schools? What's old it really look like? Another big thing is, they frame the political spectrum in such a way that anything left of neoliberal centrist Democrat liberalism, anything left of Obama, is literally not even conceivable. Not even conceivable, because it's never portrayed. So, even in the run-up to a war or something, you have a small sampling of anti-war voices. I remember, during the Iraq War, this was pulling our hair out. The country's evenly divided at this point, and they're just giving all the airtime to lies that are just being repeated ad nauseum by the administration, by their surrogates, by the people they don't need to be their surrogates but who are going to carry water for them anyway. It was like 5% are just purely anti-war views, when that's actually a substantive portion of public opinion. We can only imagine what it would have been had there been an actual debate in the news media, or if the media had actually been critical, pointing out the lies that were being told, fact-checking, that sort of thing. I think it's destructive to movement building, because it never shows people organizing. That's the other thing, it never shows people organizing communally. It never shows an alternative to getting help from established organizations. Or it's individuals doing something great, but it's never talking about the grassroots. Views on framing political violence. I also asked interviewees to comment on media depictions of political violence committed by activists and movements. For Crow, the mass media's intense coverage of the property destruction committed by anarchists in Seattle in 1999 actually played an important role in breathing life into the global anarchist movement. MT, after Seattle, there was a lot of complaints even among anarchists about media depictions of Black Bloc protesters and others who were committing property destruction and things that. What do you think of those critiques of the Black Bloc? SC, the critiques? I don't care about the critiques. They're irrelevant. Think about this, here's the anarchist narrative of this. 50,000 people to 80,000 people gathered, one of the largest gatherings in the United States at that point that was super diverse. Indigenous people, labor unions, environmentalists, anarchists, and NGOs. International, working together. And the corporate media didn't even care. In the New York Times it might have been on page 30, if you were lucky. Anarchists smashed the windows of a Starbucks and Nike Town, and all of a sudden it was front page news. All of a sudden, everybody wanted to know, what's this globalization thing? Why are people protesting? Internationally, it made huge news. And, at the same time, no matter all the crappy things that people said, it was a coming out party for anarchism in the United States. It was the single biggest thing, because people around the world, including myself, saw that and said, that is the thing I want to be a part of. Now, I was already leaning towards anarchism and already working on it, but that was the thing. I'm going to go back and become an organizer again. I don't want to work in a co-op. I want to be in the streets organizing again. That was powerful. It was the linchpin for the coming out party of anarchy in the United States in the 20th and 21st century. So, because these protesters threw these bricks through the windows, that was in your mind not a bad thing? In the framing of the media, no, it wasn't a bad thing. Now, property destruction I totally agree with, especially corporate property destruction, and no problems with, but I think there's a right time and a right place for it. That conversation is a whole different conversation about Seattle. But for the media aspect of it, it was incredible. And that wasn't even their intention. People who engaged in the property destruction were doing it for ethical reasons, you know, the symbolism of it all. It just was perfect. It was a perfect storm. Now, in the narrative of history, people may say terrible things about the Black Bloc and property destruction from that particular moment, but I can tell you it inspired thousands and thousands of people to recognize that they wanted to be anarchists, or that they were anarchists, or that they were going to start doing that stuff. Not just breaking things, but that anarchy was a thing. It was the death knell for the socialists and communists. That was way more powerful. That was a culture shift. Deller also argued that mass media coverage of political violence committed by anarchists could benefit anarchists and other radical anti-capitalists. What do you want to say about violence in the media or depictions of violence? I just think it's really important to show, because no press is bad press. I think that's the kind of thing that gets people galvanized to do more and move away from liberalism, which is what I'm into. It might be risky, because people might want to shy away from violence, or they may want to condemn violence, whatever violence is happening. But I think that, for others, that it's really important to see that shit can go down. For me, that was really formative. I read Pacifism as Pathology, by Ward Churchill, and I read How Nonviolence Protects the State, by Peter Gelderloos. Those things, as well as seeing how violence is portrayed versus how it actually happens, like, if I were at a protest and we were in a black bloc, versus how it was portrayed by the media the next day, having that experience and then seeing how violence is treated in a more global sense, I think it's important to cover whatever violent resistance is happening. Although Denton does not use violent tactics in his activism, he also does not dismiss diversity of tactics out of hand. His comments reaffirm Crow's observation, above, that mass media coverage of Black Bloc anarchists in Seattle helped draw people into the movement. However, Denton does believe that activists must also consider whether the use of violent tactics is consonant with the goal of building inclusive movements, echoing Brian Martin's, 2008, arguments that violent tactics conflict with anarchism's emphasis on prefigurative politics. Let's talk about the Black Bloc, because the Black Bloc has been around since at least '99. So, in Seattle, when those Black Bloc protesters were throwing bricks through the windows of Starbucks or McDonald's, or whatever it was, they caught flack from the corporate media on the one hand, but they also caught it from various people on the left. What do you think of that, the left giving them giving them shit? Were these critiques justified? I do agree with diversity of tactics. It sounds great. It sounds all positive. The problem is, though, some actions end up having an effect on more than that group. If you've organized a protest to show broad opposition to something, and you're trying to attract families, and you're trying to attract people of color, and then there's a small group that's going to act and use violence or use property destruction, and will predictably receive a strong police response, you are deciding for the rest of that march or the movement, that certain people aren't going to be as safe there, that it's going to be limited in scope. For me, it's a question of representation and democracy, or self-management within the movement about whether or not certain groups can do certain things. I don't oppose it, to answer your question specifically. What effect do you think violence has on viewers, like when they see depictions of violence in the media? To be honest, I think it is almost uniformly. I think it really excites people who want to stick it to the man. MT, I kind of think that, too, actually. MD, if you ask about, what's your first experience with the left? I remember sitting in class and being like, what's going on in Seattle? Oh yeah, Seattle, there's a riot there or something. So, I went and looked it up. And it was like, oh, what is this anti-corporate globalization internationalist movement about? That might have been my first exposure to the real left. So, I can't say it's all bad. But I will be honest, that I do really sympathize with. I think for most people, whether it's because it's portrayed this way or whether because they just think it's not appropriate and it's a bad tactic, it turns them off from participation. I don't know that it never has its place, but I can see it being pretty destructive. And I think that's why the cops and the FBI, I think that's why they use it, because it is so effective at deterring people from involvement most of the time. MT, or trapping people, a la Brandon Darby. MD, exactly, which still kills me to think about. I think about the civil rights movement sometimes and none of the reforms, none of the gains, none of what was signed, implemented, not none of it, but a lot of it. MT, the gains of the movement. MD, the gains of the movement partially relied on the threat of violence. It didn't exist in a vacuum. Martin wouldn't have been as effective if Malcolm wasn't on the wing, telling white America, look, this is an alternative. We've also got this, and we will defend ourselves. And the Black Panthers, and that sort of thing. Again, it's kind of conflicted. I generally find myself turned off by it, because I feel like it has a worse effect overall on the movement. I think it can theoretically be incorporated into movements. I think we should have militant opposition, and I think there are ways to incorporate that responsibly, in a way that can grow the movement. Libel also expressed concern over what he describes as the non-consensual element associated with the use of political violent social protest tactics such as black blocs. Unlike Denton, though, he does not believe political violence has any place in the movements in which he participates. MT, what do you think of violence on television by protesters and activists? Going back to Seattle in '99, for instance. Do you think that was bad or good? BL, I think it was bad. MT, you do think it was bad? BL, it depends on what you mean by yeah, I do. It's interesting, because I feel like 10 years ago I probably would have not made that argument. If somebody came to a protest we put on, and granted, it's part of the beauty and the problems with anarchism, without structure. It's everyone's protest. I think that I kind of reject the whole argument now. I certainly think that there is a place for very confrontational protests. I also think that, now, if somebody showed up to a protest we were putting on and started breaking windows and stuff. MT, you'd send them packing? BL, yeah. I mean, it feels weird to say that. But I do think people have obligations to think about things. MT, would that matter less, though, if you weren't getting media coverage? BL, yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely. Sure. MT, is there any room at all for violence being maybe a net good thing for movements and movement builders? Violence on television or in print or on YouTube? BL, I was going to say I think that the whole idea of diversity of tactics, which is the sort of mantra of anarchists in '99 and after you can't tell me what to do, we have a diversity tactics, I think there's a very non-consensual element to that. But, do we agree that in this space we're going to do something together? I don't want to be a part of something where my message, and my speech, is going to be conflated with something that I completely disagree with or not, but I think it's inappropriate in the moment. MT, something that might overshadow what you're doing. BL, yeah, absolutely, which I think happened in Seattle, probably. At the same time, I feel like I'm not involved in that at all. I think that's not happening anymore, really, that kind of anarchist-driven protest. For instance, I think that in a few places in some of the immigrants' rights marches, there's been black bloc anarchists who have broken windows during these protests. And I think that's total bullshit. If you weren't involved in the organizing of something at all, and you're not affected by the policies that people are trying to change, and if you get arrested you're not getting deported, but the person next to you is, you're a dick. But I am more familiar with the spectrum of actions that are happening, and very radical actions that are meaningful, as in the immigrant rights movement, where they're from legislative work that isn't even protest-oriented, to legislative work that bleeds into protests, to mainstream symbolic civil disobedience, to people locking themselves in front of deportation buses and physically stopping deportations, to people purposefully getting arrested, infiltrating detention centers and organizing people inside of immigration detention, to people organizing people in Mexico to cross back into the United States as a form of civil disobedience, getting arrested at the border, facing criminal charges, and then making legal claims that they should be able to stay, and then getting all this media, this bring them home campaign. That's a gutsy, radical, political act to me. And it's dependent on the media in some ways. People build media campaigns around these people's stories. Tommy also dismissed radical leftists' criticisms of political violence, on the grounds that these critics seek to maintain order. However, he also believes that white radicals who use political violence run the risk of coopting the struggles of people of color, which carries racist implications. Mt. When black bloc anarchists break windows or commit other acts of property destruction, they're often painted in a bad light by the media. And often, there's a response from the left, even from sort of old left orientation anarchists, that this is bad in some way. I probably don't need to tell you what those critiques are, because I'm sure you've read them. What do you think of those responses? Like, the people who were down on the protesters in Seattle who threw bricks through the Starbucks windows. Fuck 'em. All of those people. I think that's where hostility towards journalists comes from, right, is because you know that when no, there were people on the left saying this, too. In anarchist journals and such. Okay, yeah. Anyone who seeks to put the brakes on something, anyone who has the correct way of acting, I think is totally on the side of maintaining order. Generally, I think it's the most reactionary bullshit. Sometimes, there are critiques that I think are worth making. Sometimes it's not appropriate. Such as? When might it not be appropriate? I think if you and your crew of white anarchist kids roll on up to a Ferguson Solidarity demo in your town, and you're setting the tone for the demonstration, that's probably inappropriate. What about that makes it inappropriate? I think that everyone has super legitimate reasons to be against the police. But I think if you are white, your reasons to be against the police are usually a decision. You are not forced to revolt because of your material conditions. You do not walk through the world with the imminent threat of being murdered by the police. So, in a very real sense, it's not about white kids. I think there are real ways that white anarchists can be in solidarity with black and brown youth, or black and brown folks generally who are against the police, but I think our reasons for being against the police are super different. They're connected, but they're different. I think that if you show up to a demo and are just trying to push your own agenda, I think that's making it about you and making it about your agenda, and it's not connecting with other people in a genuine way around their struggle. It's an attempt to co-opt their struggle and make it about your version of whatever anarchist politics you have. And I think that that's racist. Understandings of political economy and media hegemony. Although it seems reasonably clear that critical political economy and framing theory inform how Crow, Denton, and Libel think about the informational power of the mass news media, none of the anarchists I spoke with invoked Gramsci's idea of hegemony or indicated any deep familiarity with this concept. Nevertheless, Tommy articulated an insightful, prescient, anti-vanguardist critique of hegemony during our interview, which dovetails with the arguments concerning hegemony articulated by Adam Przeworski, 1986, James C. Scott, 1985, and Richard Day, 2005, discussed in Chapter 5, namely, that, 1. There may be important material factors which explain why people choose not to engage in resistance efforts, and, 2. The idea of building a counter-hegemonic mass movement is suspect, or at least from an anarchist strategic standpoint. Tommy began by noting that he had come to a realization that traditional, reformist methods were inadequate to the task of dismantling civilization itself. I read Derek Jensen and people who, instead of naming capitalism, are naming civilization, this thing that has been around much longer, as the thing that needs to go, and feel like the traditional, reformist methods of activism just aren't going to cut it for that. Reformist methods such as just movement building. Just mass movement building, appealing to the radical as the person who views themselves as possessing a certain kind of consciousness that they are trying to spread to. Like the agents of change? Yeah, the specialists in social change. I'm sort of becoming a little bit dispelled, or feeling burned by that process, you know, trying to do these things and being confronted with a bunch of people who just don't care. And being like, okay, that's interesting. When you say people, what do you mean? The people that activists try to reach out to, or organize, or have participate in their thing, who just don't care. So, like a non-activist audience? Yeah, people who just live their lives, rather than try to confront power. Or not even confront power, but try to speak to it. Or whatever. Why do you think it is that people don't care, though? I mean, I don't care. It's usually not fun. It feels like a sacrificial thing to do. It takes effort. It's not usually very rewarding. People don't think it works, which it doesn't, really. I feel like there's a million reasons why generally people aren't interested. Their everyday lives are so much more important, so unless you have really tangible ways in which your movement or whatever political project, unless you have a really tangible and obvious way that can enhance somebody's life, usually materially, people aren't going to care. And I'm the same way. If something isn't stimulating, if something isn't up in the air, if it's just the same predictable show up, speak truth to power, have power ignore you, go home, try harder next time, I'm not interested either, you know? And I feel like that's generally the model of people who are trying to build these revolutionary movements from the ground up. They show up to different moments where people might be galvanized around a particular issue, and try to channel that energy into their own particular thing. The problem is that there's like a million of those people, with different particular things. You have the ISO, and you have the anarchists, and it's just like, if you're a normal person who might be motivated to leave their house for that one particular issue, and you show up, you're just like, oh my god, I feel like I'm a buffet and everyone's trying to capture my energy. I think people are right to be suspicious of it. People are right to not care. You get burned enough, you try hard, and then it doesn't work, and you do that enough times, and you sort of give up. You're sort of like, okay, this isn't working. It doesn't mean that I don't still indict all of society as being terrible, but it does mean that we need to think about what we're doing totally differently. Do you have that same feeling, that attitude about the movements themselves, though? I think movements are really interesting. How hard are you on the movements? I'm less hard on the movements and more hard on the people who would manage them. I think that generally, radicals and politicians of all stripes seek to capture the unpredictable energy of moments. To take the recent wave of anti-police demonstrations across the country, there's this sort of unpredictable energy that a lot of people just have. It's just antagonism toward the police. It seems like it's always the radicals who show up and are like, cool, join my thing. This is how we have to do it. It's always telling people what to do. It's always putting the brakes on, as opposed to trying to maintain that unpredictable space, trying to make it so that whoever can express themselves however it is that they are deciding to do it. It's usually the movement builders and the radicals who instead are trying to channel that energy into their particular program, and that is what I am particularly hostile toward. Views on the role of alternative media. 4 of the 5 anarchists I spoke with indicated that alternative media was important, but Crow rejected the underlying assumption of an alternative/mainstream dichotomy. He believes activists should create their own media, but interprets this very broadly. MT, broadly, what role do you see for alternative media? SC, I want you to clarify what is alternative media. MT, I will let you clarify that. SC, well, I don't think there is alternative media. It just is media. MT, when you say we create our own media, though. SC, right, but what's the we in that? I think that we create our own media everywhere. If you're into co-ops and communes, there's a whole media world for you. If you're anarchist identified, then there's a whole world of media for you. If you're a liberal lefty, then there's a whole world of media for you. If you're a right-wing conservative, there's a whole media world for you. These are broad strokes. I just want to clarify that. I don't think there is alternative media. I think there is just media. The remaining 4 anarchists, who accepted the alternative/mainstream binary, offered opinions. Deller, for instance, cautioned that although alternative media can be important, some alternative media run the risk of capitalist recuperation. MT, how do you think about activist, or alternative, or radical media, however you want to think about it as it relates to these issues we're talking about? AD, when I think of more radical types of media, I think of indie media, info shop, people on Tumblr, people on Twitter, people who are on the ground or really in the thing. And I think of anarchistnews.org. I think those outlets are great. I think they talk about the things I want to be hearing about, and they talk about things in a way that is less commodifiable. MT, what role do you see for alternative media? AD, I don't really know. For right now, I think it's in a really cool position, where a lot can happen really quickly, and I think it has the potential to keep doing that, and keep being the thing that keeps mass media in check. It's so different from mass media that it's providing something that is potentially more honest or truthful. But I also see it as being a thing that can still be assimilated or rehabilitated into capitalism. Everything is potentially commodifiable, and that's the problem. Denton, as mentioned earlier, supports alternative media and believes it has an important role to play in social movements. For Denton, a vibrant alternative media and a strong, organized left presence in the United States have a shared fate. MT, what role do you see for alternative media? What role would you like it to have? This is a meta-activism question. MD, I think it's indispensable for a better world. For movements, especially for long-term movements, if there's going to be a left in the US, which there really isn't right now, alternative media has to be part of that. There needs to be a left for there to be a vibrant alternative media. But I think just as much there needs to be a vibrant alternative media in order to have any sort of left that has any chance of winning, because we need a mass movement. So, we need sources where people can go and not be deluded, and not be disempowered, distracted, and individualized. And where people can find a different way of looking at the world, compatible with the way we see the world, and how that informs why we're building movements. For liberal, traditional forms of alternative media, such as magazines like Z Magazine and In These Times, do not carry the same significance as they used to. Online alternative media are more appealing to him. MT, a question I'm interested in, is what role for alternative media for those of us who care about organizing and activism in the 21st century? BL, I actually think that there is more room, in some ways, because I think there's less room in print, obviously. Left Turn doesn't publish anymore, you know. But I think that, for instance, Color Lines is relevant and I actually actively reach out to them on some stories. A lot of Latino rebels, you know. And there's even new cables, like Fusion, which is an ABC/Univision thing. There's more niche media, and some of that is alternative and activist based. The Observer, I think, is actually, maybe it's just because I know so many people who write there, but I think it's transitioned in a way that it's relevant. I see it. I see it on social media, and I see it in the world, whereas I don't see things like ZMag or In These Times. MT, as being relevant, or you just don't see them. BL, I literally don't see them. I literally don't think I've seen anyone post an article from ZMag on Facebook, and I don't think Monkey Wrench gets ZMag anymore. It doesn't exist to me anymore. I don't go to the website of my own. Tommy believes that most radical alternative media have hit an impasse, and that even the most adventurous publications are scraping the barrel in their attempts to share new ideas that can spur radical imaginaries. During our interview, I mentioned that over the past few years, I noticed Monkey Wrench Books, the anarchist bookstore he works with, has stopped carrying several prominent alternative publications, such as Z Magazine, Monthly Review, In These Times, and others. No one reads them. They're just not interesting, he says. However, he spoke positively about the propaganda efforts of Crime Inc., which is an anarchist collective that has produced and distributed hundreds of thousands of widely read books and pamphlets promoting anarchism over the past 2 decades. MT, it's interesting that, when you talk about propaganda, there is no obvious goal for the propaganda. You're just going to throw it out there and kind of see what happens. When I've talked to other anarchists who use the word propaganda, they're talking about it more in this war of ideas sense media is a battleground or whatever. That's not what you have in mind at all, right? No. MT, it's not that. What about other alternative media? What about stuff like Z Magazine, In These Times, or Left Turn? It might be interesting if those things had interesting politics, but they don't, in my opinion. They're wacky. MT, are there publications or journals that actually craft arguments, that aren't just propaganda, that resonate with you? That matter? Earlier, you mentioned Crime Inc. The reason I mentioned Crime Inc. is they have a new project. They're printing some enormous number of a new anarchist primer as this fucking global intervention. That's really ambitious. They're seeing what they're doing as this thing that's maybe similar to the battleground of ideas, but more in a sense they're trying to, because I think that is true. I don't know how much ideas matter compared to other things, but sometimes they do. Sometimes they do matter. I don't know what material effect propaganda has. It is clear that it has some effect. It is unclear whether. MT, it seems like it's hard to print thousands of copies of something, which is an investment of time and money and energy and all these things, without having any sense of what effect it will have, though, right? How does one commit to that? It's an experiment. MT, but throwing that much spaghetti at the wall takes a lot of resources, right? Laughs, it does take a lot. Crime Inc. just did a huge Kickstarter. 97 they have the resources. I think it's fucking bold. For whatever you have to say about Crime Inc.'s politics, and I haven't read the primer yet, but Crime Inc. has had a fucking material effect in the United States. MT, they're probably the most visible anarchist presence in North America. Visible and consistent. Of course, I have my critiques, but they are refreshing. They do things in a way that I think is bold and new and in the spirit of experimentation. If you have the resources, then why the fuck not? Again, it's that question of, how do we push? How do we try harder? How do we try a new thing? And your experiments fail, but it seems to me that they're always worth it. Do something weird and see what happens. If you're just trying the same thing that you tried forever, if you're still screaming on that same soapbox and no one's listening, they aren't going to start listening. Chapter 8, Discussion and Further Research. This dissertation did not have a well-defined body of anarchist media studies to use as a foundation when I set out to answer, what might an anarchist media theory look like? This required me, in Chapter 2, to construct an account of news media power rooted in anarchist thought and practice, drawing inspiration from writings by anarchists and fellow travelers, critical media scholars, and writers working in science and technology studies. In Chapter 3, I critically examined the politics of academic communications research, in order to situate anarchist media theorizing and research within the field. Following this, in Chapter 4 I sketched three important conceptions of news media vis-a-vis activists and social movements, i.e., media as site of struggle, media as adversary to activists and movements, and media as tools and resources that activists can use or harness to use as a backdrop for discussion in later chapters. In Chapter 5, in order to explore how anarchism challenges, modifies, and denaturalizes notable critical media theories framing, the dominant ideology thesis, media hegemony, and political economy, I reconstructed these theories, teased out their strategic implications for activists and social movements, and assessed these perspectives and their strategic implications from an anarchist point of view. Finally, I conducted in-depth interviews with anarchists and other activists to gather their perspectives on these and other issues, covered in Chapters 6 and 7. Chapters 2 through 5 address this dissertation's main research question in broad strokes, whereas the exploratory interview research component in Chapters 6 and 7 represents a first step at putting descriptive meat on theoretical bones. The results of this theory-building project were startling, where I expected to find that an anarchist account of news media might look something like an admixture of critical media concepts and theories such as political economy. Instead, I found that anarchism offers a distinct alternative to popular, established critical media perspectives. Anarchist media theorizing is a useful way to generate low theoretical arguments or concepts related to news media power, media movement interactions, and academic scholarship about these topics. This dissertation's attempt to help close the gap between critical communications research and radical activist practice shows that there are indeed important features of an anarchist account of news media, discussed below. Critique of corrupt informational power. The first and arguably most important defining feature of anarchist media theory is its critique of corruptions of information power, which is a logical extension of anarchism's critique of various forms of domination, authority, and hierarchy. As noted in Chapter 2, anarchists tend to default to a critical political economy perspective such as Ed Herman and Noam Chomsky's 1988/2002 propaganda model when critiquing the mass news media, as evidenced by the anarchist FAQ, McKay 2008. And in fact, it could be argued that contemporary anarchism's account of power and hierarchy is fundamentally in agreement with the critique of mass news media advanced by political economist theorists such as Chomsky, Herman, and Robert McChesney. However, this dissertation suggests that from an anarchist perspective, the political economy tradition offers at best a partial understanding of corruptions of informational power. For example, the propaganda model fails to capture or adequately explain how regimes of domination such as white supremacy and patriarchy work to corrupt the informational power of mass news media systems. This is because the critical political economy tradition is concerned, somewhat narrowly, with state corporate corruptions of informational power. Although the anarchist critique of corruptions of information power encompasses a critique of state corporate influence, it also draws attention to other forms of power and realities of oppression. For anarchist media theory, then, state corporate power should not be the main object of analysis, nor should culture, white supremacy, patriarchy, and so on. Rather, power itself is the focus of critique. This indicates room for analytical growth and suggests that anarchists and other, like-minded radicals ought to broaden their horizons when assessing the problem of mass news media power. Critique of communications technology. The second defining feature of anarchist media theory is that it challenges rather than uncritically accepts the influence of communications technologies as inevitable or natural, which also is consistent with the anarchist critique of domination and hierarchy. As argued in Chapter 2, communications technologies are hardly neutral, they can activate and spread resistance, but ultimately serve to reinforce or reproduce regimes of domination such as capitalism. This point is especially relevant in the context of advanced capitalist societies such as the United States, where activists and citizens rely heavily on digital communications technologies for outreach and engagement. This suggests that anarchists and other radicals should be sensitive to the dilemmas posed by activist use of these technologies, as well as look for ways to incorporate communications technologies into their activism in ways that subvert their social control functions. Non-hierarchical, widespread participation in communication. A third defining feature of anarchist media theory is that it rejects the corporate structure of mass news media and values. Instead, non-hierarchical media organizational forms, as well as communications practices that enable direct information flows. An anarchist account of news media also places a premium on widespread participation in the process of making meaning. This reflects anarchism's commitment to liberty, autonomy, and direct action as a form of prefigurative politics. From an anarchist perspective, not only should media organizations and practices be consistent with non-hierarchical modes of social organization, but these organizations and practices ought to be open to anyone who wishes to participate in communicative activity. This means that anarchist media theory challenges the current media system premised on the professionalization of journalists, which restricts participation in meaning-making to a small handful of people, who typically report on events from the perspective of the state and capital. Commitment to resistance and strategic implications. A fourth defining feature of an anarchist account of news media is that it draws attention to activists' ethical political commitments and how these influence or shape the ways in which activists approach questions related to media activism and social movement tactics and strategy. This includes issues related to activists' engagement with the mass news media, issues related to the creation of alternative or activist media, and questions concerning how activist researchers ought to approach inquiry into these matters. Unlike some critical media perspectives, an anarchist account of news media places a premium on resistance and rejects theories which deny the possibility of resistance. In addition to emphasizing mass news media's adversarial roles, example its role in suppressing activists, an anarchist media theory also draws attention to two other important dimensions of news media, its role as a site of struggle and as tools or resources that activists, dissidents, and radicals can use. That is, anarchist media theory does not simply offer a critique of news media power, it also carries radical political implications. Anarchist media theory considers it necessary to evaluate critical media theories according to how well they explain aspects of social political reality, but also on the basis of their strategic implications. Theoretical ideas ought to be of interest to activists, instead of academic research divorced from struggle. This feature of anarchist media theory sets it apart from most other notable critical media perspectives. Critical media theories that admit of no strategic implications, such as the dominant ideology thesis, are of limited use to activists, and possibly worthless from an anarchist media theory perspective. Furthermore, strategic implications ought to be concomitant with anarchist thought and practice. It is clear, for instance, that anarchist media theory is deeply at odds with Marxist accounts of dominant ideology and hegemony, even though these perspectives draw attention to the corruptions of information power, their strategic implications and underlying ethical political commitments to vanguardist solutions are out of step with anarchist thought and practice. This finding is especially notable, because it indicates that anarchist media theory very clearly offers an anti-Leninist, anti-orthodox Marxist, but still radical anti-capitalist approach to theorizing about news media power and media movement interactions. It also suggests that activists should pay close attention to critical media studies that actually do promote progressive policy changes, such as the work of political economists like Robert McChesney. Together, These features distinguish an anarchist account of news media from other critical media theoretical perspectives. If these features appear mundane, it is worth remembering that anarchism, again, does not lend itself to high theory, and that no other study has explicitly connected these dots. Making these linkages is this dissertation's main contribution. Discussion of interview research findings. Although the findings from this study's exploratory ethnographic interview research are not meant to represent all or most anarchists' beliefs about news media, they do indicate that some of the major theoretical arguments contained in this dissertation accurately reflect how some anarchists think about news media. These interviews have important unifying themes. First, although anarchists hold differing views of news media power and appropriate media strategies and tactics, their views on these topics are all informed by a desire to live in a freer, less repressive world. Second, anarchists hold strong adversarial conceptions of news media, but generally speaking, do not believe activists should completely rule out mass media engagement. With the exception of Tommy, who generally found questions related to mass news media to be fairly uninteresting, the remaining 4 anarchists I interviewed expressed concern over what I describe as corruptions of information power. Although Alice Deller's views, which come very close to a dominant ideology thesis understanding of news media, could arguably be characterized as out of step with the anarchist account of news media sketched in this dissertation, it was clear that Scott Crow, Marcus Denton, and Bob Libel viewed news media in terms of a site of struggle and as tools or resources. The interviewees' responses indicate that, in an important sense, contemporary anarchist activists are in fact organically pragmatic thinkers on the issue of activist engagement with the institutions of mass news media. Third, some anarchists believe the image in which the press casts them is irrelevant as long as it provides visibility to radical political activity. This clicks with the theoretical argument that deprecatory media depictions of activists' political violence can, somewhat paradoxically, actually benefit activist groups and movements. However, I did find it odd that most of the anarchists I spoke with believed the mass media exerted an especially strong influence on media audiences, a view which I consider to be out of step with an anarchist understanding of news media, as well as most academic research on this topic. I believe there are 2 reasons for this. 1. My view of anarchism is idiosyncratic, because it is influenced in some important degree by autonomist Marxism and a familiarity with audience reception theory. As noted in Chapter 2, though, this idiosyncrasy is unavoidable. Second, it is possible that anarchists and other activists hold such beliefs about news media, simply because most activist literature on media has hit a creative plateau by not engaging with academic writings on this subject. Yet, as I have argued, academic writings on mass media and communications challenge several assumptions activists may hold. The range of opinions I encountered also indicates that there is a fairly blurred line separating anarchists from other radical leftists. This hints at the possibility that anarchistic ideas about media may have wide influence in left progressive circles, a topic I intend to explore in the future, by examining the transcripts of the remaining 11 interviews. Suggestions for further research. This dissertation contributes to the burgeoning field of anarchist studies by opening the door to several lines of inquiry. Like Marxism, anarchism can bring to critical media studies a ruthless criticism of everything existing, ruthless in 2 senses. The criticism must not be afraid of its own conclusions, nor of conflict with the powers that be, Marx 1843-1978, p. 13, emphasis in original. At the same time, this work has important limitations. For example, even though about a third of the activists I reached out to for interviews were people of color, most of those who consented to be interviewed, 14 of 16, were white. An important next step to expand inquiry and theorizing on this topic is simply to include diverse views from anarchists and other radicals. Such a project ought to gather perspectives from anarchists in different geographic regions, because different anarchist tendencies are better represented in different states. For example, arguably anarcho-communists hold more sway in northeastern states, whereas insurrectionist anarchists are more commonly found in the Bay Area of California. In addition, writing a doctoral dissertation or any other major academic work requires the researcher to commit a significant amount of time and resources in order to see it through to completion. For the PhD student in the neoliberal university, with few resources to support its graduate students, there is intense pressure to finish quickly and graduate. In the process of formulating, researching, and writing this manuscript, I reluctantly had to scale back my original, more ambitious proposal, which included, among other things, an in-depth examination of each ethnographic interview. Another important limitation, arguably, is that this dissertation is written primarily for an academic audience. Although it is reflexive in the sense that it assesses its ethical-political basis, it also fails to be reflexive in the sense that I did not ask my interview subjects to read over chapter drafts during the initial research and writing process, which I probably would have done were this not a doctoral dissertation. The next step in my research process will be to reorganize this dissertation's contents into journal articles, examine theoretical perspectives I could not cover such as agenda-setting theory, feminist studies, and critical race theory, and delve deeper into the interview data that I collected for this study. I intend to add another dimension of reflexivity to this work, by soliciting feedback from my interview subjects and other activists as part of the process.